Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Why do I say that? Because I think every NASCAR fan will admit this is not Echo Park Speedway. This will and will always be Atlanta. Well, what have we got here for the Quaker State 400? We've got inclement weather, as it always is here in Atlanta. We've got Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano on a Penske Ford front row. And we have got 260 laps ahead of us of pure gold. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to a night of unpredictable NASCAR action. And it starts with Denny Hamlin on 764 points in the regular season, Ryan Blaney in second, Tyler Reddick after 3 bad races in a row. He has now dropped to third in the standings on 724 points, and we can now go down to hear from him. He's talking with TNT Sports.
All right, the most recent winner here at Echo Park Speedway, of course, is Tyler Reddick. But the thing we are all talking about right now, Tyler, is that points battle between you and Denny Hamlin. I'm sure as competitors, that is so much fun. What is it like as driver and owner?
It's pretty interesting. Yeah, we do battle really hard on the racetrack. I will say there's only been a few moments over the last 2 months where I feel like we've actually been able to battle for position. That's just the tale of 2 different summers for the 11:45. But yeah, as we keep winding down these races, we approach the chase. You know, we're just trying to do everything we can to show up with good speed across the board, whether it's 2311 and Joe Gibbs Racing. And yeah, for us, we've had some things happen that you know, that's just racing. So if we get it back together, I mean, it really does seem like the speed that we bring every week is what we need to contend for the regular season championship. So we just need some normal days. We need some calm days. Unfortunately, we're here at Echo Park Speedway for the summer race, and it's always chaotic. So we'll just have to try and miss it. But if we don't, that's okay, because I've won with the wreck car here before.
Yes, you have. Of course, the last win. 44 points separate these two. Here's another number, 98 points. That's how many he has outscored Denny Hamlin in the 3 drafting tracks this season.
Thank you, Shannon. Great stuff. Let's take a look at this graphic here. Jamie, this is what's going on with Tyler Reddick in terms of the complete polar shift, the paradigm shift in the point standing.
Yeah, listen, law of averages catches up with everybody. Reddick had this incredible season going on at the beginning. Denny did not. It's kind of shifted right here, but I feel like Reddick, when we listen to that interview, he's grading himself on a curve. Like, he's still running really well. It's just that Denny Hamlin's running exceptional right now. We still have a ways to go before the chase starts, and to me, I want to have the momentum right after Daytona.
I think it's a good opportunity for Reddick. You got to be aggressive. This is a racetrack. You can't hesitate. You see a hole, you got to jump into it. That's Tyler Reddick to a T. He loves being aggressive. Good opportunity to get it turned around.
And, of course, he won here back in February.
I think it's a great opportunity for the rest of the field. We're at a racetrack where a lot of guys feel like they're capable of winning. We go to North Wilkesboro after that. So there's a little stretch. We saw at Chicagoland, Denny Hamlin, he kind of looked regular. He kind of looked normal. Coming off of a couple road courses, maybe they have just lost a little bit, and it might be a few weeks before they get it back. It's an opportunity for other teams to capitalize.
And if they don't capitalize, I think a lot of guys will lose hope tonight. I think tonight is not their last hope physically, but mentally they may feel like this is their last stand to make a jump at the standings.
I'll tell you what hadn't lost any momentum is Dale Jr. and the legions of Junior Nation. There you go. Pretty simple. LOL. I love Dale Jr. The world loves Dale Jr. Pope Jr. Really appreciate you, man. Junior's got to head on up to the booth. We'll see you on the broadcast, buddy. LOL. We love Junior. Woo!
Oh, that we do love Junior for as well. And who could blame him? We're in for an absolute cracker here this evening. So much to look forward to. Ryan Blaney, as I said, he's on pole position. Joey Logano alongside. Then it's Kyle Larson coming in. And I know Jack's just joined the booth as well. So I'll say good afternoon, Jack. Pleasure to have you. Atlanta. A year ago, me and you were in the commentary booth together. And we begged for one of the best races of the year to end because it went on for so long, despite the fact it was an absolute cracker. Why have I got the feeling a year later we're going to be begging for the same thing?
Well, nothing can get quite worse than the O'Reilly race I watched last night. I don't know if you caught up with that.
I was producing it, mate, and I was sleeping because I had people from MotoGP. I set alarms every 10 minutes until the schedule ended the broadcast, fell asleep, and the broadcast overran by half an hour. That's how bad it was.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the race itself was an absolute wreckfest of a race. And for me, that race, I know some people love those sorts of races. That race had no redeeming qualities to me. Like, that was genuinely terrible. So I'm hoping the Cup guys can show us that we can actually drive. I mean, I think after O'Reilly yesterday, as well as the truck race, I think there do need to be some serious conversations about the driving standards of those series, because it was pretty horrific. Like, when Arc has been the cleanest race of the weekend, things have gone quite badly. Shout out to Thomas Annunziata for winning that race. Yeah, really looking forward to the race today. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
I'm with you on that one as well. Arca has been the cleanest. Lime Rock was not, with a couple of stoppages and cautions coming through.
It's a great race too.
It's been good all weekend, actually, despite the wrecking fest that we've been having. Atlanta, since the remerger, is it going to give us just the same amount of action? It's going to be chaotic, isn't it? I mean, we had a 3-wide finish here, one of the closest ever, and it's all hell now, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta itself, since its repave or reconfiguration, I could really say, it has just been an absolute... It's been delivering us banger after banger, and, I mean, there's been some great racing. We've had the closest finish in this track's history. Obviously, the 3-wide photo finish of 23, I think that was. I want to say that was 23. I could be wrong.
So, yeah.
No, it was 24 because it was Daniel Suarez.
24 was the 3-wide at the 2. Yeah, sorry. 23 and 4 it was 2x2 at the line.
We've had so many brilliant moments. And I just think that the reconfiguration of the track has gone so much better than expected. Someone's asked how are they delaying it due to rain. Not to my understanding. To my understanding, we are good to go for the originally scheduled time.
Well, it looks so good. Should we take a lap around it? TNT, take us around what is now Echo Park Speedway. But me and you will always know it is Atlanta.
Yeah, boy. That's how it's supposed to feel. That is what I'm talking about. All right, so Echo Park Speedway, super high speed drafting track. What separates Talladega and Daytona from this?
The length of the track. So it's 1 mile shorter than Daytona. It takes about 17 seconds less to go around here, but you're doing all the same things. But the moves, they all happen faster. When you get a run, you see guys here take it. They're more willing to take a risk.
Top of the racetrack, big crash. Invariably, last year we had the big one here. Took out everybody in the in-season challenge. When you see a big one started, is it just, you're
along for the ride? The general rule of thumb at a track is that if you get to the wreck early, everybody washes up. If you get there a little late, they're all washing back down because of, the speed pushes you up the racetrack and then the banking pushes you back down. But the reality is when they have on those big wrecks, you're just along for the ride, Marty.
How much can you give us down the backstretch here?
Hold on, let's find out.
Okay, now we have a different experience.
Oh my God, we got 140.
Sweating now like a lady of the night in the house of the Lord. One of the things about this race, too, is the transition to pit road. What makes that transition different or unique?
So, because of how tight the racing is here, if you have to make a green flag pit stop, you can't pit on the exit of turn 4 without putting other drivers on the track in a bad position. So what NASCAR's done to counter that is you actually enter pit road on the backstretch as you enter turn 3. And this racetrack has 2 pit road speeds. It's 90 miles an hour from that white line around to the start of the traditional pit road, then turns into 45 miles per hour. And that puts the teams in an interesting position because a lot of lap time to be made up or to be lost getting on and off of pit road here.
Day to night is what we're going to see. What is that challenge to make sure you keep up with the racetrack?
So here, you're most likely just going to gain grip. As the sun goes down, as the temps cool down a little bit, from the fans' perspective, it makes the pack get a little bit tighter. You see more of that 2 and 3 wide racing for multiple laps on a restart. And you also get to see how low the cars are because sparks start flying out from the back of them.
Here they come to the flag. 3 abreast. Photo finish.
The finishes, Marty, here have been epic over the year. I think you can argue this is the most coveted ticket in all of NASCAR.
Great stuff, dude.
Thanks, dude. It's fun.
Need toilet paper again. 140 is no joke.
Yeah, I had butt sweat. Yeah, I did. You did too.
It was moving. Like I said, I was sweating like a lady of the night in the house of the Lord.
It was weird because we were going 90, and it felt like we were crawling, and then we got to 40. I'm like, my God, it feels like we're going 400 right now.
It set us back in our seat. And go ahead.
I appreciated the unbelievably good analysts over here saying track smaller.
Listen, you got to start with the obvious, right? That's the number one thing. It's 1 mile smaller.
That was good work.
Yeah.
Math. Speaking of math, there's a lot of math tonight. What decides this one?
Well, let's talk about the, quote, smaller racetrack. We're going to talk drafting. You know, that's here at Echo Park, Daytona, Talladega. We see it green, yellow, red, not by design. I mean, that's the facts, right? This place is basically a little over half the size of Talladega. Things happen twice as fast. And we're going to talk a lot about fancy terms, downforce, drag, trimmed out, and that's going to make a difference for half the field. Half the field's going to have the wrong setup. The car's going to drive like crap. They're not going to have a chance. But I will tell you, from listening to these drivers up here and seeing the last 8 or 9 races in this configuration, Jamie, Jeff, I really think if you're in one of the front half cars where your crew chief has made the right decisions, the rest comes down to attitude. You better want to be here because this isn't right. If you go down in there and someone takes you 3 wide and you get mad, you better take a deep breath and have a good talk with yourself because you might not have the right attitude to win tonight.
A mindset's everything. I mean, every single weekend that's important. And I got to give Hocevar props. He likes this type of racing. And I think that is part of what makes him good at this. He's really aggressive. But coming here this weekend, the entire week prepping for this, he couldn't wait to get here. And that's going to show tonight.
The radius of these corners is so much shorter, tighter than Daytona and Talladega. You're going almost the same speed. Things happen so quickly. You don't have a chance to think. You got to respond and react. You see something, you got to make a move right now. If you don't, it's too late. And we see people try to defend a move here that works at Daytona and Talladega. It doesn't work here. It causes a wreck. You can block there, but it happens so quickly here. If you try to make a block too late, it's a multi-car wreck. Wouldn't be surprised to see that tonight. Blocking's part of the game now, but it's just much more difficult at this racetrack.
I want to point out that when we put that graphic up and we compared Daytona, Talladega, and here at Atlanta, the first thing Steve said is that it was shorter. Okay, I was going to say that was the highlight of that graphic was the distance.
You're a pioneer.
Yeah,
you're just ahead of your time.
Cutting edge.
One of the guys that definitely understands that math and the chess match that is Echo Park Speedway is 2024 winner here, Daniel Suarez. Danielle Trotta is with him now. Danielle.
Here with Daniel Suarez, has more top 5s at the newly configured Atlanta than any other Cup Series driver, won this race in 2024. Daniel, what do you think track conditions will be early? Hearing grip is low, it might be treacherous.
It will, Daniel. You know, especially because we're going to start the race with the sun, with a little bit of temperature on the racetrack, and then it's going to cool. It's going to start cooling down a little bit. So I would say that the most difficult part of the race is going to be stage 1, where the racetrack is the hottest, and then slowly we're going to start getting a little bit of grip. Drivers are going to start getting a little more brave or more smart. But we see. I mean, overall, I'm super proud of everyone at JBMotorsports. Every single week we show up with the speed. Yesterday in qualifying wasn't deception. The 17, and the 77, and the 71, all 3 of us, pretty good, pretty sporty. So I can take enough Chevrolet freeway insurance for their support, and hopefully we can get another one.
Daniel Suarez, a heavy favorite tonight here in Atlanta.
Zane Smith, driver of the number 38 Ford for front row. Zane, you've been in the media a lot this week, and earlier we had Carson Hocevar talking about you guys a little spat. He says he still doesn't know why you're mad at him. Can you clean the air for us? This is what everyone wants to know. Why are you mad at Carson? What's the deal?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just certainly not the only one, and I don't know, just I don't like him. That's the easy answer. But you know, I'm a big believer in I race people how they race me, and just a product of that. So you know, we had our meeting, we got things cleaned up, but you know, I'm gonna judge off of him. But I feel great about our Aaron's Ford Mustang for tonight. Such a fun racetrack, and it's been a really great one for us. So you know, hopefully get this first win knocked out of the way.
Not often are you able to really help your teammates in certain situations, but here at a drafting track, we do have that opportunity of Todd Gilliland still in the shop for the $1 million. Are you going to try and help him where you can?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I talked about this a little bit earlier today, but it's so hard to just play the teammate game and control a race with how fast the runs come and how big the runs are. So, you know, it'd be cool to see him advance for obviously the 34 team and everyone at FRM to be one step closer to $1 million. But, you know, I'm focused on myself tonight and hopefully getting this Aaron's Ford Mustang victory lane.
Zane Smith is ready to strap in. Go get it, boys.
Carson Hocevar says it's not a rivalry with Zane Smith, but rivalries built NASCAR. We love them. Conflict sells.
Yes, conflict does sell, and that I can agree on. But I think, Jack, one of the best things about NASCAR is the fact is that they've got a problem, they fight.
The best thing is I feel like we've got rivalries that are starting to split fan bases apart, and I like to see this because it gives people more polarizing things to talk about, in my opinion. I do, and I think that's good for the sport. I mean, I wasn't around. I'm unfortunately too young for this, but back in the day of Gordon v Earnhardt, you were either a Gordon fan or you were an Earnhardt fan. The two drivers got on perfectly fine, but the fan bases did not at all. And they're both both were exceptionally talented race car drivers. I'm hoping we get a bit more of that rather than just the PR friendly, let's be blunt here, the Hendrick type personality.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that front, actually. I want a bit more drama and a bit more vavavoom coming into today's race. I really hope that we get some... Atlanta's a track that brings out rivalries, isn't it? It's a track that brings out not a violent streak, but it gives them a little bit of an ego boost and a little bit more of a push. I don't know what it is. We just get great races here. And I was looking back, actually, got some great stats for here, actually. The last 3 green flag finishes we've had here. So that was the 26th race earlier on this year. The race this time last year in, what was June back then. Now it's moved to July. And then the race we had in the race we had in February 24. So those 3 races that haven't ended under caution, 0.2 of a second has been the winning margin. So we had 0.003, Daniel Suarez being victorious. Chase Elliott, 0.168. And then earlier on this year, Tyler Reddick, 0.164, as he did a double on his way to a triple. So 0.2 less than a second. This track just pushes you out crazy. It's fantastic.
It is a track. I mean, it's the track where Carl Edwards nearly flipped Brad Keselowski into the catch fence. So that's one thing that happened here at Atlanta. But it's a track where really anybody can win, as it is a plate race. Generally, you've got every driver will spend at least a few laps up front, unless you're in the 66 car.
Going to try and sort that wheezing out from the track noise. Let's send it back down to TNT.
At Nearest.us.
Trade the biggest moments in racing on Kalshi for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use code TNT to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi trades what's next. time for our Kalshi Market Odds. Kalshi Traders currently forecasting. Who's winning, Latart?
I'm sticking in the Ford camp. I'll take Cindric.
Been a tough year, but not tonight. Joey Logano.
I'm going to go with the odds right there. I'm taking Ryan Blaney.
All right, thank y'all for joining us. We got 400 miles of great Cup Series racing ahead here at Echo Park Speedway. See you.
Wonderful pre-race show there. Oh, great. Do you know, I miss Prime. I miss Prime. I hate the fact that, we're going to go on for 30 more seconds and that's it. But no, that is generally ridiculous. Well, JT's deafened, but he is here, ladies and gentlemen. So we will hear from him. Hopeful to have Matthew Owens with us as well. But he, like myself, I'm sure is knackered after covering the Wimbledon tennis final for the men's and the women's. The women's was yesterday, went 2 hours 40. Today, 3 hours 40 plus for the men's match. And it was a long slug between Yannick Sinner as well, who has become the Wimbledon champion. You can watch all the highlights of that on JBSports YouTube channel. Right here, though, prediction for you this evening. We've got 60 lap stage 1. Then it's 100 lap stage 2, 100 lap in stage 3. How do you reckon this is going to fare, Jack, to go into it? Stage 1's effectively going to be a sprint, and stage 2 becomes 100 laps each. Sort of reversal of what we saw a couple of weeks ago as they try and limit the fuel saving we had in previous super speedway stages. Even though this is a plate track and it's an intermediate, but it kind of calls itself a semi-super speedway.
The thing is, what I've noticed is that the fuel saving issues have never been an issue at somewhere like Atlanta. It's only been on the bigger tracks. On Atlanta, it's never been a problem. The racing has been incredible every single time. So I'm pretty happy to say that I don't think that there's going to be any real issues here. I mean, I just want to get the race on, man. The racing is just so good at this track. Even on the old track, the problem is the other drivers loved the old track. I don't know if it was a fan favorite. Maybe people can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I liked it personally, but I do think I like the new track a little bit more.
It's giving us more closer racing. I think I'm a 50-50 personally as well. We had this discussion last year when, again, we had another great race. So, it's 50-50 between the three, but it will be 260 laps in total, split across the three stages to come into it. We are just working out for you exactly what that is going to be in terms of the fuel as well, and the sets that the tyres are going to have, because don't forget, we are also racing to half distance as well. That could become a massive factor today because of the rain. So if we get past 50%, the weather forecast for the next few days does not look good. It's a lot of rain on Monday and a hell of a lot of rain on Tuesday. So we're looking to finish this race tonight, Jack, which could lead to a 1 a.m. cutoff.
Yes, I'm hoping we don't get to that point because I kind of want to get some sleep later. It's been a fairly long day watching the MotoGP, watching the Wimbledon final, and a little bit of WEC as well. So Wimbledon final, by the way, was very, very good. I enjoyed that. It was definitely more entertaining than most Wimbledon finals because it wasn't necessarily a walkover per se, at least not for the first couple of sets.
Let's go down for prayer ceremonies.
Of Veteran Affairs, the Honorable Doug Collins.
Let us pray, dear Heavenly God. We thank you for warm summer nights. We thank you for cars that go fast, and we thank you for fans that get loud. Father, we just pray today for our country. We pray for protection for the drivers and all involved. But Father, especially we thank you for the opportunity to celebrate 250 years of your blessings upon this country. And we thank you for the veterans who have been fought and died to give us those 250 candles. Let's go racing. Father, we thank you for it all. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Atlanta's operatic tenor, Timothy Miller.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's take a look then around this circuit.
The NASCAR Cup Series is heading south to take on Echo Park Speedway in Hampton, Georgia. After a major reconfiguration for the 2022 season, this track now races as a super speedway, even with a similar layout to Charlotte Motor Speedway. Much like Daytona, Echo Park is known for its steep banking and narrow lanes, which encourages side-by-side and often three-wide racing. With the way the draft works here, positioning is crucial, and it all happens lightning fast with a tighter 1.5 mile track size. Drivers are constantly working to stay connected in the pack because losing momentum, even slightly, can mean falling several rows back in a matter of seconds. At the same time, pushing too hard, too quickly, can pull a car out of line and into a vulnerable spot. As the race goes on, the track surface can change the balance of the car, forcing drivers to manage both the draft and tire wear. This makes pit strategy at Echo Park important because track position can swing depending on when you come down pit road. We spoke with a few drivers about what it takes to have a successful day at Echo Park Speedway.
I feel like everything just happens quicker at Atlanta for, I guess, because the track is a little shorter than Daytona and Talladega, and it actually has gotten some age over the last year or so, which I think is a good thing. It definitely has a lot of drafting, big track characteristics, but it has its own twist, which has made it, made it fun and a little different.
In the past year or two, it has trended into Atlanta having to have handling, not just speed, because the racetrack, every single time that we go there, it decreases the amount of grip that you have. So yeah, handling is extremely important to be able to be up front. And if you don't have a good handling car, it's very difficult to be aggressive.
Last year, Chase Elliott secured the checkered flag after taking the lead on the last lap. Who will get it done tonight? Get ready for 260 laps of high-speed action because the green flag is about to wave.
Green flag is about to wave, Jack. The drivers are just getting ready to go down there. Who's your pick a winner for this one?
It could really be anyone here. I am gonna go, however, I mean, there's obviously some contenders. Obviously, Carson Hocevar is always pretty solid here. I think that generally I could pick one of the Spire guys. I could go for a lot of them. I am, however, going to go with a rather unlikely one today.
Go on.
I'm going to go with Penske's Joey Logano.
Get his first win of the season on the books. Let's get ready. Here it is, the Quaker State 400.
This in-season challenge is really crazy.
This is like a heavyweight battle as we move forward.
Muscle up. Greetings from Hampton, Georgia. NASCAR on TNT live at Echo Park Speedway, south of Atlanta. Our coverage tonight presented by Napa Auto Parts. Great to have you with us on TNT. Here we are in the broadcast booth with the Hall of Famer, Dale Earnhardt Jr. I'm Adam Alexander. Crew Chief Steve Letarte joins us in a bit. 7 races to go until we make it to the chase. It's going to be intense here tonight, Dale.
Yeah, Atlanta's a kind of a new style of racing that's come onto the scene over the last several years, and the drivers love it. It's just intense, high speed. You got to make decisions quickly. And we also have a little weather in the area. Anytime you mention the word weather, the intensity ramps up. I've heard all kinds of things, too, about some short tempers this week. Our drivers are mad this time of year. More mad, more angry, more short-tempered than I've seen them in the past. So you just don't know what you're going to get tonight. It's really, really unpredictable.
There is a huge sense of urgency. But as you think about this race and all of those points that you just made, what is the balance of patience and aggression once we go green?
I think the best course of action is to just go for it. Don't think about moves. Make moves on instinct. If you're thinking about a move or thinking, should you make a move, someone's already made it. You're too late to the game. So you just have to keep going on the offense all the time, making runs, taking every move you can make. If you're going to wreck out at 80% of these races, you are. That's the statistic. At least you want to be wrecking, trying to go for it up in the front of the field as opposed to the back.
You talk about the importance of being willing and ready to go. And these Toyota drivers have to do it tonight. Championship leader Denny Hamlin qualified 28th. The guy chasing him, Tyler Reddick, is outside the top 30. How do they manage this race, and how quickly can they get to the front? Stage 1, only 60 laps. It's about to unfold in Atlanta. Let's go trackside.
Echo Park Speedway here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome Major League Baseball Hall of Famer and Atlanta Braves World Series champion, Chipper Jones.
What's up, Braves country? NASCAR Nation, you ready? You say it with me. Drivers, start your engine.
An Atlanta legend getting us ready to race here at Echo Park Speedway.
Engines are fired. We are ready to go.
NASCAR Cup Series Racing on TNT is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts, Toyota, Let's Go Places, and by Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
Well, Jimmy Johnson as well coming in here. He's had 5 victories in the active bracket. Dale Earnhardt Sr. had 9 wins here. That is, of course, 26 top 5 finishes. It is an amazing circuit, but I want to bring back into that as well. Kyle Busch had 26. He's still in the active bracket. NASCAR will not remove him from the active bracket until the end of the 2026 season, despite the fact that he has been removed from the points paying positions. That's something that I checked in with throughout the week as to why these stats and facts still include him on those pages. So you asked, we have given it. So we're all set then for what's going to be a cracking night. Josh Birch up in the booth with you alongside his Jack and JT. Well, Jack, here we go again. That cloud is just rolling in round at turn 1 and 2. What do you think? You said stage 2 we might get a bit of a rain shower to come through. Let's hope we get past half distance of 130 though.
Yeah, but I always say that if we can get this race done within the time frame, let's get it done.
I'm just going to update the little weather graphic that we've got here with the race delay. Where are we? The NASCAR Cup Series race at Echo Park Speedway. So I'm literally writing in Echo Park Speedway is red flagged due to weather. Just getting that up. So in the event that we do have a delay, that will flash up on the screen. But we are good so far. So that's in case it happens. Most of the time during today, let's show you the screens we've got. First of all, mine and Jack's screen up here in the booth that you'll see. Hello, for when the lights go green, well, when the green flag drops. This is our screen up here in the booth. We have our emergency battle, which is what you'll see during the race as well. This is the driver tracker screen. You can see they're just heading out onto their formation laps now. So you'll see them the majority of the time, and including if we go to a caution, this graphic will also come out onto play. Then you've got our usual screen here with the last lap times, the best lap times coming into it, as well as the information chart from who's going into the pit lane. And as well, in case we've got some filler for you as well. And that is a very big graphic that's not supposed to be there because that was the laps and rundown page, but we don't get any more. But the cars are rolling on pit road and onto the circuit for their pace laps. We have got some filler for you, so don't worry, you won't be sitting here into board. Let's go back over to TNT and get the music rocking and rolling.
Great to be back in the saddle at Atlanta. NASCAR first came here in 1960, and this evening going green here for the 125th time. Cars rolling off. We had qualifying yesterday. Let's get to our Napa Auto Parts starting grid. Couple of champs, couple of teammates on the front row. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, both outstanding in the draft. Row 2, last year's title holder Kyle Larson with Austin Dillon. He got his best qualifying run of the year yesterday. Row 3, Daniel Suarez won here at Atlanta a couple of years ago next to Alex Bowman, who got a top 5 last Sunday at Chicago. From Dawsonville, Georgia, Chase Elliott in row 4 with Austin Cindric. Back in row 5, they're always entertaining. Mr. Aggressive Ross Chastain next to Brad Keselowski, who's won 7 times in the draft. Row 6, Eric Jones, best qualifying Toyota next to Shane Van Gisbergen, a 2-time winner this year. Let's hear from Marty Snyder. What's happening, Marty?
Adam, earlier today, I asked Cliff Daniels about Kyle Larson's record here at Atlanta. He said, we're fast, but we do not finish races. In fact, according to Daniels, Kyle Larson has been in the top 3 and wrecked from the top 3 6 different times. So you think that make Kyle Larson not really like Echo Park Speedway? It's actually the opposite. Kyle told me moments ago, I love the racing here. Cars slide around, handling matters. That is my wheelhouse. Can Kyle Larson get drafting track win number 1 tonight? Might happen.
That's going to be fun to watch. Let's continue the rundown in row 7. Chris Buescher from Prosper, Texas in the number 17 alongside everybody's favorite villain right now in the sport, Carson Hocevar. He'll be fun to watch tonight. Row 8, the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the Clemco Chevrolet. And then welcome North Carolina's Ty Dillon in the number 10. Row 9, the 21 of Josh Berry from Hendersonville, Tennessee. And then the 71 of Michael McDowell. In row 10, the number 60 of Ryan Priest from Berlin, Connecticut. And then the 19 of Chase Briscoe in the Freebird Springwater Toyota. And then in row 11, Todd Gilliland from Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. And the 23 of Bubba Wallace from Mobile, Alabama. And then row 12, 2 North Carolina boys, Ty Gibbs in the 54, the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek. Let's get down to Danielle for more on Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, he starts 20th tonight, Dale. I talked to his crew chief, James Small, this morning. He called it, quote, a relief to finally get that first win of the season last week in Chicago. The goal tonight, get out of here in one piece. Wants that car unscathed and wants to also gain some stage points. Right now, they're only 3 points out of 7th place in the chase standings. Look for Briscoe and the boys to capitalize on stage points early by gaining track position.
Thank you, Danielle. Back to the starting grid. The teenager in the field, Connor Zilich, the 19-year-old, will start in row 13 next to William Byron. Back in row 14, the other end of the spectrum, a couple drivers in their 40s, A.J. Allmendinger and Denny Hamlin. Riley Herbst and Austin Hill make up row 15. Austin Hill with 5 O'Reilly wins at this track. Can he conquer it in the Cup Series? Tonight will tell. Tyler Reddick and Christopher Bell will make up row 16. Cole Custer and Zane Smith back in row 17. Row 18, we have Cody Ware and Noah Gregson. And rounding out the field in row 19, BJ McLeod and Chad Fincham. For more on the driver of the 24, we'll go down to Shannon Spade. Good evening, Shannon.
Hey there, Stevie. Yes, William Byron starting 24th tonight, the furthest back in the field that he has started here at this racetrack. But don't worry about it. He's got a great set of eyes in the sky, and that is his spotter, Brandon Lines. Lines has led William Byron to both of his victories here at Atlanta and his Daytona 500 championships. Those were 2 of those. He told me this is the toughest place for him to do his job. It's all about painting a picture for his driver so that he can make clear decisions. He says you can't get the information out fast enough, and how about this? He says he has to remind himself to take his finger off of that radio button, because if you hold it down too long, it'll temporarily kick him off, and then you don't want that when William Byron is going for the lead.
I would say the spotters didn't sleep well last night, but they should tonight, because this place will flat wear you out. Hey, only 3 races to go when it comes to the in-season challenge. We've reached the Elite 8. Some really good matchups. Let's get more with Mamba Smith. A lot to look at tonight, Mamba.
A lot to look at, indeed. Adam, welcome to another NASCAR Sundays at Night. Listen, Alex Bowman is seated number 32. Somehow, some way, 32 has been the lucky number to get through to Indy in the last 2 years. We'll see if that continues. Alex Bowman is the only driver in the last 2 years to make it to the round of 8. They are going for the money. If you want to win, you're gonna have to make it through Echo Park Speedway. I talked to Blake Harris earlier. I said, hey man, does it change your strategy with all this money on the line? He said, nah, we're going for the win. We're gonna take care of business. We'll go get that $1 million in Indy.
One of the many things we have learned in the first 2 years of the in-season challenge, you will have some surprises, and couple of more brewing here in 2026. Let's get our race analysis.
Well, it's a 1.5-mile track that races like a speedway. The draft will be in effect, and with potential weather, halfway will be good enough. So it's a 260-lap race, 130, hard math there, would be official. 60 laps stage 1, both stage 2 and stage 3, both 100 laps. We can run around 70 laps on fuel. Going to be pretty intense from the word go.
So what are we keeping our eye on tonight, fellas?
Well, it's going to be speed versus handling, right? What do you want? Absolutely, you want your car to be fast, but does it handle well enough? I don't think anyone knows which is going to dominate the night.
Yeah, and then you got drivers making good decisions on the racetrack, and that plays a little bit into the third point, stage points. I think that's what it's going to be about today for some drivers. Austin Cindric, who is 27 above the cut line. You got Logano 16 below the cut line. Brad Keselowski needs a big day. Can Ross Chastain save his season tonight? All those things are on the table for these drivers, and they're going to go for it.
Let's get an update. Kyle Larson with Marty.
Yeah, Adam, so Dale mentioned weather, Steve mentioned weather, and Cliff Daniels mentioned weather to Kyle Larson. Listen in.
We think 8 to 8:30 is when that big cell that I told you about would come this way. Not knowing how much it would put on us, you know, it's hard to say what would happen after that. I think we would have a window to get the track dry, and then who knows just with the pop-ups. So should be about the end of stage 1, we think, when it would be getting a lot closer.
Okay. Okay, so Jack, already it sounds like we could be having rain within 60 laps. We've put a poll out. What arrives first? Lap 260 and the race ends. Lap 130, the race ends early. Lightning in 8 miles, or rain? Oh, the bloody rain. So get your votes in on that now. Poll will end after the opening 10 laps of this race here at Echo Park Speedway. Can we all agree that, yes, it's called Echo Park Speedway, but for the broadcast, we're going to call it Atlanta Motor Speedway?
Yes.
Yeah, good. It's Atlanta. JT's alive!
Okay,
I hate to be that guy, but the lightning clock is ticking.
What do you mean by that?
The lightning clock is ticking. So they are tracking stuff, is what I'm saying.
So we might go red? I hope not. Okay, we're gearing up then. Here he comes. What arrives first? We're fighting Mother Nature at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and this is going to be fun.
I run the whole race here. But you know what I need? You boys have a good day down there. I'll do my best for you.
Well, a week ago as well, it was all eyes up front to what was a melancholy but good race. Today in Atlanta, it's basically strap yourself in. This is going to be a hell ride. The weather is coming in. Enjoy, everybody. We are going to have 260 laps, 400 miles around one of the best circuits on the calendar. It's the two Penske's on the front row of Ryan Blaney on pole, Joey Logano taking second. As they come out, the fans are up, the hats are up, the pace car comes down. Well, strap yourself in, folks, and I hope you're ready with some coffee until 1 a.m. when the cutoff is. Because we are green in Atlanta. For the second time this year, we go racing. Ryan Blaney gets a great start, comes out alongside Joey Logano. Logano's got the inside line through 1 and 2. Already Austin Dillon pushing Kyle Larson through. Reeling in now is Austin Dillon coming in 4th position. And they're all clean out of turn 2, Jack. Little 3 wide further back, but do you know, I can take it. So far, so good.
Yeah, it looks like Ty Dillon is the one getting shuffled back a bit right now. Currently leading is the Penske's right now. Penske, I expect to be strong here. We've got a push there from Michael McDowell on his teammate Carson Hocevar. The two Spires working together early on. Carson Hocevar has finished second at Atlanta in the past. His only win on a super speedway.
Smooth start there, JT, but already they're ducking and diving, and Larson trying to come back up through on the inside line there for second position. Dillon's taken second now. Larson down a third, but this is typical. Oh, that's someone in the wall. Someone
in the wall.
Is that Keselowski?
Bad.
Yeah, Keselowski running the wall, exit of turn 2, manages to keep it and keep on speed, so we don't need a caution break at the moment, but that was a very close deal. And JT, you are weatherman. What's it saying? Have you been keeping an eye on anything?
I don't know, because I'm trying to sort out the BTS member stream, but I put it down as BTS members, and then YouTubers put it public, so no idea.
Oh, well.
Thank you, YouTube.
YouTube is YouTube. BTS members, though, do not get mistaken with the boy band. As they come over the line, lap 4 of 60.
It will return shortly, hopefully, to members only, if YouTube stops messing around.
Well,
that would be nice.
There we go. YouTube's being a bit messy anyway to come into it. Now, this is Keselowski, Jack, going in towards the wall. Just gets loose, 3 wide in the side draft.
Just gets loose behind ahead of Hocevar. I don't think there's any contact between the two, though. I do think he just gets a little bit loose there and into the wall. Not a great start for the man that's flipped at this track in the past.
Just getting a little loose on the side, and yeah, they have flipped here before. And yeah, just getting close. Now, we are going to be testing, not this week, but next week, that there will be an automatic scene switcher between the driver tracker in full screen and the data screen, because I know you lot at home were very keen on having both. So we're going to set it so like it's going to be about 2 minutes a time that will have one to the other so that you get the full picture of the race. But this week, we're going to be switching it at will. So hopefully we'll get that sorted. Maybe if there's a stage break, we can get that sorted and test out the automatic scene switcher. We're trying to bring you the best watch-along coverage of NASCAR. Keselowski's back up to speed, already coming back through on the inside. He's dropped back, though. He's down in 37th place. He's just passed Chad Fincham, which is probably the only time today we're going to mention Chad Fincham, Jack, as JT laughs. I can sense it.
Hopefully it is actually the only time we mention him, because that means he's having a good day. His objective should just be to get... realistically, I think his objective should just be get to the finish, keep the car clean, because MBM runs on a much smaller budget than the rest of these teams. Bowman falling back. Hocevar already up into the top 10 today, by the way.
Yeah, Carson Hocevar now P9. You know what he's like at this circuit as well. He suddenly becomes a competitive race driver. We saw similar, actually, at the flat circuit that we had at the airbase at Colorado a few weeks ago. As they come out of turn 4 into the sort of half tri-oval section, cars are ducking and diving. He said it was a plate race, and he could see why.
To the inside there.
Yeah, and the 33 car that historically does run very well here. And trying to come back through on the inside. I said earlier, Kyle Busch had 26
good move.
results here. And he took slow alongside the 24 and the 1. He's up into 3rd place. Correction, 4th place. He's trying to go around the outside of Bowman.
Yeah, it does well there, Austin Hill. Gets past the 24 and the 1. Also gets past the driver that he referred to last week as Shane Van Guggenheimer. Not quite sure. Apparently they had a conversation in the hauler before the race. I didn't watch the interviews though afterwards, but I will do so probably during one of the stage breaks just to get an indication on how the conversation progressed, shall we say. I imagine not very well.
If you did see the members stream when YouTube decided to put it public, you would see that on the scanner channels, it doesn't say Van Gisbergen on the screen. It says Van Guggenheimer as an inside joke.
Get in.
Oh, well, to be fair, it is pretty much how they've been running it the last few weeks, isn't it?
Here is proof in the Discord.
As we got.
It says down at the bottom, Van Guggenheim.
Hold on, let me see this.
It does.
Where have you put it?
It does indeed.
Oh, there it is. I thought you put it as a screenshot. Never mind.
JT's BTS feed, by the way, is absolutely amazing because it shows you how.
Why have you what?
He produces.
I mean, Austin. Can't we put like Austin Hill as Grunter as well? Because that's what everyone's been calling him on Twitter.
So, just to explain to you, if we get past stage 1, when will the race be official? Is something that we've been asked by Wes. Half distance is 1:30. Yeah. So after 1:30, the race is deemed official by race control. If any time after that we have to red flag the race, say for inclement weather, the race doesn't have to be resumed. Doesn't say that it won't be resumed, because we've had weather with 10 to go before at a short track, which would literally take 2 minutes to run. And NASCAR waited an entire hour to dry the track. So it's an option that race control can have, as traditionally, of course, that we've got some tyre rubbing already going on here, which happens a lot at this circuit, but they're already pushing further behind. Blaney's still leading from Logano and Cindric. Larson and Suarez has the top 5. We are 13 laps in. We're ending the poll that we had about what arrives first. And 32% of you said lap 60. 30% of you said rain, oh the bloody rain. 20% of you said lightning in 8 miles. And 18% of you said lap 130 and the race ends early. So there we have it. You all think majority, just though by 2%, that the race will end to the full 260. Let's hope that happens. And we don't get anything wrong. So, there is a dark cloud, though, coming over turn 1 and 2, we can just see. But it's hard to tell here, Jack, isn't it? Because also the nights are rolling in. So you've got to factor that into it as well, the fact that the track is going to get cooler here in Atlanta.
No, I think that it's going to get wilder as the track gets cooler. That's what I will also definitely say.
It's going to get a bit of both. A bit of both. Fastest lap so far for Tyler Reddick, 30.350. As we'll switch back to that graphic, he's running down in 17th position, so they're running in the 30-second mark. We've done 8 minutes and 14 laps. Now on lap 15, so 15 within 8 works out. JT!
I see what storm they're tracking with the lightning clock.
What have you got?
All I will say is incoming.
Oh God. How bad incoming on a scale of it'll just be a light drizzle to Noah's building the ark?
Let me do some magic, hold on, and I will show you.
Oh, okay. I'll get your camera on the screen then. There we go. I'll stand up. You're making me all be professional now in a 200-mile race. 400-mile race, I should say. 200 miles is half distance, which is that 130. 16 so far, 60. Still all...
Hopefully this works.
It does. There we go. Oh my God. That's a lot of rain coming over towards Atlanta.
Can you bring that over here, please? It's been too hot.
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
So, yeah. So, that is coming our way, and the length of it, JT, I would also assume that that's not going to not miss the... No, it's not going to miss the circuit, is it? That is going to hit the circuit.
Also, viewers, I hope you like seeing double, because this is me just feeding the BTS feed in.
Inception. Cheers, JT.
Hello.
Ah!
Hello.
Double JT, there he is. Right, cheers, JT. Well, Jack, I'm a little bit scared now looking at that radar from JT, because that now tells me that we're going to be in for a hell of a long night.
Oh, a little bit of a loose moment there from Nemechek. That allows Shane Van Gisbergen to get through. Gibbs now to the inside, being pushed by his teammate Christopher Bell. And is he going to clear him? Not into 1 or 2, and we cut away to Kyle Larson's on board. The Penske's are currently 1, 2, and 3.
Well, this is working well for them, isn't it? With Austin Cindric making up into third position. And he's trying to go on the low side then to get past Logano. So JT's shown you the storm that is coming in over Atlanta. This is lap 19. We're riding with Logano. He's on the back of
Austin
Blaney.
Hill reporting that wind is starting to pick up. That's a live report from his scanner.
I thought the wind was starting to pick up because as he came out of turn 3, the car just looked like it twitched a little bit. There's a dark cloud following exit 2 down towards 3. Larson's now loving this speed, but again, we know that the HMS cars love this type of weather. They seem to run better in it. And it's unexplainable why that Chevy's got so much pace behind it. As soon as a little bit of tailwind comes in, it's whoosh, straight away, I'm away. It's fantastic. Did Silic die yet? No, he hasn't. He hasn't. Silic is not.
No, he's actually made a couple of laps so far. It's been actually good for him. I just want the guy to finish at this point. This is taking an entire year off his development, the amount of DNFs he's had.
Well, throw in as well, Joey Logano is having his best race of the season so far. I mean, what are we now? 20 races in? 21? What round is this of the season? It's on my calendar.
20.
We're 20. So we're 20 races in. Joey Logano's yet to win this year. This is insane. We're getting close to the end of the regular season. And, he's not even in the... What is he? He's bottom of my chart right now. He's on 395 points. If he finishes where he is today, he'll be on 448. But that's just in the cutoff line for the chase. Logano's doing terribly. And it's an even year. What's going on? Usually he wins.
I have no idea, to be honest, but I think Ford as a whole has just been off it this year, to be honest. I think they've only collected a couple of wins this year. They've just been off it this year.
Ryan Blaney's had more fun up in the commentary box on the truck races alongside Jamie Little. In fact, he dragged Logano up to one early on in the season as well. It's strange to think that we've been doing this now for over 23 weeks as well for a commentary for the NASCAR season. It is crazy, but we love every single second of it, and we're getting to the chase where it's just going to grow and grow and grow. Where are we next week, JT? Because in a few...
we are coming up to North Wilkesboro, aren't we? And then Indianapolis to the Brickyards 400.
I am so looking forward to North Wilkesboro. I know Matthew Owen's going to be in the booth with us for that one as we work to get him back up and running. As we now see again, Blaney by 0.251 over Logano. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way down to Austin Dillon are running in for a battle here for the lead. And that includes Jack Carson Hocevar running now in P5. He was P9 a few moments ago. He's closed up massively.
Yeah, he's doing well to close up the gap here, as is the man behind him, Austin Dillon. Austin Hill already made up about 20 places so far as well. He's been very quick.
Look at us.
And Hocevar into 4th place, the leading Chevy now.
Got ahead of Kyle Larson coming out of turn 3 into 4, pit road.
He started 14th. He's now in the 4th position. His spotter said your pace is really good, but Carson is saying, I didn't think the 3 was fast enough to push me. Now he has the 5 behind him. Dale, what's it like as a driver to feel these guys out and know who you want to work with?
Yeah, you can just kind of see the 77 can wrap the bottom better. Now he's going to pull up alongside the 2. The 77 has better turn. The 5 is struggling with tight. We heard that from Marty earlier. So the 5 car can't make the front turn in the corner. So he can't make these runs and moves that Hocevar can. He's struggling just a little bit. Had to lift out of the gas right there, did Larson.
He's pushing hard, isn't he, Jack, as well? You can sort of see it. Look at this. Since the start, Reddick's made up 23 places. Austin Hill, 21. Bell, 16. Byron, 14. Briscoe up 13 places. As I'm just getting a little bit, coming into turn 4 across the tri-oval into turn 1. Jack, are you seeing the same as me? Like, there's just little spots starting to hit of moisture through the circuit there. Hasn't, it's just...
Not there yet, but I
coming.
think that it's definitely coming. Like, you can see the clouds in the distance. There's Tyler Reddick up into 8th position, the 2nd placed of the Toyotas. So he's made 23 places up, and he won here last time out. So
Yeah, by 0.164 of a second coming into it over the line. Didn't have to look down because the previous one was 0.168. The previous one, 0.003. We mentioned in the pre-race show earlier on. We're watching Reddick now on the back of the 19 coming in, trying to find a little bit. It's in the Free Bird livery this weekend is the 19, not the Bass Pro Shops car coming into it. So Chase Briscoe's P8. Now it's Tyler Reddick who'll take over P7 by going through on the inside line. I've only had a tiny bit of the coffee that Megan's given me, and it's just woken my brain up massively with inside the first 15 minutes. So my brain needs its fast juice. Pit road.
On the move right there, Tyler Reddick already up to the 7th position. His crew chief told me even though they qualified back in the field, he felt like the car had speed, said they just got loose in qualifying. Tyler has been pretty quiet on the radio, guys. He said the car's pretty good right now, but it is all about track position, getting to the front, because we know what he can do if he gets there.
Exactly, we know what Reddick can do at this track, Jack, and he's going to go after stage points because I know it's not important to win the regular season because it's all about the chase for Tyler Reddick. It has been since the very start, but he wants to win the regular season, doesn't he? He's got that almost.
Look at that, right round the outside of Larson he goes.
He's got through on Larson, and that's critical. He's gonna, if he gets on a Blaney as well, don't forget, Hamlin currently on 768 as it stands live points. But Reddick is on 754 as it stands, so it'll be a 39-point advantage coming into today's strategy. But Reddick is lighting up my timing screen, and he's just done lap 26 of 30.297. So even a few moments ago, he is going faster and getting faster out here on the circuit. Well, this is absolutely amazing. What a battle we've got. We're past halfway in stage 1. TT go to our break. We'll pick up now on the world feed as Blaney leads over the line from Logano, Cindric, Hocevar, Dillon, top 5, Reddick, Larson, Briscoe, Wallace and Elliott in the top 10. But it really is still the top 6 that are all sort of trained together as the natural light starts to fade, the artificial light starts to take over. Logano's trying to go on the low line in the bottom lane, coming through 3 and 4. Logano's still trying to navigate his teammate. It's almost like he's blocking Hocevar from going on the attack. Cindric's going high, Logano's going low, Blaney's staying in the centre, Penske in very much a bit of a gap, but are blocking all 3 lanes, and here they go again, look. So they are trying to stop Hocevar getting a tow here, Jack, and that's going to bring back in Dillon, Reddick, and Larson's dropped down to 7th.
Yeah, Hocevar also catching up still to Cindric. He's trying to get the places. I don't know if everyone's mostly like fuel saving at this point. We might see some more guys getting closer towards the end, but the Penske's look, as I expected, very fast today.
And that's what we need as well, isn't it, JT? Penske fast, Penske quick, because they have, as we mentioned earlier on, a rubbish start to the season. And everything is now good on the behind-the-scenes stream. So if you want to become a JB Motorsports member and get behind-the-scenes information and see how JT helps us in the production office and in the comms office, get over there now to JB Motorsports members. JT, how have you found the race so far as we're 36 laps in?
Yeah, 36 laps in. How many more will we have before the weather arrives, if it does arrive? At the moment it does look like it is going to arrive later on into the race. I was going to try and work out how long, but the radar that I use has had an update and there is a bug where you can't click a button to find out how long.
Oh, nice.
It is arriving in, so awesome there. In the Discord and in the chat I was talking about the lights that I have purchased, and they were only on the TV downstairs. They've now been put on the TV in my studio as well, so they are fully operational. However, I was going to keep the secret. Unfortunately, they are currently manual. I haven't worked out how to automate them, which is so annoying, but at least they're much easier to control than the other manual lights that I have, because I will show it on the BTS feed.
Well, thank you very much to the Shrew8853 for becoming a member on JB Motorsports. Thank you very much. You'll be able to see that graphic now. Welcome to the team.
See? It's just eight single buttons instead of having to go through a whole scroll wheel. For example...
Sorry, I've lost my mouse. Sorry, my mouse has ended up on my iPad and I can't get it back to... Here we go.
Wow.
I hate that from Apple sometimes. My mouse ended up on my iPad. Go on, JT, we got it.
For example, green. Caution is not working. Incredible. That is meant to be caution. Red. Static green. White. Static red. Off.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Eight simple buttons. Anyway, awesome. I need to now work out why the caution is white, not yellow.
Together to break this guy's up.
Reddick trying to pass Cindric now as well, but he's already dealt with Hocevar, so it's still P4. But Reddick wants to work with Hocevar, it looks like, Jack. That works out.
Yeah, Reddick and Hocevar appear to be the two fastest non-Penske's
There we go.
so far as we shift. We're going to lap some more people here. I think this is the 34 of Todd Gilliland and the 6 of Brad Keselowski.
I've got some great news for you. Some great news. Chad Fincham is not last. Cody Ware, BJ McLeod and Noah Gragson have all dropped behind Chad Fincham. Chad's running in 35th place out of 38 runners.
The thing is, MBM went on the radio, Carl Long went on the radio and said that he is doing the same lap times right now as Gragson and the people around him. So that is a positive. I mean, if they don't finish last, that is a positive to that team. Again, I understand they are running on a smaller budget than any other team.
We'll fade back. Just take a look at the last lap times for Chad Fincham. He's in 35th position, 31.410. Cody Ware, 31.5. BJ McLeod, 32.3. Gragson, 32.5. He's running nearly a second. He is running 1.1 seconds faster than Noah Gragson. What is going on with that number 4 car? And he's running down 38th.
So far,
I'll tell you what's going on with it.
A moment ago, very edgy on the extremities and too tight at max load.
Go on, Jack.
I was going to say Gragson's driving it, but I don't know if that's the sole problem. Rumour that he might be out of a ride next year.
Oh, look at Reddick.
A lot of people...
Sorry to cut across, Jack. Reddick cutting down low as TNT give us a really weird picture-in-picture. Looks like he's wearing a Homer Simpson's bucket.
Someone's forgotten to remove the overlay.
Yeah, honestly...
Like you're wearing one of those box hats, where you got the two little...
It's Homer Simpson's bucket from when he had the bucket stuck on his head with glue when he's driving, and he's like, no, I can see fine. It's like that. This is giving me a bit of a headache. It's like driving with the Halo in Formula 1. So, did Reddick get through there? No, he didn't. Cindric's
No, he did not.
Not that we could see. That had nothing to do with the bucket. Look at the Penske's.
Bucket hat is not aerodynamic.
Look at the... Oh, that was a great slingshot!
Reddick
going down low and should get ahead of Cindric down low into turn 3. He got that perfect slingshot out of 2, down the inside, and now look, Logano's come down to protect Blaney. Cindric's going to have to close ranks here and really start putting the power down, but Reddick has driven alongside. Larson's coming down 3 wide over the line into turn 1. Larson's going to go from 5th to 3rd by the first corner. He's cleared him. He has cleared them, Jack. Oh, but
Hocevar!
Oh, my God!
No, I don't think he's going to go in there.
Reddick's going to clear Cindric. Larson's already on the back of Logano coming into it. Hocevar's backed out of it for the first time in his life. And now look at it. Cindric's desperate to get ahead of Kyle Larson, who's running in P3. Logano wingmanging the hell out of Ryan Blaney right now.
And here you go. He's going to go for the slingshot here. Kyle Larson to the inside into turn 1. He dives down. Side by side still. I think he's going to get ahead, though.
He's got him.
Yeah, he's clear. He's clear. Second place, Kyle Larson, number 5 car.
And now look at the gap that this is making at the front, because now Larson's right on the back of Blaney. Logano's already dropped down. And now here comes the 45 of Tyler Reddick coming into it. This is all kicking off with 15 to go in this stage as they come over the line. Blaney looking for the first time. Completely vulnerable out here. Larson's P2. Logano P3. Reddick P4. And Reddick is hounding down Joey Logano, who cuts down low. Larson blocks him. Blaney Blaney's got no one behind him, no one alongside him. He's completely lost the draft. Larson's going to get a massive side draft. They're touching into turn 3. Kyle Larson stays low, and Larson should take the lead, but can he clear Blaney, who's keeping the high line through turn 3?
Look at the side draft Blaney's getting.
And look at Reddick right behind. He's going to get a toe at Logano because Reddick has now cleared Logano for 3rd position, but it's still Ryan Blaney who's got the toe ahead of Larson, and Larson cuts down. He touches Reddick. They both lose pace, and they all sort of spread out. What a cracking couple of laps.
Yeah, he completely cut Reddick off. There goes Hocevar down the inside. I don't know if that's the smartest move in the world, but he's made it stick on Cindric.
He's going on Logano as well.
Alongside Logano now. Side by side, exiting 4. Side by side as well, Larson and Reddick as they approach Zane Smith, who is complaining about his car being loose. I think that's Zane Smith anyway. Who's complaining about his car being loose, and Reddick is up into 2nd position.
Reddick up to P2, Larson down to 3rd. Cindric has dropped all the way down to 6th position, so Hocevar has managed to clear him as they come into it. This is a fantastic... When was the last time we had 6 cars in a battle on a speedway? This is fantastic because they're all not side by side, 3 wide like we see at Daytona or at Talladega. This is proper lapping traffic, single file, getting the draft. It's a proper race, and it's only stage 1. We've got another 210 laps to go. This is lap 50 here of the Quaker State 400.
Yeah, I was wrong, by the way, about that it's not Zane Smith. It is in fact Noah Gragson, who has gone a 2nd lap down. That car is just about as slow as something
Mobile?
very slow. No, we're not going to say Xfinity Internet. It's not. It's nowhere near as fast as Xfinity Internet. Unfortunately, I don't get paid 1K for it.
The O'Reilly Auto Parts Series last night, of course, this morning there was a large rise in sales from O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
I was about to say.
I've heard that it was all of the teams trying to buy parts to fix their race cars.
It was a bloodbath.
All I can say is that there was a massive increase in sales from. Seriously, the marketing clearly works because there was clearly a massive increase in sales. Chastain puts his finger out there to say where to go for Blaney there.
1 seat for lunch is
Chastain
reserved
a lap
later
down.
on. That's insane. We've got drivers flipping each other the bird at over 180 miles an hour, and they don't give a flying monkeys. This is fantastic. Now,
he nearly got alongside.
Really going up from Chastain. What a difference from Chastain compared to last week where he was chasing at the front. He's 32nd here in Atlanta. That's a really shocking change week to week. The cloud's starting to come over. It's hard to tell if it's cloud cover or it is the night drawing in. Just quickly, this is what JT texts me at 4:32 in the morning. 13 cautions, 4 red flag, double overtime. It was chaos.
And all that for a Justin Allgaier win.
I fell asleep. I was.
And you're like,
yeah.
I just wish we could have got someone interesting like Garrett Smithley winning the race.
I had to be up to cover the.
He got 6th as well.
He
Fair
got
play
6th,
to him.
yeah. JT mentioned that. Yeah, he got 6th. Now the thing is, I set an alarm for every 15 or so minutes just to check the stream was going all right because I was producing it. But I had to be up for 8:30 to cover the MotoGP. So I fell asleep. My alarms ran out. It was that big of a red flag. And I woke up to JT texting me. Thank God he did. Because he texted me that the race was over about half an hour ago. And I looked over and it was just the world feed ticking over on the international telecast. So thank God there was no audio. Thank God there was nothing, playing out like in the olden days here in the UK. If you used to leave Men and Motors on, it used to turn into a Freeview station for pornographic material. So thank God that didn't happen. But yeah, lesson learned to set alarms for a lot longer when it's an O'Reilly race in the middle of the night. Because it goes long into the night. But yeah, that was a true story, by the way. Men and Motors, which actually used to carry the NASCAR broadcast here in the UK back in the very early 90s as well, before Sky Sports became a thing. If you used to leave it on past 1 o'clock in the morning, it used to turn into a Freeview channel for pornography. That is the weirdest thing on the planet to know, but I'm sure you folks over there in America have something very similar to that, or did have, back in the 90s, early 2000s, before the invention of the internet. Meantime, here, we've got 3 laps to go before the end of stage 1, and surprise, surprise, it's the race winner from the spring race, winter, spring race? It's Reddick on the back of Blaney, and this is not going to be that hard, Jack, because it looks like it's going to be an easy-peasy manoeuvre. And he's going for it, Reddick down
Here we
low.
go. Side by side. And he side draft him enough, though.
Keeps it
Got
on.
to side draft him into the corner. There you go. Side by side. I don't know if he's going to have enough pace, though. Blaney is looking very quick. All the petty... Oh, contact!
Oh, Blaney!
They're still side drafting, and then Reddick is going to try and go high now. Reddick's one of his favourite lines, the high line. Always got to go for the high line. Blaney blocks him off, though.
Last lap then, here in stage 1, as they're approaching lap traffic, but Ryan Blaney is keeping Reddick right behind him. Reddick trying to go low, trying to get the toe off the back. I want to say, is that Cody Ware and Chad Fincham? Yes, it is, and it is the 66. That's going to cause a problem. Fincham got loose, Blaney got loose, Reddick got loose. It all sort of congealed together, and Chad Fincham has stopped Reddick from getting the stage win. It is the green checkered, and it is Ryan Blaney who wins stage 1 of the Quaker State 400 here at Atlanta in an absolutely brilliant defensive position to use the 2-lap cars of Chad Fincham and Cody Ware, 35th and 36th, to put them in position. Now talk us through this, Jack, because Reddick was ahead, but as soon as they hit the lap traffic and there was a bit of contact, Blaney was able to stay on the outside.
Yeah, there's the contact there. And then the lap traffic, I don't think it really had any impact. I don't think Reddick necessarily had the pace to get past Blaney. It's some valuable stage points for the 45 crew.
Very much needed. Ryan Blaney then wins stage 1. That brings us to the caution here. Stage 1 complete here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And now we gear up for stage 2 to come through. Ryan Preece is the free pass coming into it. Well, what do you make of that one then, Jack?
Well, it was a fairly... It almost brought back memories of like a late 2000s Daytona type race.
It was fun.
With all the tandem drafting.
Would you like to have that again?
Not necessarily. I'm not personally one of those. I was a big fan of tandem drafting myself, though.
So Ryan Blaney.
Seth Eggert.
Go on, JT. What have you got?
Seth Eggert, who now follows me on the Twitter, believe it or not, JB. That was an insane notification to receive at what was 4 a.m. this morning. Seth Eggert says that was Blaney's 52nd career stage win in the NASCAR Cup Series. Bob Popcraft saying that the cell towers are still a threat. They are weakening and hopefully won't be a night ender if it hits. We are keeping a live track on it on the BTS feed there. I can tell you that it is definitely weakening.
That's something of a good thing.
However, the radar has just broken, so I'm going to have to reopen it. Incredible scenes.
Oh, well, that was something at least. So, top 10 in that one and getting stage points coming into it. I'm just going to get that set up actually here on my monitors. The stage finish. Here we go. Ryan Blaney gets 10 points. Tyler Reddick 9. Carl Larson 8. Joey Legarnon 7. Austin Cindric is 6. Carson Hosifar 5. Austin Dillon 4. Chase Briscoe 3. Chase Elliott 2. Bubba Wallace on 1. That's your stage points. I'm to write them in
there
now.
You go, JB.
Okay, we have that on our screen. What have we got?
It's yellow. So, here is the current radar. There is Atlanta. Here is the radar blind zone, which I talk about every single time I do weather stuff, so I'm not going to repeat myself. We don't know what's under there. However, this band here has kind of wrapped itself around to the south, so we can kind of see that it is still there. It is weakening, as you can see. There's less red in that bit. It's just what happens to this bit and where this ends up.
I don't think NASCAR are going to mess around here with the stage breaks. They're going to open pit road as soon as they possibly can because they want to get this race completed ASAP. And we don't want to spend 8-9 laps behind the pace car. Right, stage break to TNT.
When they're so tight coming off of turn 4, and guys, honestly, we see that a lot. That's where the most incidents happen. It seems to be off of turn 4, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to manage from the spotter stand, and how the game changes here just because as we talk about so much, how quickly things unfold.
Yeah, we talk a lot about real estate on the racetrack. I will point out, just before we get to these pit stops, 30 cars on the lead lap. These are the shortest pit boxes of this season. So when you think about big mile-and-a-half racetrack that doesn't jump out, you think Martinsville or Bristol. But just keep in mind, a very long pit roads, we see a lot of speeding penalties and very clear communication in and out of the pit box. Not a lot of real estate.
Not a lot, but we're about to get open.
Reddick.
Pit road is open. Let's see what they've got to offer. Our first stops of the day here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Race. Now you want to maintain it. Making their way to the traditional pit road. Here's Shannon.
Yeah, Adam, from 31st to 2nd, what a run for Tyler Reddick. He has cut into that points lead Denny Hamlin had by just 9 back right now. He said the car is loose, but it got better as the track went on and rubbered up a little bit and got a little bit tighter. So they're just going to do 4 tires and wait on fuel, Danielle.
Same for Carson Hocevar. A fantastic first stage. Started 14th, got up to 6th. They're taking 4 tires, 2 cans of fuel. They told Carson, you'll be waiting on fuel. Do not go on the jack man. Go on the fuel man, Anthony Pursuit. Marty?
Kyle Larson said it was really lane dependent for his handling. Too tight on the bottom. The middle and the top were much more neutral. Wire to wire for Ryan Blaney. Bottom of your screen for the stage 1 win. He said the car starts free, but just lost overall grip. And according to him, it was kind of interesting how big of a swing the handling move was.
Blaney has the #1 pit stall after winning the pole, but he goes back 2 as Reddick jumps in front of Larson as the first 2 out. Dillon comes out behind him, and there you see the difference coming off the pit lane. Ryan Preece gets the free pass. He's back on the lead lap. Stage 2 next on TNT.
And stage 1 was absolutely cracking. I'm glad everyone's enjoying the commentary. For 1 o'clock in the morning here in the UK, I think everyone happy to say that this is brought to you by coffee. This is giving us a boost. I've been awake since 8:30 this morning. JT has had a day and a half. Anyway, we need...
Penalty, Riley Herbst, too fast on pit road.
Damn it. And it was going so well. So...
Well,
You've had a day?
slept until like 5 p.m.
But you had a day of 8.5 because didn't your car break down?
Yes. I tried to sleep until... Well, I slept until 5 p.m. but I had to get up early in the morning because the car was enjoying life. We had to go to
enjoying life.
Car workshops, everything. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I should have gone to Aldershot today. That did not happen. First time that we've missed the van meeting there in 2 years, because this would have been our 3rd time of going to there. But life goes on.
I've just been drawing, sorry, but yeah. I am that hyperactive today. I'm going to show you guys first. Oh, but my pen just dropped. Been doodling on my notes. How do I show the com cam? Is that one? Yeah, there's the com cam. Come on, iPad. I've been doodling. That's my com notes that we have up here in the box. It tells us races, stats and everything. So if I zoom in and show you actually.
Drawn by JB.
Yeah. So it gives us all the
with
stats.
the artistic skill of a 2-year-old.
Thank you. It gives us all the stats and information. And I've just been doodling, including what I think is a very nice NASCAR logo. But yeah, that's sort of what we've been up to. I don't know, I think that's quite nice. But yeah, it's I stay we all get this booklet, don't we? The stats sheet that NASCAR give us week in, week out. I stay mainly on page with the quick facts because I'm able to see, stage facts and everything, and then if I need to, I can scroll down to performance of the tracks, actual stats and facts, and scroll up and see the entry list. It's just a nice little page, and if I need them, I've got the race results from every single one this year plus last year. It's a great little document they give us. Back to TNT.
On rails. He has. Blaney's going to have his hands full because Reddick obviously now has the lead. You see the amount of positions he's gained. Bell, another car that's moved up, Bubba Wallace, and what I see right there, a lot of Toyotas. We talked about the speed they've had all year long. They didn't qualify well, but they have great handling cars, Jeff, and that is key tonight.
Handling is the key tonight. It reminds me of Daytona, the 90s and early 2000s. Cars that drive well, they can go to the front. Ross Chastain, he was so bad in the first stage, he actually got lapped.
78
Reese got lapped, he just got back at a lead
speeding
lap.
as well.
The guys that are struggling, it could be a long night.
Tyler Reddick wins the race off pit road. He seems to be in position, Adam. Dale, it is amazing how fast Tyler Reddick is right now.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive that team nailed the setup as well as they did. A lot of teams, they would come down pit road. Everybody worked on their race cars. We might see some cars improve, some new players start to move toward the front of the field. I know a lot of guys were dying to get to pit road. We've seen a ton of cars not driving too good that first stage.
Yeah, so the adjustments are going to be huge. And when we looked at pit road, it didn't shock me that Blaney lost the lead. Look, you want to lead. He's led 64 laps, but he was out there wide open, burning gas. So that 12 car probably needed a little bit more gas on his pit stop. For that reason, he lost a couple spots, but no harm, no foul. Still third. Now the question is, where do you pick?
Coming up to the choose, you'll see them go to the inside and the outside, picking their lines on how they want to do this. A lot of Chevrolets down there on the inside, first 3 rows. They've, the whole series has the Penske Fords busted up. Can they keep it that way for the remainder of this race? It'll be tough for them to get all back together.
Let's get a little Chase Briscoe radio here.
The rain comes, what is it for tonight, or the rain? There's another huge cell behind the building. So. All right, so just race like we're racing halfway? Yeah, just race like we're coming to a fucking race.
So this is getting really interesting that the rain is going to hit, but it's not the rain we originally thought was going to hit, Jack. So it's pretty much go, go, go until you can have an ending to it. This is fantastic. Right. Sit back, buckle up. The sun is setting, the artificial light has taken over, and we are about to start stage 2. It is 100 laps. We've already run 8 of them, so we have 92 left to go. It'll be 91 when we go to green. It restarts with Tyler Reddick on the high line, and it's Kyle Larson on the low line. Behind Blaney and Dylan, Bell, Hocevar, Cindric, Logano, Briscoe and Wallace, your top 10. Into the Echo Park restart zone at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and we are racing again. I wonder if Ryan Blaney might get called up for a penalty because he was go a lot more faster than what Reddick and Larson was. I think Blaney jumped the restart. Now that could be a penalty coming. We'll keep an eye on that. He was definitely pushing Reddick before the go point. It's all clear through 1 and 2. Larson keeping that low line as he comes in towards 3 and 4. Staying up high is Reddick. And Blaney has backed out. He's alongside Austin Dillon. But in comes Bell and Hocevar as they complete lap 1. Reddick's high line enables him to cut in front of Larson. Cutting down low is Austin Dillon. And Ryan Blaney sort of trying to make it go 3 wide as he is making it go 3 wide through turn 1. Larson's piggy in the middle. He drops back. Hocevar's coming in the low line. Larson blocks off.
Dylan go?
Yeah, Dylan's round the outside because that was all because the 20 of Bell got held up by the 5. And now look at this, to the lead. Austin Dillon is attempting Tyler Reddick on the low line through 3 and 4. Is he going to lead a lap here over the line? The gap 0.036 of a second. So. No, 36,000 Jack over the line.
Hocevar to the inside.
This is going to create a yellow if they're not careful here. They've got to keep it wide. Look at that. Carson Hocevar now takes second position. What an incredible start to stage 2. Reddick is still pushing out front. Ryan Blaney has kept that outside line for momentum. He's now going to retake second. Hocevar on the double yellow line, almost losing the rear. He's side by side now with Ryan Blaney, who's pushing to the front of Tyler Reddick over the line. Lap 12 already of 100 in stage 2. And look, diving down low. Briscoe's coming in. Logano's coming back. Dylan's dropping back. Here comes Bell round the outside. And it's all going mad in the centre field, Jack, as now sinking back is Austin Dillon.
Yeah, it was starting to. Yeah, it's been starting to look like, dare I say it, but the racing in stage 1 was starting to feel a little more old Atlanta.
This is starting to feel a bit more Atlanta. Look at this. Logano says, Logano's not happy on the radio. We'll get JT to transcribe why in a few seconds' time. As Reddick now loses the lead. Through goes Blaney and Larson. Reddick's down to 3rd and he's under attack now from the 19 as well. The 3 Bird going through, and that is Briscoe. Hocevar's under attack now. Bell's coming in. We're riding with the Hunt Brothers Pizza. Joey Logano. He's 3 wide with Hocevar and I think Bubba Wallace on the high line. It could also be Eric Jones. It's either the 23 or the 43. It's the 43 on the high line. So it is Jones running in 8th. Bubba's already moved ahead. Hocevar's dropped down to 9th place. Austin Dillon's gone to 10th as they come into it. This is like we're racing at Daytona. I've never talked so much in the opening laps of stage 2, Jack. This is incredible. And look at that. Ryan Blaney's got absolutely no traction coming out of turn 3. Larson trying to go on the high line to swing round the outside. He's getting a push from Reddick, and Blaney's got absolutely no one to attack through, and that puts Larson to the lead by 22 thousandths. But it all changes in turn 2. They'll all bunch up, and now here comes Bubba Wallace, who's gone from 10th to 3rd in the space of 1 corner, and they're not even pack racing. This is just side-by-side drafting. 3 wide further back as Briscoe tries to come down. Here comes the 20 of Bell. Hocevar's in here too. It is 3 by 3 as they come out onto the front stretch. This is incredible, Jack.
One thing to add, spotters say rain is about 20 minutes out, they think.
We need to get to lap 130.
But it definitely is starting to dissipate as it moves towards the circuit.
Okay, so we need to get to lap 130. That's the magic point.
Might
if
do
we
that.
can't restart. We're on lap 75. And we're running at 30 seconds per lap. If it's, 20 minutes away? That's 40 laps. That'll take us to around about 120. Okay, so that will be on the cusp. We might be able to run it for a couple laps behind the caution to make it, but that's calculating. It'll take us to 140 to go. So that's not where we need to be. Be about lap 120 overall. Larson is the leader. He's cleared around the outside of Ryan Blaney. Reddick's keeping in pit road.
Relationship between driver and spotter. I was talking to Charles DeKnight, Bubba's crew chief, this morning. I said, what makes Bubba so good on drafting tracks? He said not only his instinct, but Freddie. They've been together 17 years. Pretty remarkable. All the way back to Bubba's trucking days. They know each other very well.
Thank you very much for Loza there saying, Loza down it's 10:07 where you are in the morning, or is it the evening over there? It's 1:09 in the morning here in the UK on Monday. England for the World Cup. Definitely after this one. Thank you.
One can hope so.
Thank you, by the way, to the Americans, Mexico as well. And who else is hosting it this year? Canada. For a wonderful World Cup hosting. You guys have really put it on brilliantly. And I'm glad you've all sort of taken it to your hearts, as soccer, as you put it, is fantastic. It's been really a good World Cup.
Hocevar scrubbed the wall.
Okay, so that's in P3, so I'm glad he didn't spin and cause the big one, because I think, guys, this is starting to feel like we could have a big one in Atlanta. The way they're racing, it's clean, but it's bad. Jack, here's Hocevar scraping the wall. Did Reddick get in there too?
Here we go. He gets up the track and he
Reddick.
just hits the wall. Reddick hits the wall as well. Probably because he's just following Hocevar. I don't think there's any major damage to either car, though. I think they're all right.
Yeah, getting sucked in there as well. It's easy to do, and it's so simple to do as well as they come into it. 20 of 100 coming in, and it's all together. 80 of 260, so we're nowhere near the halfway. Ryan Blaney is making that pink Ford Panther as wide as possible at the front of the field. Larson's under attack now from Hocevar, who's got second position overall as they come out of turn 3. And we're a bit spread out now, I think we can say. There's enough room now for an old-style race. Who's that coming to? That's Bubba Wallace now, who's made up his way. He's trying to go side by side. Well, I hope that wasn't lightning I just saw. I hope that was a picture breakup, Jack. But we were on Bubba Wallace, and I thought I saw lightning in the sky. I hope not. Yeah, I hope it was just a camera breakup.
I hope not too.
Yeah, JT will get on the lightning tracker with that one. But this is, well, no red flag from race control. We're 50 minutes into the race. It's lap 81, now starting 82. Blaney leading by 0.13 of a second over the line. Larson holding back because here we go on the inside. Coming back into play is Carson Hocevar, low line. Bell is alongside
Chase
Wallace.
Elliott too.
Elliott's in 7th position. He's quietly come out of nowhere. It's like we're watching horse racing, Jack. The Grand National or the Kentucky Derby. This is fantastic.
I wouldn't know. I don't watch horse racing.
Well, this is like a horse racing. I feel like I should be shouting out really weird names at horses as coming into it.
And there's probably a lot less money being made off betting here for a NASCAR race than horse racing.
I know some people have put a quid on just
Hocevar goes for the lead.
Here's Hurricane on the inside of Stash for the lead.
He gets it.
And Hocevar leads, and now, predictably, he might crash in front of everybody. We've seen that before this season, haven't we?
Well...
Blaney, yeah, but look, Hocevar's got absolutely no traction in front of him. He's got no one to push him, no one to turn on the side of him. Blaney's now taken up that mantle, but I was surprised that Blaney just didn't go straight back through. This is tactical from Blaney. He wants to save his tyres a little bit. Now he'll take the outside line. He'll drag Reddick with him and Bell, who's taking the middle lane. Larson stays low, hoping to get a traction off Hocevar, but there's only 2 cars on the low line inside the top 4-5 rows, so that's not going to work in a month of Sundays.
All I'll say, by the way, is that all I can say about the nickname you gave Blaney of Stash, I think we'd all have a moustache if we could rock it as good as Ryan Blaney.
Do we call Joey Logano Baldy then? That's what Blaney called
I
at the start
guess
of the year. It's not alopecia he's got, isn't it, J2? He's shaved it off to regrow,
No.
isn't it? What is it?
I think he has just shaved it off.
No, he does have a hair condition.
But he
Oh, does he? I did not know that.
But did he just shave it off at the start of the year for some reason? I can't remember. I think, wasn't it for charity or something?
No.
Oh, he just shaved it off. Oh, Reddy getting loose. Sorry, Reddy got loose from the side of Bell through turn 1. There are dark clouds approaching through 1 and 2. They're getting a bit closer.
It was a flare-up of alopecia that caused it.
Do you know what I'm realising, by the way, as the more this race goes on? My mouth is tasting of coffee, and all I can smell is Nina's room. So Nina drinks a lot of coffee. Nina drinks a lot of coffee. She's a coffee drinker, so it's really throwing me off at the moment. I'm drinking my coffee, and I'm just smelling Nina's room. It's really throwing me off.
That must be the most awful room. Jeez.
Oh no, honestly, wake up in the middle of the night and smelling coffee is fantastic.
I hate the smell of coffee, I'm sorry.
No, it's really throwing me off. Nina, if you're watching this back, it's really throwing me off. The coffee just smells of her.
Coffee is like the most overrated drink ever, by the way. Just wanted to say that.
Coffee is fueling this broadcast. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, and Diet Coke is as well, as Bubba Wallace goes to the inside of,
I've got full
Chase Elliott.
I've got full fat Coke ready on the side as well.
I have Diet because Tesco was doing a freebie Thursday on their club card, and their freebie this week is Reddick goes down to the inside.
Yeah,
For the lead.
Hocevar got loose, and Hocevar's nearly in the wall. He nearly takes with him Blaney as well, but he's side by side. Oh, and look at that! Bubba Wallace coming out from nowhere in the triangle into turn 1. He sends it down low. He's now side by side with Ryan Blaney. Larson's in there too. So is Jones coming into it. Hocevar's still in the lead of the race. Reddick's dropping back several places. He's side by side with Larson. And then you've got Logano, Jones on the high line. Not a time to cut away for a replay here, TNT, because it was all going wild at the front here, Jack, but this was the moment where the 77 touched the wall.
And Reddick, and yet these two are now 1 and 2. Incredible.
Over the line, and now we're starting to see the 3x3 pack racing stereotypical to here and Daytona. Daniela.
But you just saw he brushed the wall, immediately radioed this into his team.
Hit the wall in time. I misjudged it on 4. Joe, I smoked the wall. 10-4, we'll take a look at it. Yeah, we will look at pictures here. Still have them.
They are looking at some pictures, but as you can see, he is still very, very fast. Remember, guys, he won this race earlier this year without a right front fender, obviously. Doesn't want to have to do that again. So far fast, maybe just a little damage.
JT's got news coming in as we go 3 wide further back. Reddick's getting passed by Jones on the high line, Bell on the low line. Now in there as well, Chase Elliott. As the dark clouds approaching through turn 1 and 2, JT says as well that this cell should stay south. However, there is storm about 10 miles southwest of the speedway. Closest lightning is about 12 miles away. JT, you've got more information on that.
Yes, I do, and it's whether we might have a stray lightning bolt. We shouldn't, but this is US weather. Anything could happen. At the moment, it is projected to stay south. Keep a very, very close eye on it.
We just got
3 wide. Someone's up into the wall.
Yeah, we got juniored. So I heard him say, "Oh, someone's in the wall." So I reckon that's the 43 Jones.
Dale Junior jump scare.
Yeah, I heard him in the back of my headset.
I think it was Shane van Guggenheimer who got a little loose.
Oh, not SVG. The Kiwi is actually now got a German name. Look at this, though. Ryan Blaney side by side with Carson Hocevar. Hocevar's going to keep the lead. Blaney's on the high line. Look at Larson nearly getting tipped out by the 43. That was very close to contact through turn 3. Over the line, side by side. Blaney's going to get ahead over the line by 52 thousandths of a second to Carson Hocevar. Bubba Wallace now taking in P3. Bell 4th. Reddick, Larson, Jones, Elliott, Logano, Sindri in the top 10. But as soon as I say it, it's all wrong. The positions are fluctuating faster than Doc Brown's flux capacitor at 88 miles an hour. Through the inside at 3 now on the high line. Larson bringing within the 43. 3 wide as Elliott's alongside that 43 and Logano. That's 7, 8 and 9 together. Over the line once more. Blaney and Hocevar by 33 thousandths of a second. 83 thousandths of a second back is Bubba Wallace as now they all go 3 wide. Here comes Bell trying to navigate on the inside line through turn 2. He can't find a way through. It's either trying to go side by side, but it's not going right. This is incredible racing, Jack.
Yeah, racing's starting to look a little more modern Atlanta as Reddick also and Larson got way loose there. That holds him up and that allows Eric Jones, Austin Cindric, Shane van Guggenheimer now just behind him. Ty Gibsonheimer as well, or whatever I want to say, I don't know.
This is looking...
NASCAR Chasm has spoken, by the way.
What's he saying?
And says, Shane van Guggenheimer is SVG's alter ego that does pretty well in ovals.
Well, to be fair, it's a stat I want to bring out. SVG has actually led laps here in Atlanta. He was in the first opening 7 races of the season. Shane van Gisbergen was the only driver to win laps led across everybody. He was really good. So I'm not surprised that SVG's running in P10. Daniela.
6. He told me it would take about 10 to 15 laps to figure out what kind of car he had, guys. He's figured it out. He doesn't like it, and he is having a conversation with Rudy Fugle about it right now.
Loudly my this is terrible. I heard you, okay? I heard you.
Oh, Larson starts the wall.
Your 5 numbers loose. I put around to the left rear. We're too tight right now. It's the sight offset. We can park it, or we can keep trying until I get to work on it again. Let's try the thing.
Larson's...
Two-time Atlanta winner right there. That's William Byron. Steve Dale, I bet you guys never had conversations like that, right?
Oh, I can tell you what, Junior's had a conversation with it. Look at that, though. Even touching the wall, not being happy with the car. Byron still making his way throughout the field. He's 18th at the moment. He might move up ahead of Suarez, Buscher, maybe Hamlin sooner or later. But over the line, it's still Ryan Blaney leading by 0.2 of a second to Bubba Wallace as he closes that gap down through turn 1 and 2. It's still 3 wide further back. This is that 39 of 100 of stage 2. We're about to take over that magical 100 laps here inside an hour. So 100 inside an hour takes us to 30. It might just be possible here. This is a really strong race today. These guys super duper impressing me. It's lap 100 of the Quaker State 400. Jack, this has been incredible.
Yeah, all I can say is it has been a lot of fun watching these guys race. I will say the pack is more spread out than I was expecting, but I think that's because of the aging that this track has done. Can't wait to see how this track races in a couple of years, to be honest.
JT, even in the years we've had it since the replay, this has been absolutely incredible. You're changing the layout. People say, oh, but the old Atlanta was better. This is close racing every single time we come here. Atlanta delivers.
It does, and you've seen how many photo finishes we've had here across the years. As I heard that, it's a happy hour in Birch's commentary box.
I've opened up the full fat Coke. As much as I love my coffee, I need a bit of a cold one. It's cold coffee, but it's iced coffee, which I think is the secret ingredient to do a NASCAR race these days. And I just needed a quick cold drink. JT and Jack can stand. Usually I'm sat down during a NASCAR race. I'm up on my feet right now in the box.
Yeah, but you okay?
No, I'm not. I think the coffee's really hit. Look, hello everyone. Look, I'm standing up. I never stand up in the NASCAR unless it's the end or a start. I'm usually sat down. But this coffee that Megan has made me has hit like a buzz monster in my brain. And I'm just all over this incredible race. The adrenaline is pumping. So I think the next time we have this, we're going to have the same coffee and see what happens. Incredible start to this race.
I was going to say incredible coffee for a second.
Oh, it is incredible coffee. It's caramelised coffee, homemade.
Well, that actually sounds quite nice, to be fair.
Megan made it she got a nice coffee machine for her birthday. So I said, look, Megs, it's a late one. I had no energy after the tennis. So I went for a quick shower. Okay, felt okay, cleaned myself up, and said to Megan when I got to the box, look, can you please make me a coffee? So she brought it in, and there's a lot of coffee in that, and I just had a few sips, and it just on brilliantly. I'll sleep, which is what I need after this. But yeah, it's like a Le Mans race. Just keep it going. I'll crash eventually, but hopefully by then we are done, because it's 1:23 a.m. here in the UK. Bob Poggrass has just said, by the way, he's on. If there's a caution for rain after the halfway, is it called or not? That's a question from Zachary to Bob on Twitter. Bob has replied, I would expect NASCAR to wait it out and try to resume if at all possible. Would need enough time to dry, about 60 minutes. Would not expect NASCAR to want to race much beyond 1 a.m. Eastern. I think that might change today, boys, considering it's a Sunday night race, not a Saturday night race. And I
don't think it will.
Well, they're very much aware that they've got people at work the next day. I reckon by the time we get to 11:30 midnight Eastern time, that might be it. They might call it.
We'll see.
Lap 46. Oh, hello. We're on board, and a car just got loose. It's one of the Toyotas further back in the field who got a little bit wiggly.
This might be Christopher Bell.
Yeah, he's running in 4th position. Blaney's 2 ahead. Yeah, that is Bell. Might be Chase Briscoe. It's Denny Hamlin. It's Denny Hamlin in 15th position. He got a bit loose. Now,
yes, everyone has different liveries to what they normally do this week, and it is very confusing.
It's massively confusing.
I just had to read off the sponsor.
Yeah. So I was trying to read. I thought it said
Channel 2 talk for Blaney. They expect a rain or lightning hold there soon, and I am tracking a pop-up shower heading straight for the raceway.
Well, we're on lap.
Someone who says.
Go on.
Someone who lives in the near the area in a chat I'm in says they think rain's about 5 minutes out.
Well, just coming into it, I was going to say, and caution is out! The caution is out, everybody! And that is...
There you go.
It's got to be because of the weather. They've all been running nicely.
Rain, lightning.
So we've got a lightning hold. Red flag's going to come out for this one.
Caution is out, lightning.
Cancel.
There you go. Well, we got to lap 100.
Caution is out for lightning confirmed.
Well, we got... Now, if this brings a rain and we lose the track, this is now lap 108. We never got to 130. There's 152 to go. Because it's a lightning hold, we are going to... Do we have to red flag JT? That's the rule. Yeah, so this is going to be a red flag.
So.
They have to red flag unless the National Weather Service person says that it is clear, but this isn't clear.
We're being told...
We will likely go red here.
We're being told that the lightning is moving away, but the rain is moving in. So it's
correct.
So it's a catch-22 situation here. If we red flag, we run the risk of the rain coming and losing the track. At the same time, the cars are coming down pit road, we are red flag. So we are under a red flag, everybody. The Quaker State 400 is stopped on a lightning hold on lap 108 out of 152.
Yes, rain is about to hit in minutes.
Oh, great. Right. Well, that...
Here you go.
I'll bring you up on the screen. Go on, JT, go for it. Oh, okay, yeah. And that's a red heavy rain. Okay. Right, well...
the pop-up shower that I was talking about is this one that came out of nowhere.
And the coffee... I've got about half a coffee left. I'm not going to touch that anymore because the coffee was doing brilliantly. I thought we'd get through this. I thought if we just had, all worked, it would. This is just counterproductive. It's sunshine, with the setting sun at turn 4. Turn 1, it looks like Wicked. Look at it. It's just completely dark. Cover the cars. Cover the cars is the command given.
I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, so this is going to be a lengthy stoppage. We're red flagged here at Atlanta.
I'm gonna enjoy pressing this red flag button for the 500th time this weekend. Drivers can get out of their cars.
Yeah, this is going to be a lengthy hold. So
26 for once. The lightning clock is ticking. 26 minutes and 42 seconds left.
I think I had the lightning clock, but it hasn't. I don't know if I've.
We haven't officially gone red, by the way.
No, we haven't. So I think I've put the race delay out a little bit too early. Should I get that back in?
Well, no, we
are red.
20,
yeah.
We're in a 26-minute
red.
Yes, but we are still under caution technically.
Yeah, they haven't actually.
NASCAR, make your mind up.
They've only put us under caution, but the drivers are out of the car. We are red flagged, and there's the red flag now. So there we go. Race suspended. On lap 108 with 152 to go. Okay, so put it out with the red flag as the rain has started to fall here at Atlanta. Bubba Wallace's head is actually being useful for once because the way the light from the pit gantry is shining on him, I can see reflected in his hair is the raindrops starting to come down and come down quite heavy. So this is going to be a red flag. Rain Town and Oval, 2 thumbs down. These aren't a high-speed downforce cars. They wouldn't barely break 100 miles an hour. They have got rain tyres, but not here. At short tracks they do, but not at these type of tracks where we're high speed. So cover the cars, lightning and rain in the area. The fans are evacuating the stands and everyone's going to go seek shelter inside. Drivers are going to go play their Xbox and maybe have a little bit of a kip. If we lose the circuit, it's going to be about an hour to dry. And we're going to be...
Time to check Carson Hocevar's Twitch account in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know what's coming.
If he goes live, are we allowed to stream it? I don't know.
I would say no.
I don't know about that one,
But
you
I'm
see.
not.
It's a bit
But
of
we
a-
probably would. I mean, realistically, if we're commenting over it, then I
Yeah.
suppose it counts as fair use.
I
If we're
can't-
actually commentating about it, it probably counts as fair use.
I think you're right there. I don't know.
But I can't be bothered to risk it, so.
No, I can't.
Anyway, it's not my channel getting a strike if it is the case, so.
Fair point. Well, we did think about this, which is why we didn't have our usual build-up show tonight, where we had all of our interviews to be played. We did think about this, so we actually played them differently. But right now, let's head to TNT. Adam Alexander.
NASCAR on TNT, back live in Atlanta. It's the Quaker State 400, available at Walmart. Rain starting to fall. Red flag originally is for lightning within 8 miles of the track. Look at this.
Oh.
We could hear in the booth the oohs and ahs from the crowd. Want to make sure we keep everybody safe.
That was a mega hit.
So you complete the opening stage. Ryan Blaney starts on the pole, leads wire to wire. What have we learned so far now as we hit the middle stretch of stage 2 and we get the red flag?
Well, I think we've learned Penske is as advertised. They qualified well. They absolutely have great speed. Dale pointed out, though, Logano and Cindric, as they lost that track position, and as others have improved, they've kind of slid down the running order, but they've yet to dethrone Blaney. The 12th car looks like it has the speed and so far the handling to keep the top spot.
I'm just amazed at how much the track seems to change every year. We've lost a lot of grip out of this racetrack, and you can see the drivers really chasing a lot of their race cars up the racetrack in turn 3 and 4. It took a little longer for that to happen in stage 2, so that should improve as we go on through the night, obviously. But handling is as important as it's ever been, and I think a lot of these drivers are going to be chasing that handle all night long. So pretty interesting. I think this will cool things down, improve grip in the racetrack, bring the field back together, but for how long?
And we've talked so much. When you hit the summer stretch and the race to the chase is on, it's points, points, points all the time. Everybody's got a little something that they're shooting for. Here are things as we sit right now.
Yeah, as we sit is really the key, right? You see Reddick has closed in on Hamlin, but really look at that right-hand side, right? Bubba Wallace having a great day. We heard William Byron's feisty radio with his crew chief. That's because he's on the right side of that screen. And SVG, I know he's down a point, but he is doing what's needed. The road course ace is at least in competition inside the top 15 here in Atlanta.
And Hocevar circled this track as one of his favorites, and you see right there, if he can finish the night out, he leapfrogs a couple of positions and points. That's so important. Every position forward that you start the chase, your percentages of winning the championship go up, obviously, so you want to be as high as you possibly can. If you can be in that top 6, even better.
With that, I want to go to the guy that won last week over there in the 9th position, Chase Briscoe. And just look how tight things are for him, for those drivers right in front of him. You know, there was a time back in the summer when we started doing these races where he was outside the top 16, and you're like, look out, because they had such a great 2025. But they have turned it up. They get the win last week, the huge points day, and now they're starting to fight for one of those coveted positions at the top for the reset.
Yeah, the conversation went from will Briscoe make the chase to in what position will he make the chase. And now, every time I talk to James Small or Chase himself, they say exactly what you said, Dale. They all know, the garage knows that up the rankings improves your opportunity dramatically when we look at all of the models. And for that reason, they see what's in front of them and the opportunity to continue to climb.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that this part of the season is kind of clunky. We had a couple road courses. You're here at this racetrack in Atlanta where it's really anybody's game. And then we go to North Wilkesboro.
Yeah.
Finally back to Indy where the Toyotas may feel like their advantage could shine again. But while that time passes, the Chevys and the Fords, they get better. And they're going to close that gap. Will they close it quick enough to really give them a good run in the chase?
Yeah, I think it's hard to predict. I mean, that schedule he talks about is real.
That's it.
It's great for a fan, a little messy for the garage.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the unpredictability of tonight, and then you look at the schedule going forward with Daytona to end it, to determine the 16 drivers that are going to go run for a championship in 2026. There is a whole lot of water that's going to go under this bridge between now and Darlington when we begin the chase. So let's go to the next wave of championships that we're talking about in the summertime. The in-season challenge. We're down to the round of 8. Some tremendous matchups here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the right side, right, Hamlin, Bell, Byron, Blaney, it's a heavyweight battle across really across the gamut. Right now, Bell has the advantage over Hamlin. I'm not sure who is going to have the advantage of these 4. Probably on the bottom right, Byron clearly a step behind Blaney tonight.
What I love is that this is the part of the 5-week stretch where the drivers really start to care about this. You know, round 1, they're all just out there racing, not really focusing too much on the challenge. But now these guys start to see that $1 million prize as a potentially theirs. So they're really starting to focus on who they're racing, who they're trying to beat on that particular day. And as we go forward into round 4, and especially obviously round 5, it's going to be absolutely serious between those drivers because they can start to smell that money.
And I hear you guys talking about your bracket a lot. I'm going to guess that neither of you had Bowman or Gilliland in the Final 4. And one of them is going to be there a race away from going for $1 million.
You're throwing mud at our bracket. What about your bracket? Oh, here you giving us your winner.
Let's not get caught up in the details. Here we are in Atlanta. There's the hometown guy, Chase Elliott.
Red flag is out here, and we are waiting to see what the situation is going to be. It does look like the rain is coming down quite heavy now, and there's a huge black cloud just coming in over turn number 3 and 4. It's hard to tell with the sun set and the night drawing in, but no, there's the lightning inside the circuit now, and rain sprinkling down. It's not a heavy thundering rain, but it's a sprinkle, and it's enough to drench the circuit. NASCAR has lost the circuit, so it's going to take at least an hour after the rain stops to get this race restarted. Got time to play with. Hello, JT.
I have returned, and I am here to say, JBM members, if you are bored during this lightning slash weather delay, you can see me crash some cars on BMNG on the BTS feed.
That's definitely the way to go about it, with our commentary on it as well. And, well, we're just sort of waiting around now to see what's going to happen. We'll fill in the breaks with when TNT aren't talking to help us both out. As we see the scoring pylon frozen in, the grandstands evacuated. And do you know what, JT? Everyone at this time does a roaring trade in the food department, where everyone goes for food and drink.
Yeah. Do you also want to see what weather we are currently about to have?
Go for it. I'll put you on the main screen. Go for it. Hello.
Go in the form of a Discord live stream.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Oh
Ouch.
my word.
Ouch.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I'm using a lip mic. Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
How long is that going to be around for? Oh.
Well, we've got all...
But the race...
We'll see.
Race has to run 130 laps to be official. We've done 108.
Yes. Yes.
We might be coming back tomorrow at this rate.
Anyway, say goodbye to that live stream.
Welcome back to Cup Series
Back to TNT.
Racing on TNT. As you can see there is weather in the area, and a lot of it. We're under a delay here at Echo Park Speedway and the Quaker State 400. We have stopped the race. The drivers are making their way back to chat with their teams, and our Marty Snyder is going to chat with the great Ryan Blaney right now, our current leader. Marty?
Yeah, it's been so impressive their night, going wire to wire in stage 1. So I want to kind of start, what have you learned here in the first almost stage and a half?
Yeah, I learned a lot, actually. I mean, start of the race, you really learn what your car is like in race trim and in the draft and things like that. You know, fortunate to be able to control that first stage, and made some adjustments on our car for the second one. I wasn't completely satisfied with how we were in the first stage, especially the swing my car took from start of run to the end of the run was big. So I think we got a little bit better at that. here in stage 2 and just trying to wrestle the lead away when I can. I feel like that's where I'm kind of best, and our car's been fast enough to hold it and get it back when we have lost it. I've been good enough to get it back. So it's been an interesting night, been a fun night. I think handling's really coming into play. There's a lot of guys that are kind of hanging on, some guys that handle really well, but maybe they're more draggy. There's a lot of variation of cars out there, but the Body Armor Flash IV Ford Mustang is pretty decent right now. It's a shame that we got this hold. Hopefully it clears up and we can get back to it.
I want to ask you about that swing that your car's handling went through. You said it kind of caught you by surprise. Why did it surprise you so much?
I think just where I started free. I started pretty loose, and then middle of the run it got fairly neutral, and then by the end of it actually swung tight. So and it's actually it's lane dependent, where you're in. If you're in the bottom lane, middle lane, top lane, if you're splitting the seams, it really changes your car. So you're always trying to pick and choose, what does my car do well in what lane, and can I run that lane and get to it? But then you're forced to run other lanes, and you kind of search around there. So yeah, just the start to finish, I think the track evolved as well. It's going to evolve a lot now with it getting cooler, with the little rain shower. The track's going to change another step. So be interesting to see how can we adjust for that.
Roger Penske was in the team meeting this morning and said, hey, number one goal, we got to work together. You guys did a fantastic job of that. Did it maybe even work better than you thought it was going to, Ryan? Because you said in the pre-race show, you said we want to get single file and stretch on everybody else, and you guys were able to do it.
Yeah, that plan worked out really well. There's, I talk about we make all these plans through the week and pre-race and stuff, and rarely the plan goes accordingly. But that one it did. We had me and Joey and Austin, and we strung it a lot. Like, we dropped a lot of cars off kind of that front pack, and then Austin and Joey kind of got swallowed up a little bit at the end of that stage. But yeah, it worked out a little bit better than I thought. So our cars are really fast. I think that's how you can kind of string things out. If your cars are quick and you can get all of you in the line, and you can really run a lot of throttle, you can kind of pull it to the bottom, things like that. So, but like I said, you're always playing around, always trying to figure it out. And like I said, it's been a really fun race so far. It's been dicey. I look forward to getting back going.
Unfortunately, this is how the game goes. Now you've lost your wingmen. So how do you play when we go back to green, because you're fighting the 45 and the 5 and other guys up front?
I think Joey and Austin will get back there. I think they will. So at least they're still in the race. Haven't gotten wrecked out. I've stood in these interviews before, and yeah, we lost our wingman and they were sitting on a truck. So they're still in the race. They're going to get back up there. So hopefully we can all get organized again, and would definitely be easier if we could all get a little bit more organized. But I'm sure they'll get back up.
While we wait, what are you going to do when you go back to the motorhome?
Probably call my wife. My son's sleeping already. I know that. I don't know what time it is, but I know it's dark. He should be sleeping. And probably eat some food and wait it out. So hopefully this passes by quick and we can get the track dried up. It's been air temp's hot, so I think the track will dry up once it starts raining fairly quick. So we'll see. Hopefully the fans stick around. Hopefully they got some shelter with some big lightning strikes. But yeah, I'll probably eat too much.
I love it, Marty. A man with priorities. He's going to go call the wife. That's what we all would do, right?
I mean, the man knows the assignment. Very, very smart, Ryan Blaney. Always call your wife. As you guys can see there, it is dumping here at Echo Park Speedway. All going according to plan right now for Ryan Blaney. He's led 80% of the laps in this race so far. Welcome into our wonderful rain room. It's fantastic. Thank you, everyone at TNT. Jamie McMurray, Jeff Burton, I'm Marty Smith. And when you're in this situation, guys, you've both been in the situation the drivers are in, teams are in right now. What do you do? How can you use a moment like this to benefit you?
Well, rain delays are tough. We heard William Byron, some frustration with Rudy on the radio. Face-to-face is much different than over the radio. That's a different communication that you get with your crew chief. They can sit down and talk about that a little bit more and not have the frustration that we heard on the radio. The one thing that I heard, though, as I listened to Ryan Blaney, I liked everything he said about the track. And this race is significantly different than what we all expected that we thought we were going to see tonight. We thought we'd see a bigger pack and just the draft play out differently. But I like the fact that it's stringing out a little bit, and that handling is important. It reminds me of Daytona prior to the repave years ago, and the fact that you can have a fast car when the tires are gripped up, but as the run goes on, it starts to string out, and to see guys drive from 30th all the way up to the lead in that first stage, it's pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think if I'm any driver, I'm getting with my crew chief, I'm getting with my engineers, because what Blaney just said was how much he learned. And think about what he said was going on. His car drove one way at the start of the run, completely opposite at the end. It drives different in one lane versus the other. And there is a lot to talk about. So this is a great opportunity to sit down and say, all right, what can we do? Now, it's pretty limited, the changes that you've got, but not only can you make changes to the car, you also can make changes to what you have to do as a driver philosophically. Like, I know now my car will not let me do what? And then don't put yourself in that situation. You've also had a chance to look at other cars. And what is it that they do well? What is it that they don't do well? And you start to file that stuff away. That way, if you catch a guy in a vulnerable position, you know your strength of your car and the weakness of their car, and you try to take advantage of it.
When you are in that position, Jamie, and you do feel how your car is changing and it's reacting differently in the air depending on where you are in the running order, what adjustment do you have to make? As Jeff's saying, you have to be the person that adjusts your approach.
Well, the reality is, if you are a guy that's car is driving terrible right now, hope is what you're going to base on.
That's not a strategy.
It's not, but if it rains, you're going to hope that the balance goes the right way, because as Jeff said, there's not a whole lot you can change. And you've maybe already dug your hole before you showed up this weekend and missed the setup, or you chose for a less draggy package that doesn't have as much downforce. But you can go back and see what the leader's doing, the lines they're running, and that's what those guys will do. They'll study that, and even if it doesn't help, mentally it gets you in a better place of something that you can try once we go back green. I've enjoyed, like, Eric Jones is a guy that we've been watching, and as the race goes on, he's kind of committed to this high side, but he's been able to sneak by a lot of guys running right up against the wall, and it's been fun to watch.
I love the fact that we're sitting here talking about handling. I mean, to me, we've said it several times, Daytona, this reminds me of vintage Daytona. Like, you got to have a fast race car, but it has to drive well. You've got to do a great job of putting it in position. A lot of pressure gets put on the pit crews because track position clearly matters. And those guys that don't have the fastest race cars, maybe their car drives really well. Blaney made a point of that. He's like, you got these draggy race cars that are slow, but they drive really well, and those guys can be aggressive. On top of all that, the track's going to change 180 degrees. This rain is going to cool it down a ton. And somebody that's happy with their car right now may hate their car when we go back green.
Let's go out to Danielle Trotta. She caught up with Ty Dillon. Danielle?
Yes, we are inside the media center watching all of this rain. Ty Dillon, we were watching your car crack the top 10 there just before this weather came through. How was your car in the first stage and a half or so of this race?
Yeah, I'd say in the first stage we were pretty out of control, loose, but Andrew and the guys really did a good job on the Grizzly nicotine pouches, Fallen Outdoors Camaro. We were really strong there, driving really good. We have a little bit of a power steering issue. I have none, so that's going to make for a long night, but that's what we do it for. And I think as a driver, it's how you respond on the tough days that make your career longer. And I'm ready to take on the challenge, and as long as that car's fast, I don't care if there's power steering or not.
I knew that your teammate, AJ Allmendinger, was having issues with power steering as well. If we could ask our cameraman, Stoli, who's fantastic. Ty, can we take a look at your hands here? This is what it looks like as a professional race car driver when you don't have power steering for several weeks in a row. If we could zoom in here and just look at the blisters, the calluses that have formed on your hands. How long has the steering issue been a thing at Colleague? Are you guys working through it?
Yeah, we are. We work really hard, and I think it's probably two different issues right now. Sonoma, we'd still be in this in-season challenge if we wouldn't have lost power steering there. We lost it with 20 to go, and that was a pretty brutal physical challenge in itself. And but it's just we're working through some stuff, and it's not as bad as it was Sonoma here, but it's still pretty brutal, and we'll get it figured out. The good thing is our cars have been really fast, especially our 10 team. I'd say ever since the All-Star race at Dover, we've had really good speed, and I'd say we're a 15th to 20th place car every week, and it's a matter of if we execute all the T's and dots, cross the T's and dots the I's, and we had a good finish last week at Chicago, and hopefully we'll do that again here.
Well, that's what's so impressive, Ty, for you and AJ, because you guys don't have any manufacturer for support from GM. You have no alliance with another team. AJ's tied in points with Joey Logano, just below the cut, and has a chance to make the playoffs. How are you guys able to perform so well with these big teams that have so many resources?
I think as a team at Colleague Racing, we're just relentless, and it's made us become a team. When you don't have all the your racing roots. AJ and I have worked really good together as teammates, communicating and everything that we feel and see, and that goes through our crew chiefs and everybody in the organization, led by Ty Norris and Chris Rice and Matt Colleague. Like, there is a severe focus on us just doing what we can do, handle what we can handle, and you're seeing the results of that. And yeah, it would be nice to have some of the help that other teams are getting, but I think we've found who we are in this process, and like I said, Chris and the guys, they lead us every weekend to get better and to keep innovating and not make an excuse of what we don't have, but focus on what we do have. And I think we've all, taken to that and made the most of it. I feel like our team is having probably a better year than we had last year, but our points don't show it. But our speed and the recipe of success has been there. We just got to get the results going. And, AJ's a dog, and he's fought in this series for a long time, and he's doing an awesome job showing what college racing's about.
Well, both of you guys are. It's very impressive to watch, Ty. When we go back racing tonight, hopefully we can restart this race. What do you expect track conditions to be like? The guys were just talking in the booth about handling, grip level, tire wear. Where do you think we'll be at as a track when we get back?
I think hopefully if we get back racing tonight, the pack's just going to get tighter and tighter as it goes. The first stage got strung out. If you watched the O'Reilly race last night, it's kind of the same thing. Bad handling, everybody gets strung out, and later the race goes, everybody's a little tightened up. We definitely lost a lot of grip in the track from each time we come back, but by the end of this thing, it'll be chaotic. It'll be the crazy super speedway racing. It was closer there in that stage, starting to string out a little bit at the end, but we were able to run a little bit more wide open. But it's fun, I think I only got to run maybe one race in the old Daytona style racing, and it reminds me a little bit of that, but I was such a rookie. I don't know if I can remember much from that trip anyways, but it's really cool. It's a different style, and every time I come back here, I gain more and more confidence, and looking forward to a good finish tonight.
Well, we look forward to watching you get back out there. I know you cracked the top 10, 14th when we get back racing. Ty, how important is it to keep that track position? Can your car do it without power steering? What's your game plan to kind of stay up front in contention?
Yeah, we can. Just a matter of me just fighting through it and not worrying about it for the rest of the night and doing my job. And, it's everybody wants to be a race car driver, but it's these days that really make you one, and I'll do my job and do what I get paid to do.
Will you be sore tomorrow?
I don't care.
Arms, shoulders, cold plunge, sauna. What do you do to kind of rest and recover the body?
I have a pretty strict workout routine each week, no matter what. I work out 5 days a week and lift weights, so starting on Monday. And the older I've gotten, the more that's become important, especially with kids that don't care what you did the night before. They're up at 6 o'clock in the morning. So from the time the race is over, I'm trying to eat some good stuff. I use some recovery tools on the airplane. Sometimes I'll sauna at night before bed, and just all to try to get myself in the gym Monday morning. I work out if I drop my kids off at school and they're in school, and then I'll go work out for an hour, sauna again, and every single day is that for me until we fly out on Fridays pretty much. And so it's become a way of life. It's helped me a lot in my career to get stronger, not only physically but confidence-wise too. And when I was younger, I didn't care about that stuff. I was more resilient, felt like I was made out of rubber. But you get a little bit older, and you realize how much that next day of having a clear mind and a focus and getting your week started matters. And also it helps me be a better husband and father for the rest of the week too.
I love how there's just no excuses, Marty, when it comes to colleague and Ty Dillon. No power steering, no problem. They're going to try to keep it up front when we go back racing.
Great stuff, Danielle. Thank you. I mean, those calluses, that is a grown man right there. Looks like he's been building fence out on Dutton Ranch. Unbelievable. We are under a weather delay here at Echo Park Speedway. Much more ahead. We'll continue to break down what we hope will be the finish of this race later tonight. Yeah, Spider-Man is soaked. NASCAR in the weather.
There's one word to describe the track right now. Moist.
I'll accept that word. It is moist. Any idea how long of a delay we've just been asked? Well, God is around about, I would say, day 2 of the flood. So we've got a little bit while to go. I would start warranties.
Pit the apron looks like a swimming pool. The racetrack looks down.
Yeah. So, and you just know that the racetrack is hiding that same water in the calyces.
Yes.
So, I'm going to say it, JT. The temperature is going down. The track's been dosed.
It's still very hot, though.
It's still very hot, but it's also... The rain has lightened up. Oh, there is more rain also coming in.
Oh, I'm below the apron. Oh, no.
I don't think we're going back racing tonight.
I'm unsure myself. Lightning clock is at 24 minutes. I kept it out of the water, by the way.
Hang on.
There
We see it.
is the radar.
Yeah, I don't think we're going back tonight.
This is what you can see on the members behind the scenes feed, by the way. It is chaotic under a weather delay. And yes, that is the M&M's Kyle Busch.
So we're being told that the worst of the rain is through, but it's going to take 60 minutes to dry the track, and then there's more rain behind it.
Correct.
So as soon as we dry the track, it's going to go wet again, which is another hour.
Yes.
Plus how long it takes the rain to stop. So we're looking at another 3-hour delay. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. That takes us to 5 o'clock. Plus then another at least hour 30 for the race. That takes us to 1:30 a.m. Eastern, maybe 2. So, yeah. I don't think we're going back racing tonight. And this is the problem. This is the problem with doing night races on Sundays. Night races should be on Saturday nights, not Sundays. Let's go back to TNT. Under the red flag.
Let's take a look at how we got here. Currently lap 108. Early in the race, Brad Keselowski hits the fence, Jeff.
Yeah, Brad has not been good the last 10 races. He was really good in the points, and that has all gone away, and he has an uphill battle for the rest of this race.
Yeah, not too much damage, though, guys. I think he's still going to be okay. We see right here this epic battle for the lead at the end of stage 1. It looked like Reddick was going to be able to get by Blaney, but Blaney answered back, able to get back in front of him, and then a bit of a pick here with a couple of lap cars coming to the stage finish. Blaney goes on to win stage 1.
Led every lap in that stage, earns his 3rd stage victory of the year, and Carson Hocevar, he's wheeling, dealing, and slapping the fence, but he's fast again, Jeff.
Yeah, he is fast. He doesn't mind being aggressive. He doesn't mind smacking the fence as long as he's fast. Battling for the lead, ends up driving underneath Blaney, takes the lead away from him.
It was short-lived, though. Ryan answers right back, as we've seen all night long. Anytime someone is able to get by him, the 12 car able to maneuver back by. You see a little bit of assistance right here from Bubba Wallace with the draft, able to get right back by.
Seems like Blaney's car is good enough that he can have some patience.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's led over 80 laps of this race tonight, and as I said there, as every time somebody would get by him, he can answer immediately. It shows just how good that 12 car is. Lightning bolt.
And now you see the weather there. We are still under this weather delay. It is raining at Echo Park Speedway. More ahead here from Hampton, Georgia.
JT, I'm not even kidding when... Do you know what I've just done? Do you want to know
Go
what?
on.
I have set up tomorrow's stream. I've set up a Monday stream just in case.
Public or private?
Privated.
Nice.
I'm not an idiot.
Awesome.
But I have set it up, and if we have that...
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, if we do, everybody here will be redirected to it, ready to go.
Wow, look at you go.
I've set it up just in case, because I've got a feeling that we're going to be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's my feeling.
What do you think?
Yeah, maybe a bit later. I can't see us racing tomorrow evening, can you? Because that's just as bad. No. We want the best of the weather, which is early on in the day.
Yes.
So yeah, I think we're going to be back tomorrow. Also, remember, all I've eaten today is breakfast, and I haven't eaten anything. So I'm feeling a little bit giddy. But we're still waiting to see what's going to happen here. The dryers are going out on the track, JT, but it is still raining.
And they're probably just staging them, or they're getting ready to go out.
Yeah, they are getting ready to dispatch the track drying equipment, but it does not mean we're going green anytime soon, because it is still raining. And they're going to start drying the track, and then more rain is going to come in. I hope we get racing tonight, because we're seeing some great racing, but yeah. So Red Eye says, rain is losing strength. In 15 minutes they will have an hour of drizzle. See, we're running out of time to get this race completed. I know we've got lights so we can go all day, but NASCAR don't like racing beyond 1 a.m. Eastern. They're very aware of other people, you know, they're very aware of people tuning out because of work. So we'll see how this goes. Field is stopped on pit road. All 38 cars. Doesn't look like 38 cars, does it, JT, though, on the TV fix?
No.
Have you blacked out your TV pictures with a square?
Yes.
Clever. Let's head back to TNT.
Welcome back to Echo Park Speedway in the Quaker State 400. Currently under a weather delay here. Don't even really have a whole lot of action going on there on the racetrack yet, as it is still rainy. Carson Hocevar, the lightning rod in the NASCAR Cup Series right now, currently running 8th. He caught up with us earlier during the pre-race show here on TNT. Thank you so much for your time, Carson. We appreciate it. All right, man, look, we're going to jump right in the deep end, all right? Right in the deep end. Zane Smith, you guys got together last weekend. You got a little bit of a history. He called you a coward. How do you respond to being called a coward?
I don't know. I was sat in the hauler with him, and I said I don't care, and he didn't do anything. So what? I don't. It's not a rivalry to me. I didn't even know why he's mad. We had a whole meeting. Still don't know why he's really mad, other than I don't know. I'm existing and I'm in the series, I guess. But no, I'm excited. I'm excited for here. This is my favorite race that we have on the schedule. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
So this morning, you tweeted out to fans to come over to the merch hauler and bring any T-shirt of any driver. Trade that shirt in, and you'll give them a brand new Carson Hocevar shirt. How many Zane Smith T-shirts do you think you got?
There was a lot of them. More so mainly because they were brand new and people went and bought them just to trade them in. So I thought that was good. So yeah, it was crazy how big of a crowd. There's just as many people behind. So I don't know. It was just really cool to see. But it was wild how many T-shirts they were so quick. We limited it to 77. I had thought of that weeks ago, and it seemed perfect right now.
When I think about T-shirt sales like that, Zane might become your fan if they're buying his shirts to bring it back over to trade them in for you. That's kind of a win-win for everybody.
It already feels very one-sided. I'm not gaining anything from this, and he's gaining it all. So
I want to go down the path, not necessarily of just with Zane, but just Carson Hocevar over the past couple of years. And when I think about rivalries or controversy on the track between guys, and I would maybe use like a Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, because they went at it a lot. But those two guys respected each other, whether they had controversy on the track or not. The one thing that I hear from other drivers is that they don't seem to respect you. Does that concern you, that the path that you're going down, that you're going to lose that? And I know you already don't get the benefit of the doubt in a lot of those situations, but to me, respect is something that everybody wants to have.
It doesn't really concern me because, they gotta deal with me whether they do or not. And they sat in there and they gave me my flowers, I guess, in the hauler, and was complimenting me that I guess I was really good and I'm fast and whatever, and that I have a lot of potential and everything. So they were giving me my flowers or whatever. But honestly, I really just enjoy this opportunity. I enjoy living life how I want to live, and yeah, I'm just super thankful that my guys let me race how I want to race, and it's super aggressive. And I feel like this car obviously rewards that a bit at times, especially here. But no, I just I just want to be the race car driver I would have wanted to be a fan of. So I feel like I owe that to myself, and I gotta be true to myself and the 5-year-old kid that fell in love with NASCAR, not everybody else that's basically trying to ruin my dreams of being good, right? Like, they all want that for themselves. So at some point we all got to be selfish, and I don't want to get out selfish, basically.
Well, it is a self-serving sport, and by the way, you did sign a long-term contract a little bit ago, so that you're doing something right. What at the end of the day, though, at some point, are you concerned that not caring starts to affect the finishes? Where other drivers are like, hey, okay, you don't care, well, I don't care about you either, and there's more of them than just you. So are you concerned long-term about better finishes, winning championships, Because you'll have to put some of that stuff behind you at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm just growing with this thing. I'll be able to know that when that day comes, but at the same time, they got to all stand up to the plate and bring it on. You know what I mean? And, I don't know if anybody really wants to get in that war. So, at times I'm probably taking advantage of it right now. And, tomorrow I might think differently, or a year from now or two. But, I'm not really ready to answer that yet. I just know where I'm at today.
Well, let's talk about today. We're in Atlanta. This place is unlike anything else. The race is like anything else. I think it's an attitude racetrack as much as a car racetrack. You seem to be having as much fun or more fun than everyone. Is that an advantage? Like, take the fan. What are we going to see tonight on the track, and why should you be the one they cheer for?
I mean, it's just the most fun I've ever had in a race car, honestly. It's as close to emotion and seeing it as I've ever seen it in a race car and a race and everything. You can, when you watch basketball or football, you can tell when the guy's just trying hard and wants to have it more than everybody else. And I think here you could see that. You could see emotion. You could see it all. And for sports, I think that's really tough for us to portray because you're just watching cars. There are a lot of people that are, especially casual fans, don't even know the guy that's in the car. So, I think, when I'm most aggressive and most fun, I think it rewards me here, and it's been good. But, I don't know. I mean, if people want to just enjoy it, go to my in-car camera and just watch and have fun.
What fascinated by something you just said to Jeff about nobody wants to get in that war? Why don't they want any part of that war, Carson?
I don't know. I mean, it's tough to fight somebody that when they don't got anything to lose. I don't know their job situations or if they even feel comfortable doing it, but I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? And that's not like a threat and taunt. I don't want to get in car wars, but I like I love racing really hard. I'm disappointed when they don't race me hard because, I want to enjoy these races. I don't know how many of these I got. I want to just race as hard as I can and just really enjoy it and know that I was 100% me and enjoyed it. And, I got wrecked at Martinsville and got full throttled. Bubba wrecked me, and I texted him. He texted me, apologized. He got all mad and everything and really didn't know what I did wrong. And he just said, man, I was just having a bad day. I just took it out on you. And I texted him back. I was just like, dude, that was probably super cool to me because I've just seen people forever just full throttle somebody at Martinsville for no reason. I was like, man, I'm just finally in the series. I'm finally enjoying and part of what I experienced watching as a kid.
I think you guys are overachieving in the point system, you and your teammate Daniel Suarez. I'm wondering when, or maybe you already are, but I'm wondering what balance is there for you between racing every lap, how you want to race it, as hard as you want to race it, but also you've got to look at those points or look at that opportunity that this chase is going to provide you later in the season to race for a championship. So how do you balance the decision-making behind the wheel as we get closer to the end of the year?
I think we've done a good job at it at times this year, and it's really just trying to balance it all out and know what races you can get away with it and not, and what races you can really push hard and what races you can do it. It's so circumstantial. There's times at the road course when I was running second and third, I was driving really, really hard because my expectations was I was going to go off the track, not the fence down or be slow. So I was playing a little house money because where we're at in the chase and everything, I was ready to go. So I feel good about the rate, trying to take advantage of all the races we're really good at. And if there's races where we're struggling a little bit, you want to manage that. But racetracks that we thought we were going to struggle and we're really good, I'm trying to get just that little bit more just because, then I'm playing with house money per se in our journey here. And once we get into the chase, every lap, every point's going to matter, obviously, once we get there.
Where do you need to get better at? Like you talk about some of the tracks because I feel like you've been hit or miss at a lot of different type tracks. Sometimes good at road course, sometimes struggle there. When you look at the championship, the chase starting, where do you think you need to have the biggest improvement with your group?
Man, just, details. It's really difficult to, just have it all work out. You got to, to win the championship or have a shot at it, you're going to have to, especially for where we're going to stack up here, is we're going to have to outpoint them, which is going to be out-qualify them, which is going to mean, we got to be faster in qualifying and figure out how to be faster and translate it to the race. So it's just going to be all, just circumstantial. I just hope they make a rule change here or something to slow the Toyotas down, and then we're back in the game a little bit.
I can tell you this, young man, the way that you drive, your personality, your conviction, these people out here love it. There are Carson Hocevar T-shirts all over this place. And I met this little girl earlier. Her name was Cora, and she had a little stuffed goat, and she named her little stuffed goat Savar.
That's awesome.
Isn't that fantastic?
No, that's super cool. I mean, I love the fact that, there's so many kids here that are just enjoying what I enjoyed, and yeah, it makes me sometimes sad that I'm like, dang, I wish I was a kid again, still just enjoying this. But it's super cool, and that's why I love trying to make sure I have all the, give every kid, because I remember I watched. Sorry, Dale, you're sitting next to me, but you got bombarded at Daytona, and I stood there, and that's the only time ever in my life I stood there and literally froze and didn't get an autograph. And
we can get you one now.
I know. But I try to literally, try to look out and see kids that, are nervous to come up or intimidated because adults are scary sometimes. And we get to enjoy it. And, I try to make sure I sign every kid I see.
Thank you so much for your time, man. We really appreciate it. Have fun tonight. Just 2 drivers have passed Ryan Blaney tonight for the lead. 2-time Cup Series champion Kyle Larson. And that young man right there, Carson Hocevar. Guys, I'm fascinated by him. He seems so unencumbered by conflict. Most people aren't wired to be elite or excellent within chaos that seems to follow him like a tornado everywhere he goes.
Well, everybody has a different personality. I would find that really hard.
Me too.
I wanted everybody to like me. It just was my personality. I lived my whole life that way, just always, trying to be nice to everybody and never having controversy. But we're all wired differently. Carson moves the needle, though. And I think that's really important to say, that it doesn't really matter if people like him or they don't. As we were doing that interview, and shortly after that interview, when driver intros were going on, I heard a lot of boos and I heard a lot of cheers. And I was pretty sure I knew who was getting cheered and who was getting booed in that moment. And those are great memories for us growing up in racing, whether it was Dale Earnhardt Jr. that was getting introed or maybe someone that had wrecked Jeff Gordon the week before getting booed. That's fun when you get in a big crowd like that and you hear all of it. And Carson, he feeds into it. Like when you watch that, I also get a kick out of people that just go crazy on social media over him, defending him or ripping on him. I'm like, he moves the needle. It stirs it up a little bit, and it's fun to watch it all happen.
It is fun to watch it, and he does bring attention. The reality of the situation is the fans love him because of his attitude, and some fans hate him because of his attitude. But we're not racing the fans. We're racing champions. We're racing guys that know how to win races, and when he comes on and he's very honest and he's like, I don't care. Like, I don't care what they think. Bring it on. Like, I'm not trying to.
They don't want this war.
Yeah, they don't want this war. I'm ready to go. I'm sorry. If I'm a competitor and I'm listening to that, let's go. Like, I think that's the problem for him in regard to having success.
It's different for us because we raced and we know how we would feel if we were in that situation today.
What would you do about it?
I think it's also difficult because he's so young, right? I mean, obviously Jeff and I are significant. I mean, Carson could be our kid, right? And so, and I think I said this earlier, but when I look at Carson, my frustration with him comes that if that was Carter McMurray, I would put my arm around him and be like, are you sure this is the path we want that you want to go down? And if it is, then that's great. But when we talk about it, it's our feelings or emotions are based on how we would treat our own kids.
Well, we also know the reality of the business, and at some point, you have to stop making enemies, because at some point there's more of them than there are you. And then I know he has full support of his owners. I know he has full support of his sponsors. I know he has full support from Luke Lambert, his crew chief, 100%. However, if it continues race after race, year after year, that support will wane. We've seen it over and over and over. Ernie Irvan was one of the very, very best, incredibly aggressive race car driver. He eventually had to stand up and apologize and say, guys, I'm sorry, I'm going to do better. And he did do better. He made that change. Carson can too, and I think Carson will. And by the way, Carson doesn't have to make me think he's doing the right thing. Carson's got to do what he thinks is the right thing. But he said it in our interview. He said, I'm living in the moment, and I'm going to learn And when I get to that point, I'll get to that point. And I suspect he'll have to get to that point sooner or later.
Life gets easier on the racetrack not having enemies. There's a lot of people, like and it could be that you're lapping someone. It could be that they're in the pit stall in front of you and they're 5 laps down, and how they want to treat you. People pay you back in a lot of different ways, and it might not be something that fans even see. I think it's just...
We're talking about him.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like Dale Earnhardt said. It doesn't matter if they're cheering or booing as long as they're saying something. And I'm not comparing Carson Hocevar to Dale Earnhardt.
Sure.
Okay, that's not what I'm doing here. But I remember being a kid and watching Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Bodine call him everything except for a race car driver.
Let me pause you for a second, though. How many races had they won? It's a big difference. And I think as long as Carson can back it up on the track and have significant success by winning 3 or 4 races a year, that's different. That's a significant needle mover. But he's won 1 race at this point, and I don't think that that attitude matches the results.
What was your greatest takeaway from what I thought was an absolutely fantastic and fascinating conversation with him when you asked your initial question? I was completely gobsmacked by the war comment. They don't want this war, and that's why I just chose to follow up and say, why don't they want this war? And he seems just so fearless to just say, like, there's no filter. He just says what he thinks. He's like, I don't know what their situation is. I know mine's good.
Well, he is clearly telling you exactly what he thinks, and he also is getting support. Right? He's getting support from his owners. He's getting support from his sponsors. He's getting support from the fans, right? And they're backing him up. And to have that attitude, you have to have people that are backing you up. And again, I want to be clear. At the end of the day, we might all look back 5 years from now and say, you know what? He did exactly what he should have been doing. It worked. I just know, and I've watched racing and been part of racing for a long time. Rarely do you not have to back up a little bit in regard to your aggressiveness. Ross Chastain, right? He had to back up, and you can say, well, he's not running as good, but I don't think their cars are as good as they were. So I've been part of this sport for a long time, and some things are always changing, but some things don't ever change. You have to have, the question you asked was respect. People don't have to like you, but ultimately they have to respect you because they are on the racetrack with you, and whether we like it or not, they can influence. Your competitors are here to influence. And if you give them no respect, they're not going to give you any. And you might get a win or two, but you're not going to stack them together. Because remember, when you talk about Earnhardt, he would get out and come and put his arm around. He'd come find you, put his arm around you, make you feel like you were buddies. He wouldn't say, he would occasionally, but rarely would he just say, to hell with you. I don't care what you think. He would come and convince you that you're buddies. And he was a master at that. He was unbelievably good at wrecking you and then coming to find you next week, and y'all were best buddies. It was a good thing. He knew he had to do that. He knew he was smart. He was calculative. He was extremely aggressive, but he also knew how to play the game.
There is an age-old truth that conflict sells.
For sure.
This is awesome for NASCAR racing.
It is.
It is
fun to
awesome.
watch. Honestly, I'm glad I'm on the outside watching it, talking about it. I wouldn't want to be a part of it, but it really is entertaining and fun to watch.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about being on the outside, let's take a look at the radar here. As you guys can see, it is mighty, mighty green, and it's going to be mighty, mighty green for quite some time. The track dryers are on the racetrack doing their best. Might be a bit futile, but they're doing their best. We will continue to update you guys here as we progress. We'll be back in about a half hour or so. For now, enjoy Wipeout here on TNT.
Total Wipeout is kind of how we feel. Don't worry, we've got some interviews to play. We knew we would be in here. JT, this is just getting worse.
Indeed. Start the Wipeout music.
Wow! Wipeout.
It is like bangers are starting. Of course, context over here in the UK, the short over race and Wipeout is used as well in that music for the bangers.
Now don't panic, people, when this comes on the screen. because we're just doing. I'm just getting some filler content ready for you with an interview.
As I very nearly bin it into cops.
How did you bin it into Cops Corner?
Thanks for joining us for today's coverage of NASCAR Cup Series
You're
racing.
welcome.
Due to track conditions, the race is currently in a delay. NASCAR is evaluating track conditions and working to prepare the track for racing. Until the track is ready for racing, please enjoy this race recap from a previous Cup Series race.
Well, that's very nice, but no. Right, right. So we have got. I'm just trying to. I'm gonna have to put my headset on.
I assume we're talking about the fact that track drying is now underway.
Yeah, but it's useless because there's more rain coming in. Update: there is a small break in the weather. NASCAR is drying the track, but it's not going to last long.
As Dale Jr. would say, "Oh, we got some rain." Sorry, that was terrible.
Oh.
I love Dale Jr. jump scares, man. Apology. I've just been spending the time watching the what's it called? Major League Cricket in the States.
Oh, that's on Sky Sports for some reason.
Yes, I know. I have Sky.
Right,
It's giving me stuff to watch because there's nothing else on.
Also,
I didn't even know y'all had a cricket league.
Yeah.
Sky Sports were showing the NBA Summer League today when they couldn't even show all of the NBA finals, but they were able to show the NBA Summer League.
Yeah, wasn't it because Amazon had a contract with the NBA finals?
But I still find it quite funny that happened.
Oh, this is going to be a nightmare, isn't it?
Oh, good catch. To be fair, fair enough.
Okay, right. We've got some interviews lined up from our point of view to help us in the breaks. So for the next 6 minutes, I have no idea who you're going to hear from because these have just been collected in. Red flag is out. We'll be back after these.
All right, we are now joined by the Busch Light pole winner for the Quaker State 400 at Echo Park Speedway, Ryan Blaney, driver of the number 12 Ford for Team Penske. If you have a question, please raise your hand, state your name and affiliation. We'll go to the red in the back.
I've been called worse. Now, Doug Turnbull for PRN and 11 Alive. I know you made a grand total of like 2 laps out there, but asking other drivers, anything that you take away from it, whether it's the slickness or the bumps of the track or the wind that we could pull into tomorrow to paint the picture?
Got nothing for you. Got nothing for you. Changes a lot, you know, in the draft, stuff like that tomorrow. Whether you're leading or not, it changes a ton, the bumps and just how your car handles. So, yeah, it's just nice to have a good day. Honestly, every single other person on this 12 group other than me should be sitting up here because they're the reason we won the pole today, and they did a good job of building the fast cars. So, but yeah, not much you can take away from today to apply tomorrow.
All right, we'll go to Holly and then right next to her after.
Hi, Ryan. Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. I guess that kind of answers my question, but the championship leaders really did not qualify well. Do you just not, it's just kind of a, once the race starts, none of that really matters too much? No Toyotas in the top 10?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen that. You know, I feel like they normally don't qualify great at these speedways. Just the build of their race car, you know, so usually that means that they can probably be aggressive in the draft and get in the middle and get to the top and things like that. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're going to see them up there. You look at the spring race here, you know, Toyotas were really fast when it came race time. They handled really, really good. So it's all about kind of how do you balance that out. And hopefully our balance, you know, in the race is good enough to be able to either maintain the lead or if we do get shuffled back to be able to go forward. So you really don't know that until the race starts. So, and you just hope that you've planned to build your setup around handling, you know, pretty decent. So hopefully we've done that as well. Hopefully we have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, Ryan, Roy Akers, Skyview Sports, right here. You're the only Ford amongst all the Toyota and Chevys. What's your secret sauce, and who's going to work with you tomorrow if you can have another Ford up there with you?
Well, we already got another one starting outside of me, so that part's good to have a Penske front row. I think the Fords always do a pretty good job of working together, trying to find each other. I know we try to do the best job that we can, and between myself, Austin, and Joey and Josh Berry, trying to find each other and try to work well with each other. So, and then we work good with the other Fords as well. So, hopefully we'll be able to get organized at some point. But it's nice that Joey and I are starting up there at the front. We'll try to organize the start of the race the best we can to figure out what's the best way to kind of get together quick. But yeah, it's nice to have some friends around.
Tim?
Tim Moore, Motorsports Today. I don't know if you got to see Cindric's lap, at least when he went out in the second round, but did you have any doubts, at least, of getting back up, considering I think, it was 8th that he ended up crossing the line?
No, I didn't see his lap. I knew what I ran the first round. I didn't even know what Joey ran, like, the second round. They didn't tell me. I just knew I was hoping we would run about the same. Sometimes you see that. It's kind of weird. Sometimes you see, you're a little bit off from your first run, and some of that has to do with, does the wind kind of do some funky stuff? Did you get your car, your water temp cooled down enough? So all that stuff, I don't really have a good answer of why you sometimes see like a shift, like what happened with the 2 in speed. But yeah, I was just hoping we ran the same time, and I think we actually picked up a little bit, so fortunate there.
I see, and of course, in the event you guys do get a green flag pit stop tomorrow, how worried are you about that, and how do you even practice for that, considering this is the only track where you have the differentiations?
Yeah, I mean, we practiced it after qualifying. Like, after my lap, the second round, I did a pit road. I did a hot pit road entry, and then you run your, lights through the corner, and then you back it down. So that's really our one shot at it, and then it changes in the draft. As you're going way faster, you kind of have to adjust your brake markers. So, yeah, I mean, I'd rather have it this way than the other way. If the pit entry was off of 4, I think it'd be really sketchy. I mean, that's why it's there. So, and we've seen a couple incidents getting onto pit road, but I hope that everyone, has had enough reps with it now to where it's a little bit more less chaotic, I guess you could say. More or less chaotic is probably not a phrase, but a little bit less chaotic, I think, than past.
We'll go one row back.
Mike Hembry, NASCAR.com. Ryan, I guess you've heard about the Chris Buescher billboard situation?
No.
Really?
You got billboards? That's cool.
Well, short version, Ryan Preece arranged for Chris's photo and some interesting material to appear on a couple of billboards coming into the track. Apparently continuing pranks amongst the two. Once upon a time, drivers...
What do you put on the billboard?
One of them was Visit Prosper, Texas.
Yeah, 700 miles away?
Yeah, right. Kind of like a Buc-ee's billboard.
Right, okay, yeah.
Once upon a time, drivers did this kind of stuff a lot, jokes on each other and what have you. We don't hear that much about that anymore. Is it still around and we just don't hear as much, or are you guys sort of afraid to do stuff, or what?
I don't think it's just everyone's just a little, different in their ways, and that's a pretty good one, actually, the billboard stuff. That's funny. Taking ads out for his teammate, that's good. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really, it's more kind of just, if I prank someone, I don't really put it on social media or anything like that. I'm just not that way. But, yeah, I don't know. I haven't really done much pranking here soon. You maybe have sparked a fire in me now, so I might have to start doing it to Daryl or Chase or someone I'm good friends with. Or maybe someone I don't like. That'd be fun. I'm not telling y'all.
Any other questions for Ryan? All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody.
All right.
And it was Ryan Blaney who was on that, if you're watching our main feed. To come into it, as we're still under the delay here. JT, what's the latest, weatherman?
I don't know, Jeff. Hold on. Right. So, more rain is incoming.
Yeah.
Let me give you a clean feed of the radar so you can actually show it.
Apparently, there's a brand new episode of Wipeout, and everyone's watching it at the track right now.
That is the clean feed of the radar, if you want to put it up, if you can put it up.
Oh, I'll press button 2. Yes, I can actually. Hang on.
Because we've got the we've got the
yeah, there we go.
camera.
It's on. It's on.
Wait, okay, awesome. Right. The circuit is here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Morvain is there. Morvain is there. Morvain is there. Yeah. And then we can... Now what we can do here is we can go over to the next radar and we can see that there's nothing behind that for the time being. That is the first weather report I have done on this channel where I've had to go to a different radar to see how far back it goes.
Yeah, because that rain is coming
Yes.
in massively, yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, that cell
so
is head
that's-
downtown Atlanta and an hour and a half northeast of the track, yeah.
So that is the live radar at the moment.
So, effectively, we're just sort of waiting, aren't we?
Yes.
I don't think we'll go green. As I said to everyone who's listening in on the behind-the-scenes stream, rain has pretty much stopped. There is little more in the area, with the Monday forecast not great. This is from Bob Potgrass, on what he's just said on a thread.
Yes.
I think that with the Monday forecast not great, I think they'll keep trying to get this in. Yeah, but we can easily just come back tomorrow and race to half distance. This is going to be one of those messy days.
Yeah, but if the forecast isn't looking good tomorrow, they would want to try and get it done now if they can.
Yeah, that is also true. Yeah.
Because then if it rains, if they can't get it to halfway tomorrow, then they'll have to go to Tuesday, which they don't want to do because they'll have to get to North Wilkesboro.
Oh, it's such a mess. All of this is such a mess right now. And that rain really is coming in around the circuit, so we're sort of in... Oh, hang on. Ryan Blaney's playing again. We don't want Ryan. Sorry, Ryan. But
Yeah, about the BTS seed, when we throw to more interviews, me and JB are just chatting and messing around on the BTS feed behind the scenes while you guys all have interviews. So if you want more JT and JB content that isn't professional broadcast standard and it's a little bit more relaxed, then the BTS feed is the place to be.
yeah. It really is out there as well. It's quite nice.
We have a quad box on right now.
That's because of the delay. You should just take over streaming this, really, when we're doing that. And that might take stream key and throw it to us on the multi-stream. Might be an option soon. Lap 108 of 260, 152 to go. Red flag is out. We are waiting to see. Red Eye says after 11 the cell is cleared in the area moving northeast. But just quickly, after 11 it's clear. That's when it stops, right? So that's an hour to drive the track. That takes us to 12. Then it's another hour 40 to finish the race. That takes us to at least 1:40 a.m. Eastern. I can't see NASCAR willing to... I can see them doing it, but I'm not sure they'd be willing to. That wouldn't be their initial idea. Now, this is also completely on NASCAR. They should not have started this race at 7 p.m. on a Sunday night when they knew full well that this weather was coming in all day. I don't know why. But we are in for the long wait. So, right.
Apparently,
What have we got?
there was some stuff that they were talking about how they couldn't start it before 7 p.m. if they wanted to.
Is that because of the football? Is there any football on?
There's no World Cup on today, but there was there was a reason that was being talked about how they couldn't possibly start it before 7 p.m.
That's a bit daft. I mean, the NASCAR pre-show has been on since 6.
Oh, I've lost it.
JT's sliding around on the BMG. I think we finished, just not the full 400, and yes, they don't have common sense of planning. That's some Red Owls saying they have the jet dryers out already, they want to run this thing. We're saying that they should have started at 1 p.m. I'm agreeing with all of you on this one. William says, this is a joke. Another William saying, is this Wipeout? It's not Wipeout, but it's Wipeout. Kat says, like I said, it's on how long NASCAR wants to go. If they are okay with the race finishing at 2 a.m., then they will go that long. Halfway is not that far, so if they get restarted by 10, they can do it. NASCAR traditionally don't like running past 1.
Hold on.
Go on.
Are you telling me that I could get another hit tweet opportunity of me saying This is this night is when I question myself being a NASCAR fan in the UK, as it is currently quote whatever time this ends at, because I did that last night and I got a like from Jeff Gluck and I got a follow from Seth Eggert, so
it works.
So it works, yeah.
Just to give you some more information, why is the red flag out? It's raining.
Thunder.
Yeah.
And
It's not just rain, it is biblical amounts of rain that we've had.
the lightning clock has expired, by the way.
Yeah, so the track drivers are out, but they're clearing the track, but there's more rain coming in. They should have raced earlier in the day. Do this Tuesday because Tuesday afternoon clears up. There is actually a possibility we could race on Tuesday. Like if we get rained out tomorrow and we come back on Tuesday.
It's not the longest drive to North Wilkesboro, is it? It's not cross country like we've had a couple of them being East Coast to West Coast, and unlike Coronado, the haulers don't have to be in at a certain date and time.
Yeah,
because it's not on an active naval base. And yes, if you were unaware, one of the reasons that all of the NASCAR haulers laid over at Phoenix Raceway when they went to Naval Base Coronado is because every single hauler had to go in at the same time because of security checks and all of that of being on an active naval base.
That was insane coming into it. I'll tell you something else for free coming in. I've
just gone onto the Nürburgring and I'm about to bin it multiple times on the Nordschleife. Yeah.
Nice. William's saying as well, Tuesday, Atlanta 2011, they did it, and Jeff Gordon won it coming in.
True, and there we go.
I'm going to say something quite controversial now. Are you ready? I think...
you've been getting good at that the last couple of weeks, so go on.
Yeah, I think, not every week, but certainly during the summer, when, the summer holidays, no one's at school, I think we should have mid-week races.
Like a Wednesday night?
A Wednesday night race, yeah. Just a mid-week race, because it worked well in COVID. Everyone loved it. I would really love to see a mid-week race return to the schedule. I think that would be fantastic. A Wednesday race. That would be just a Wednesday race somewhere. That would be fantastic. Like one every month. Just to give us an extra little balance out, and maybe...
And even if it's not the Cup Series, like, how Truck Series have, like, so many off weeks.
Yeah, like, we'll give it, like, on rotation, so that, so that everyone has the same amount of races, but the trucks race on a Wednesday, and then they don't race on the Sunday, and then 1 week the O'Reilly does it, and the Cup as well, they can have a couple more coming in. The rain has picked up, by the way, here at the Speedway, but it is due to end soon. So the rain is still coming, but it's coming down. I miss NASCAR and ESPN. I think we all do. It's not a bad idea, says Wes. Yes, says William. Another William says they did the Clash on a Wednesday. That's true. We have many Dago in the shuffle for next year. San Diego coming in. My favourite Atlanta moment was 2006 with Kane winning. Do you like it as well? I think a midweek race for NASCAR would be fantastic. I mean, you've got Thursday night football now. That was never a thing in the 70s.
Hear me out.
Go on.
We have a week at Chicago. We have midweek at Chicagoland. We have the weekend at the Chicago Street Course.
Agreed. And I'll throw something else in. Texas Motor Speedway on the Wednesday, COTA on the Sunday. How about that?
Or even the other way around.
Yeah. And Charlotte, one on the, how we're going back to the oval in the Chase race. Sunday on the oval, Wednesday on the Roval. Best of both worlds. And then, throw in again.
No, this is going to end badly.
And just keep on, adding it back and seeing what works and what doesn't work. Because Wednesday night races were fun. It was a lot of fun having double the NASCAR. I'd love that. I would happily do a Wednesday NASCAR every couple of weeks. And
Just not on Tuesday, please, because Fun Cup.
Yeah, not a Tuesday Fun Cup. But
But then again, if it's a Tuesday night, it wouldn't clash.
That's true.
Because of time zones.
But I would like it. Did you watch Texas Race when when the wives fight in 2006? I didn't see that, no. That's something to look out for in this break. But yeah, right, we've got another interview coming up now as we're still waiting for the resumption of the race. I don't know who it is. It's coming in. JB Motorsports. If you think we run tomorrow, what time? Because I'll be with my grandpa tomorrow morning. And then I have WWE Raw. I think if we run tomorrow, it's got to be in the best of the conditions. So it'll probably be in the morning. Traditionally, when we race on Mondays, it's at 11 a.m. Eastern.
11 or 1?
Yeah, it's 11 or 1 o'clock. It's around that time zone, isn't it? 11, 12 or 1 Eastern. That's usually when they come in for a race on a Monday. But I am genuinely convinced, because of how late we started today, because NASCAR don't like running past 1 a.m. Eastern, traditionally, and also it's not just NASCAR, it's also the TV viewing they've got to think about. TNT Sports have got to think about it as well. I can see us running, late. And then I think if we restart, might get to 1:30, then they call it off for tomorrow. I don't know, but I think we might be coming back tomorrow, genuinely. So while we wait for an update, go on.
Did I hear another interview?
Yeah, we've got another interview coming up.
In other words, are we splitting the feed again? Where are we
starting to rain again?
Where we just waffle
thanks,
on the BTS feed?
Yeah, we're going to waffle there. It's starting to rain again, as Jack has just said. So, brilliant news as they come into it. So, this is going to be ridiculous. We're just chasing the rain out here. Right.
Yeah.
As we wait then, let's head down to another interview. I have no idea who it is because they're all randomised. Let's head down now. We'll be back in about 15 minutes on comms. Enjoy.
All right, and we'll get rolling here with our next availability. We're now joined by teammates, driver the number 11, Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota, Denny Hamlin, driver the number 20, Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota, Christopher Bell. Just wrapped up a presser with bragging rights amongst names. Now we got to see who can outdo the other within the confines of JGR. So question to both of y'all to quickly, I guess, just how y'all plan to outdo the other in terms of, going back to the team meeting Monday morning and, one having a smile and one not.
Go ahead. Just happy to be here. Glad to make it to this opportunity. I don't know. I certainly feel like I guess we probably will be the underdog against Christopher. He's got some pretty strong track record here, so I think we were basically saying just whoever doesn't wreck. So that's pretty much what it's going to come down to, is who gets swept up in something that they likely didn't cause.
I'm not sure if it was more exciting or less exciting that the first race of this deal wasn't Atlanta. So, I'm happy to be alive and, made it further than last year for sure.
All right, we'll begin opening up to questions. We'll start with Kelly over here on the right.
Kelly Crandall, Racer.com. I got a couple questions for both of you to your right. C-Bell, starting with you, it looks like you have nothing on your wrist or nothing that we can see. What's the update there?
Yeah, I'm gaining on it. I do have a wrap around my wrist, but nothing in the palm of my hand, so that's awesome. I'm really, really close for sure. I'm optimistic that Wilkesboro next week will be close, if not 100%, right there at it. Just that I'm still planning on putting a cast on for tomorrow for the race, just in case something happens. And so I'll be in a cast tomorrow, and then hopefully either this wrap or nothing at Wilkesboro.
And then to follow up from last week, you were beating yourself up on pit road about, I'm not good enough, I'm not winning these races. Has that subsided any this week, or are you still kind of beating yourself up at this point?
I don't know. I don't know that beating myself up is the right term, but I still haven't won yet. So, but I know that we're going to win. We're going to win at some point, and we got to keep putting ourselves in position. But just, it's, I'm fine. I'm fine, and we're going to
keep doing what we're doing and putting ourselves in position.
And then for Denny, for you, you have sung the praises of Riley Herbst as a 2311 driver. Bubba has sung his praises about what a teammate he is. What makes him so likable? Like why does he get that reaction from people around him?
I just think he's someone for everyone. You know, just doesn't really, he just kind of stays in the middle of the road. You know, when it comes to like opinions and stuff, he just kind of sits back and listens and stuff. But, you know, what I like about him really is his, how humble he is as a person. I really admire his work ethic, no matter what. Like, he doesn't let, you know, tough weeks, like, drag him down. He's right back to work on Monday. So, you know, I know him more professionally than I do personally, but you know, that's what I like about him is his ability to not get down, especially after the year that he had. It's easy to lose confidence, and I think if anything, it was a good self-reflection year for him to then go work on where he needed to improve, and he did that.
We'll come to the left here at Brooke, then we'll go to Bob next.
Both of you have made it into the round of 8 for in-season challenge. If you had to bet on yourself, how much are you betting to win the $1 million?
Not much yet. I think this is the lottery race here. You know, once you get through this one, I would feel a lot better about putting money on it at Wilkesboro and Indy. But yeah, I mean, this is just, we're going out here and rolling the dice tomorrow. So like Danny mentioned, whoever has a clean car at lap 267 is likely going to be the one that advances.
Yeah, I mean, same thing. It's, you know, there's enough of a sample size to say it's not a total coin flip, but when it comes down to one race, it's like the averages really don't matter. I think at other racetracks you start to get an understanding of like who's consistently running well at one track or another. When it comes to super speedways in general, I mean, if you look at the box score, like the Penske or the Fords are just lights out during the race, finish horrible because they get caught up in so many wrecks. So one race is like one at bat. You do not know, and so it would be a very major, considering that it's coming down to essentially a coin flip at this type of track.
Go to Bob next.
Bob Hockers, Fox Sports. For Denny, I don't want to misinterpret a tinfoil hat emoji, so were you surprised at NASCAR's decision not to penalize drivers after last week, and what do you think the message is to you as drivers?
Yeah, I don't know. It's I can see where it could be mixed messaging, but I just found it interesting that if they didn't consider it an intentional wreck, why are they insisting that it stops? If it was an accident, then it would just be organic. So if you're ruling that it's not intentional, but yet saying it has to stop, you're saying that they had the choice to wreck each other. So I got a little confused on that one.
We're going to stay in the center here with Holly, then to Lee, and then we're going to go to Roy here.
I'm deviating way off the path here, but I want to ask the two of you how much you've paid attention to the World Cup, and if you guys were in a shootout, would you prefer being the guy taking the kick or the goalkeeper? What do you think you'd be better at?
I'm out on this one.
I want the shot for sure. Absolutely.
What does that say about you, Denny? Why do you say that?
I don't know. Just fucking cocky ego. I don't know. One of those things. Yeah.
Go to get the mic to Lee next. Actually, right here.
Lee Spencer, SiriusXM, NASCAR Radio, and CatchFence.com. Christopher, since you won the last All-Star race at North Wilkesboro, how confident are you going into that race next weekend?
It's certainly one that we had circled, and yeah, especially after my injury at Michigan, that was kind of, we knew that it was 6 weeks out, and so it was the race, right, that I was looking forward to this summer, and I'm very excited about being healthy, getting back to what really I think our strength is. Going into 2026, I would have said short tracks are our bread and butter, but it seems like now it's kind of flipped to intermediates. So
yeah, it's one that I'm very excited for. I think it races really, really good. You can run, all the way from the white line to the wall and everywhere in between. And with us never having a full field race there, I think we don't really know what to expect. So I love those kind of races where there's no notebooks on it and you just go out there and everyone's learning on the fly.
And for either one of you, Denny, I know you're still wanting to get the Brickyard 400 on your resume as far as getting a crown jewel, but Christopher, with the history of USAC and what have you in Indianapolis as well, what would winning that race mean to either one of you?
I mean, yeah, I've just been so close there that it certainly makes me hungry going there. But it's a track that anywhere we're going over 150 miles an hour of speed, that's where our cars typically have excelled this year. So yeah, I feel very optimistic about it. It's such an execution type of weekend. It starts at practice and all the way through. So it's it's tough because if you don't qualify well there, your odds really dramatically sink of your opportunity to win the race, unless there's some weird caution, fuel mileage and stuff, which there has been. So I wish you could control your fate a little bit more, but it's still prestigious no matter what, and it would certainly mean a ton to me.
We could get a mic to Roy next, and then we'll go to Jordan over here on the opposite side.
Gentlemen, this is Roy, Skyview Sports. Denny, I remember last year there was a driver thinking that they might win from 30th place. You kind of commented and said that usually drivers will put up clusters of top finishes and that will usually push them through. Christopher, you've done a lot better. How would you both assess that Christopher could break through before the playoffs even begin?
Are you talking about just finishes at a particular track or all the remaining ones?
Just remaining races, I think, to break through. I think those top finishes might do it.
Yeah, it's everyone's now just kind of, I would say, looking at what is feasible for them in the next handful of races to, everyone's setting goals, right? And wherever Christopher's at, he's probably saying, I can get to X spot in front of me, and that's the goal before the chase starts. So everyone has that, and you look at the tracks, you check out your strengths, you try to capitalize on those strengths, and but the great thing about being with the team that we're with Joe Gibbs Racing and Toyota is that you just don't have a whole lot of weaknesses certainly left. And so I think for me personally, like North Wilkesboro, I was not good at all, so I'm going to be leaning heavily probably on the 20 during that week. Iowa, I've just not been good there at all, so I'll lean on the 45. I definitely, I need to get some good solid finishes here over these next few weeks. I don't want to finish in the 30s here, obviously, but it's, if we're going to keep the point lead, we're going to have to run better than our averages at the remaining tracks.
Come to Jordan next right here.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. This question's for Denny. Christopher, you'd like to chime in as well, too. But going to North Wilkesboro next week for the first time for the first points race in 30 years. A lot of different factors have contributed to this, but where do you think Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s contributions and his push to make this happen rank?
He has such a huge influence in our sport. Probably the most, I would say. And even over, I think, current drivers, he's still the most popular, I would think, within our sport, certainly the most influential. And when he, went on a journey to revive the racetrack, it just seems like he made it happen. And there was several steps along the way that also helped. There was, I think there was COVID money and stuff like that played an influence and factor in it. But, Marcus and him and that group getting together, it feels like a full-time Cup Series track when you go there. The atmosphere is fantastic, and yeah, I think it's great for our sport. That's one of those. It's like Martinsville is one of the grassroots tracks that definitely is part of our history and needs to be part of our future as well.
We'll come with Steven right here.
Stephen Toronto, NASCAR pole position. This will be a question for Denny. Denny, the next speedway race that we have is going to be at Daytona in August, and NASCAR had been pretty open after Talladega to making tweaks to help reduce the drag on the cars. You've been part of the competition committee. Do you think that any change will be implemented for Daytona in August? And if so, is it in line with some of the ideas that you've had and you've advocated for?
I don't know. I don't know if I should say anything. There's change. There's definitely going to be a change, and it's definitely going to be in the right direction. Just don't know how much. Again, you're trying to play with the pure parts and pieces that you've got right now to make it better, but from the numbers that I've seen of what it's going to do to the car when you pull out of line, it roughly cuts that into it's 2/3 of what it is currently. So I think that's going to make the drivers feel like they have a fighting opportunity when they get in the middle of the pack to go start that third line, or not just shove the person in front of them, go make your own line, right? So those numbers are encouraging from my standpoint, and certainly think that it's going to create a little more space within the cars for what I see. So that also allows you to get back in line when you do make a move. So will it be the just total game changer back to 1995? Absolutely not. But I think it gets us more in a direction, not there, of where we were 7 to 10 years ago.
Gotcha. Thank you, Denny.
All right, we're going to end there. Denny, Christopher, thank y'all for coming in, and good luck to both of y'all this weekend. Also, announcement for the media, we're going to begin our top 25 bullpen over in the driver's meeting room across the way here.
You're back with us up here in the commentary box. We are still under a red flag, and we are waiting to see what's going to happen. Jack, you got the latest from the track. What have you got?
Yeah, according to Stephen Taranto on Twitter, the track, the rain has stopped and track drying efforts have begun. There is a hint of bright skies off turn 1, but it's still going to be a bit of time before we're in the clear to get racing again, unfortunately. But hopefully we can get it all done tonight.
That's hopeful. There's a lot of rain in the area. We are waiting to see what's going to happen. JT is on BeamMBG. I've mispronounced that one. What have you got for us, JT?
I'm going to try not to crash this fire truck.
Oh, this is the late night talk that you all tune in for, isn't it? We should start a drive time show. Slicks 06 or something like that.
Welcome to sleep time.
Yeah. You're listening to Han Solo.
You're listening to, if you're on the BTS feed a couple of moments ago, you're listening to JT, JB, and Jack talk about coronavirus.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about COVID and when we had it beforehand.
I slept for like 14 hours. It was wonderful, actually, to be honest.
Where we just forgot about life.
Yeah, can we say the problem with these weather vids, the problem with the weather at the moment is the fact is that there's too many random pop-ups, which means as soon as you think you're starting to dry the track, which by the way takes an hour, another little storm pops up and wets the circuit again. So you're fighting a never-ending battle, and it's getting later. It's now coming up to 10 o'clock Eastern, so that's already an hour to dry the track. That takes it to 11. Then you've got the start. Jet dryers are on the track trying to get it dry before the rain returns. So the rain's already coming back. So we are now effectively trying to dry the track to get to half distance. That's what I feel.
They're going to do their best to try and get to half distance.
That's what it feels like.
Because that helps the drivers, because then they can get to the next event sooner.
Yeah. Apparently, that means apparently TNT is showing Wipeout again. Great. So.
And HBO Max is apparently showing this white noise thing, which apparently is quite soothing.
Oh. Well, we've got the Viva Mexico 250 race going on right now from last year. Yeah, so from what I would guess from all this is that they're going to try and restart the race, but this is getting later. NASCAR do not like running to 1 a.m. And they're also getting close to the end of the broadcast window. Now, we've seen on Fox numerous times that broadcast windows do dictate NASCAR. Because if you remember 2 years ago at the race at Charlotte.
Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, the Coca-Cola 600. We went to rain delay for about 3 hours, and then it got called off because Fox came to an end on their broadcast window.
Didn't they have something scheduled afterwards live though?
I can't. No, I don't think it's because we went late into the day, like now. Or they could have. I think they could have had a baseball game. I'm not too sure. But either way, it came to the end of the broadcast window. You go beyond that broadcast window, it starts costing a bit more money. That's fine for channels like Prime, who are just on Prime. But for TNT Sports, that's a lot more. And it's just ticked over 3 a.m. here in the UK, which means it's 10 o'clock over there.
Prime is a streaming service and they can go however long they want.
Exactly, which is what we saw with the Coke 600 before, when it got red flagged this year. Or last year. So I think we are going to go. It's now 10 o'clock. It's going to take an hour to dry the track, which is going on now. So say there's no more rain in the next hour, and we go green at 11. That would be perfect because it's an hour 40 to finish the race, which takes us to 12:40 a.m. Eastern. But if we get rain or lightning inside this next hour, the race
is
going to
die. But I think we might have rain in the next hour.
Yeah, and if we
However,
have that,
I can't say because it's under the radar blind
yeah,
spot.
and if we have that rain, then from my personal opinion, in this next hour is going to be the most critical. If there is rain inside this hour, we're not racing today. End of. Because NASCAR are not going to get the track ready for no racing. So this is 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock Eastern, and this is now the critical hour to get this race in before the 1 a.m. sort of cut-off. Which is when
telling me that this is the red flag happy hour.
This is red flag happy hour, yeah. So the next hour, everybody, is critical. That's my standpoint. That's why yesterday in the O'Reilly race it went on for so long, and it just finished before 1 a.m. So yeah, we're into the sort of the holding pattern, as it were. So stay with us. Johnny Bianchi said, rain has stopped. Some crews have begun drying their pit stalls and playing catch with a football, and the jet dryers are doing their thing. So, yeah, at least it stopped raining. So we might, if it stays this way, we'll be good. But it's the lightning and the rain. So, as I said, this hour is still going to be critical. Guys, any rain delay thoughts while we still have you before we go to our next interview that I'm lining up?
How about we just race in the rain, full slick tyres, last driver standing wins?
You had to kill someone.
There'd be one way to get the race done. Just get everyone out there, last driver standing wins, and we end up with Cody Ware as the race winner.
Oh my God. Right, we've got another interview coming up for about 15 minutes. I'm just double checking that it's not an interview we've already had. Because I don't know, how many have we played? 2? Is it 2?
We've played 2. We've played Christopher Bell and we played Ryan Blaney.
Okay, I don't know who's coming up next because I don't get any previews on this one. So I'm just going to hit the button and see what's coming up. Go on.
You can do studio mode and preview it that way.
Oh, clever JT. Let's have a look. Oh, it doesn't work. Doesn't work for playing videos. That's a surprise.
If you load it in another scene and then do it that way,
I tried. It didn't do it. Oh, I'm just going to play it. All right, here's the interviews. Wow. We're under the red flag. And the next hour is critical. How long has the red flag been out now? When did it come out? Red flag came out 1:28, 1:26 UK time. So it's been about 90 minutes or so under the red flag. Right.
We could have played a full soccer game in this, which we might. Are we going to talk about soccer on the BTS feed? Sure.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. Let's hear some interviews.
Alrighty, y'all, we're going to continue our availabilities for today. We are now joined by driver of the number 9 Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet Chase Elliott, along with driver of the number 19 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota Camry Chase Briscoe. Guys, there's some bragging rights involved within this in-season challenge matchup. So tell us just ultimately how y'all are looking to kind of approach, trying to outdo the other come tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think for myself, I'm just kind of focused on trying to give the best result that we can. We're more probably truthfully worried about the points battle and trying to get the top 5 in points. But certainly, as you kind of wind down and get closer to that final matchup, I think it's impossible to not think about it a little bit, just with what's at stake. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of a race within a race, but at least for us, we're definitely more focused on just trying to win the race. And if you win the race, obviously you move on anyways.
I want to whip his ass.
I bet Chase wins.
I'm
I
just
know
kidding.
that much.
Yeah, I mean, same thing that he said. If we go collectively as a team, if you go and do your job, you're going to take care of the in-season challenge thing too. So, yeah, that's kind of where my mind's at, trying to survive the carnage that I'm sure is inbound for all of us tomorrow night, and hopefully be rolling there at the end and have a shot.
All right, we'll begin opening up to questions. We'll start with Lee here in the center.
Lee Spencer, Sirius XM NASCAR Radio and CatchFence.com. Chase Briscoe, did you think you'd ever get to your 200th Cup start when you're driving around on dirt tracks in Indiana?
No, definitely not. Yeah, I kind of talked about it a little bit even last week. Like I just, the goal truthfully was if I could just even run one truck race, I felt like I kind of made it because that felt like this impossible goal truthfully for the longest time. So it's pretty wild to think that, I'm at 200 Cup starts. Yeah, I never thought I would get one, let alone 200. So yeah, it's definitely crazy. I mean, 10 years ago, I was running the ARCA deal and volunteering there, and yeah, to be 10 years removed from that and to be at 200 Cup starts and driving for a premier organization too is pretty crazy.
We'll come to Tim here, still in the center.
Tim, more motorsports today. Obviously, I know you guys mentioned focusing on points, but we saw with Chris Buescher and Chris Bell last week that they had a friendly little wager. Do you guys have any wagers this weekend?
No, you want to make one?
No, we can make one. We'll get back to that. Ask us tomorrow.
Gotcha. So I want to ask you first, Chase, just reflect here last year, the second race in the nighttime, just like how different is it from the day? And also how big was that win for you last year in terms of changing the direction of how your season went going towards the playoffs?
Oh, yeah, definitely a big win. Anytime you can win at your home track is just a really big deal. It always, in both scenarios, yeah, it just feels a little different. I mean, it's not like I'm trying any harder. Like I try hard every week. So it's not like I'm, necessarily doing anything different. But I do think to get, to cross that bridge and to kind of check that box had a little different feel on the back end to it, and just have a lot of pride for, being from here and sharing a home state with a lot of the people that'll be sitting, up in the crowd tomorrow night, which I think is really cool. And so yeah, that moment was really, really neat. I don't know how much it really changed the course of direction of our season with how different this race is and it kind of being a speedway style race. But yeah, it was a great night, one I'll never forget for sure, and special for a lot of reasons. So hopefully we can run that back.
And then Chase Briscoe, the question would be more of from a preparation standpoint, especially coming off a win, just how much are you able to look at this week and what are you able to prepare for actually for this track considering the unpredictability?
Yeah, this track's definitely a lot harder to, I mean, not harder, it's just a different preparation, you know, from your sim standpoint. There's not as much sim stuff that goes on, and, you know, it's not like there's not a lot of things from a driving, I guess, perspective that you can do different here. It's more like just situations and having a better understanding of, you know, okay, if this kind of plays out, this is what you need to expect. You know, where other tracks you're looking at more like, you know, how to actually drive to a certain extent. So, yeah, it's just different from a prep standpoint this week. It's more just going back and watching video and trying to have an understanding of, you know, certain situations and what certain guys do in different situations. And so, yeah, definitely changes the prep work a little bit. It's just a different style of prep.
We'll go to Bob, then we'll go to John, and then we'll go right in front of him.
Bob Parkers, Fox Sports for Chase Briscoe. You went, I think, from like 79 points above the cut line to like 131 points above the cut line with the win. I'm curious, like, did you notice that, and just did that surprise you if you did, just how much a win could mean when you talk about the Chase cutoff?
I didn't look at all compared to the cut. You know, my big thing's been the deficit to fifth place in points. Like, that's been everything I've been watching. And we were 108 points going into Chicago, and we're 46 points now. So that's the big thing. You know, to have a legitimate shot to win the championship, you really need to be kind of in that top five. So that's, I would say that was the big eye-opening piece is really up until going into Chicago. James and I had always been focused on top five, and the week leading into Chicago, we'd finally kind of talked about, man, it's 108 points. Like, the odds of us getting there are probably going to be pretty hard to do. And then, yeah, to now only be 46 points back, I mean, that's one race. So definitely kind of changed I would say, our outlook and our approach a little bit. You know, it's going to be a little tougher just with the, you know, kind of the wild card race that this is in Daytona. But, yeah, I think it made it much more realistic, where when you're 108 points back, it just makes it almost feel unattainable. But now it's definitely attainable.
Go ahead, John.
John Newby, Fanbuzz. So this question's for both of you. Chase, Elliott, you briefly talked about this last night, but with, you know, 6 races remaining in the regular season, it seems like both of your guys' teams are kind of, they're hitting their stride at the right time. Is that the sense that you both have? And if so, what is it that's kind of leading to that point?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if, I mean, I think for us, I don't feel like anything's really changed on our group really from the last couple weeks to the beginning of the season. From a speed standpoint, we've just finally kind of just executed and not had, you know, whether it's weird circumstances happen or just, you know, blow up races where we have great speed and don't get a finish. I mean, the last 2 weeks, you know, we've got a ton of stage points and, you know, finished first and second. So I feel like from our team, at least, like, we're just finally executing. And that's something that James and I kind of talk about from a speed standpoint. Like, our cars right now, if you just go to the racetrack and put a solid weekend together from the execution side, like, you should run right around the top 5, just with the speed our cars have right now. And we haven't been able to take advantage of that because we've been so poorly at executing. So that's our big thing, I feel like, that we've finally done the last couple weeks, and hopefully we can continue to do that.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I think it's just staying straight, like in the direction that the race is meant to be going. I think I crashed or was spun out about for the 2 months from Charlotte on, so it seemed like. So I think for us, it's just about, you know, putting together solid races. To his, you know, to his point, just executing good days, trying to minimize mistakes. Been a lot of mistakes, I feel like, for me, you know, personally throughout the, you know, throughout that time span. So yeah, piecing all that together, just kind of getting back to what I feel like we do well. And there's been pace for us at different points in time, but just putting that together at the right time.
We'll come up here to the, or well, yes, we'll come up. We'll come into the red shirts, then come right here.
Yeah, Alfred Romero, Southern Race Week Radio and the Performance Racing Network. Chase, I wanted to ask you this question. I know last year you won with a design car. I know that was extra special, even though it was your home track. You had the family out here and all of that. And this year you have 2 people who are going to be out here, Max and Noel, who are designed your car for this season. Are they going to be here at the track? And how excited are they for you for them to actually? I know I was there when you unveiled the car at Turner Field at the ballpark. But now, how excited are they to see the actual car go out there on the track and take some laps around?
Yeah, they're super pumped. What a great way to celebrate 9 years last year. I know we talked about it a lot, but couldn't have had that story end any better, honestly. So yeah, there was enough bad years of our Design to Drive program that I hope we earned at least one or two more good ones. But yeah, they're super pumped. They both Max and Noe have a lot of energy, and we had an event last night, and they're pumped up. So it'll be cool to see them here tomorrow. And Max has a little bit of racing experience, Noe not so much, but I think it'll be fun to see them both in this environment and under the lights and all the things that this race brings now with just the energy and the excitement around it. Currently at Atlanta is pretty high for people around here, so excited for them to experience that firsthand and kind of see their ideas and their imagination out there on track.
And let me ask you, like you said, you've been doing this for 10 years. What does this program mean to you personally, and also for the foundation as well? What does this mean to you to be able to do these for these kids?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about Children's Healthcare of Atlanta at the end of the day. Everything is for them, and just trying to make a difference, big or small, for the folks that work there, the patients there, the families, that go through different challenging times that they would never imagine having to deal with or have to go through, right? So at the end of the day, you're trying to make a difference in that collectively in their network of hospitals, but then more directly just trying to have a positive impact. And if it's just one more positive day for those kids, or give them an experience that they might not otherwise have, at a race like this and an event like this, in my view, is a win as well. So really proud of kind of where it's come, the journey it's been on, Napa for bringing it to the next level, all the things that have made it what it is today. Been an honor for me to be a part of.
Come here, then we'll try to take a few more with the back, and then to Brooke and Roy here.
Mitch Northam, USA Today. For Chase Elliott, just to kind of fast forward a little bit to next weekend, you're going to be running triple duty at North Wilkesboro in the car store, trucks, and Cup. Overall, what do you like about North Wilkesboro? And then for the truck race in particular, does that one carry any more extra weight, or is it extra special because you're filling in for one of Kyle's dates?
Yeah, actually running all four next week. I'm going to do the pro race as well, so I figured if I was going to be there, I might as well sign up for all of them since I got to go up there Wednesday night. But yeah, I'm super excited about it for a lot of different reasons. I don't get to run late model races a lot. There's really just not a lot of midweek shows that work out for us and kind of how our schedule is. It's not like the dirt world where they race a lot during the week. There's just not a ton that goes on midweek shows. So excited about that. Appreciate Dale asking me to drive, his late model stock as well. That that's not a car I've really had a lot of experience racing in general. But both that race and the truck race as well, they were meant to be for Kyle. Both of those races, I think Dale was going to get him to drive that late model stock as well. So yeah, definitely will be special for that reason for sure. Would love to go and get a win, and in honor of him and his career, and just the friend that he was to me for sure over the years as well. So I don't know how my name got drawn or asked or what it was, but I appreciate them thinking of me and letting me have that honor to go and run those races.
All right, we'll just wrap up quickly here in the back.
Blake Smith, WVGS Radio. Chase Elliott going to be running the O'Reilly Series at the Brickyard. You ran that last week at Chicago. Do you feel more comfortable heading to the Brickyard, knowing you've got a race under your belt with that team? And what did you learn last week?
Not really, honestly. I think the Indy thing is so different. My understanding that the high downforce, draggy, drafting vibe that they had going there last year, I think is totally different than what we had last week at Chicago. So, yeah, I don't really know what to expect for that. I mean, I would look at Chicago as being like more normal to those races at least, or what I see on TV a lot. So had a lot of fun with it. It was I thought Marty and the whole 88 team did a great job. They were well prepared. Had me up to speed the best they could outside the car, and gave me the time to get up to speed. Once we got out there on track, and showed me a lot of respect in that regard. So I appreciate them, and looking forward to working with that group again. They were a really good group of guys. Like I said, well buttoned up. Couldn't really ask for much more. So hopefully we can try to better it by a spot in Indy.
And Chase Briscoe, how different is the race here at Atlanta from February to July from behind the wheel?
I think it's definitely different. The handling seems to definitely just get worse every time we come here, just from a natural progression of the racetrack. But certainly when you look at, what it was in February, I think it was probably a high of 35 degrees, it felt like. And then, today it's, low 85. Like, the track just has so much less grip. Your car, the build of the car is totally different. So, yeah, I think handling makes way more of a difference in this race. And then, plus just the race in February, I mean, the headwind was unbelievable down the front straightaways. So, yeah, I think it'll definitely race different. And it just has a little bit different vibe. At this point of the season, everybody kind of knows what they need to do from a point standpoint. We're at the beginning, it's the second race of the year. So, yeah, it definitely has a different feel to it. But it's still going to be just as chaotic, I'm sure.
Thanks. Best of luck to both of you this weekend.
Thank you.
All righty, y'all. Appreciate the time, and good luck to both of y'all this weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're back with us here on JB Motorsports in the night that never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. It's 3:20 a.m. here in the UK, and over there as well in America, it is 10:20 Eastern, 9:20 Central. We are under a red flag and have been for about 2 hours coming up now, since lightning hit the circuit and then the rain followed in. We are clearing the track, but there is more rain incoming, so we are 50-50 about what we actually want to end up doing here on the circuit. JT has got some news though from Bob Potgrass.
I should probably get that tab back up, shouldn't I?
Yeah. There is no restart time. Do you ever sleep, JB? Says Cat.
No.
No.
We don't.
We wish we did sleep, especially after being up since 8:30 a.m. Sunday, and it is now 3:21 a.m. Monday.
Sleep? What's that?
Yeah. Right. We wish we slept. We do. We do. We really, really do. But we are committed, and to all the 567 people watching us live, and all the 26,500 that has watched us in this broadcast, plus everyone on Twitch, and around the world, and whoever else takes our coverage, welcome.
The BTS feed.
The BTS feed as well. I've been up since 3 a.m. since Wesley. Oh my God. Everyone, you have my sympathies. JT, what have you got for us though about Bob Potgrass?
Hendrick Motorsports has done a live weather update from Bob Potgrass. I will share my screen with audio, so you should be able to hear it. Hold on.
We're waiting.
There, can you see that?
I can. Hang on. Yep, I can see it. Go on.
Hey, Bobby P. How are you? Nicky Sprinkles here. Hi, the form. Yes. We're wondering what you think about this weather.
I prefer it's dry. No, I don't think it's dry. I think with the forecast for Monday, they're going to try to get in, even if they have to put it in first conditions time.
You heard it. We're getting it in. Bobby P, baby.
Yeah. JT, what do you reckon?
What he said.
Look, they're going to get it in no matter what.
Well, they're going to attempt to get it in, yes.
It's tricky. It's tricky because we've got a lot of little pop-up showers, but they are drying the track right now. That's the latest news we've got for you. Is that they are drying the track, and we are waiting to see if we go green or not. But right now, we are in a holding pattern. And we have no TV pictures either because our international feed has now gone to last year's Brickyard 400 for some reason. We're still under the red flag then. Right, next up on the Wheel of Fortune. I've got a feeling it's going to be Dale Jr. for half an hour. Oh, it's only 16 minutes long. Oh, that's not too bad then. Right, let's head back then to the interview realm. We're still under the red flag. We'll bring you any news we possibly have as soon as we have it. Track drying is underway.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to kick off our press conferences here at Echo Park Speedway with Chris Buescher, driver of the number 17 Ford for RFK Racing. So, Chris, how does it feel to be on your very own billboard?
Yeah, so I am realizing there was some reality to Ryan's posts, and not gonna lie, that guy uses a lot of Chat GPT, and I just knew that he was faking this one, and a lot of people online pointed out that the trees didn't have leaves on them, or that it was the same photo for both, and I realized those were just renderings as to what they would really look like, because we have seen time and time again that this actually happened. Scott Graves was driving down this morning and confirmed it in our group chat that there are billboards. So I guess I've made it at this point. Like, that's my face is on a billboard. Either we've done something really well, or if you've been hurt in a motorcycle accident, I got you. I don't know. It's it's something. It's something. So Ryan's back to shenanigans, which is fine because I'm currently in the process as well, and I look forward to unveiling that before too terribly long. So we're gonna keep having fun with it. I do realize that everybody here at Echo Park Speedway had a role in this, and so we will have to figure out how to return that favor somewhere along the way. But it's that was something.
All right, I'll open it up to the media. If you have a question, please raise your hand, state your name and affiliation. We'll get a wireless mic to you. We'll start over here in the back, in the middle right here. Yep.
Hey, Doug Turnbull from PRN at 11 Live here in Atlanta. The other thing before the billboards, I was kind of fixated on that you're supposed to be, is it this weekend again, Christopher Buescher, after losing the bracket with Chris Bell, right?
Yeah, so your question was, why am I holding 64 ounces of ketchup in my hand? So, so obviously we got the Heinz ketchup Ford Mustang this week. Pretty awesome looking ride. And we figure we're just going to pour everybody a little shot on the way out of here, so hope y'all are ready. So your the other question, I think you kind of skated over there. We're sitting on the stage last week, and I was sitting next to C-Bell, and I'm just going to shorten his all the way. And I told him, he's sitting there, and we're talking, like, what are we going to do? What's it going to be? And I was like, you know what? We'll just make it to where whoever wins this thing, just tell the other one where they need to shut their first name off at, right? And so he said, yeah, I like that. We'll do it. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, there's one stopping point that's not acceptable for either of us, and that was after the T, and we agreed on that. But he was nice to me. He let me have my full legal birth name back. And so, yeah, we're Christopher for the weekend on that side. But I was going to be way...
Hello, we're live now. We've just interrupted Junior's interview to bring you breaking news from NASCAR. An update, track drying efforts are underway at Echo Park Speedway. And this bit's the important bit, everybody. NASCAR estimates drying should be complete by 11:45 p.m. Eastern with no more rain. Drivers will report to their cars prior to that time. So 11:45 is when the track should be completed to dry. That is in an hour and 15 minutes. So that's the further hour 15 under a red flag. But that is, critically, if we have no more rain. So I presume, JT, that's midnight we go racing.
Around there, yes. But I don't know. We'll see what the rain incoming does.
Yeah, because I don't think that's gonna be. Okay. They are not going to run the full distance. We don't think they're going to run the full distance. What is more likely is that NASCAR would run to adverse conditions time, so that would get past half distance and then call it off. So do you remember how we've got the sunset rule, where it is the next lap after the command's been given? That could be an option, that we cut the race short. So they want to get to lap 130, and then I presume after that we'll get a command.
It's going to be the quick state 200.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not going to be 400, it's going to be 200. Which is annoying me, because I would have rather come back tomorrow and do it all then. Oh.
But the rain is also dodgy tomorrow.
Yeah. Right, so it looks like we're going to restart for a 20-lap sprint. What's the point? This is ridiculous, honestly. Right, so we've got another hour and 15 minutes until the rain comes in. NASCAR really do try and get everything in, but they also really annoy their fans while doing it. We've got an hour 15 minutes until the track is estimated to continue drying. I'll update the banner at the bottom. At 11:45 p.m. Eastern, we'll stay with the junior interview on the main stream.
Way more mean than that. I was thinking just or cry. I didn't know where exactly I was going to end. Christoph seemed pretty good. I mean, there was so many ways he could have gotten at me. So yeah, I'm appreciative of the full name.
We'll stay over there and just start moving forward.
John Newby Fanbuzz. 2 quick questions. So first off, the payback for the shenanigans, does it get increased with him using the bowl cut photo?
So I guess that's kind of leading into something that honestly had nothing to do with him pranking me, but I'm equally as embarrassed about. So that was just straight up due to our friends at Kroger and Minute Rice, but to be determined on or to be seen on that front. Ironically, I did have that same haircut when I was a kid, so it just wasn't that red. And so from that side of it, it's okay. But I think he's just jealous that I got the Minute Rice ride this year and he didn't, so that's why he used that photo. But yeah, I don't know where that one came from. Apparently, he was asking around trying to get like baby photos of me and things of that nature. And I've got enough friends around here, they didn't release those. So yeah, it's not too out of hand yet. I did not see him spending this much currency to get this accomplished, and makes me realize I may have cheaped out on my next project a little bit. So I'll have a couple weeks to do a little spending, but I promise it's going to be equally as much fun, if not just a little bit more rewarding on a psychological level.
And then on the actual racing note, with them switching to the new tire setup in February, and this will be the first summer race with that setup, do you know what to expect yet with how that's going to react to the differences in track temperature and ambient temperature?
Be honest with you, I never really have figured out what to expect when we come to Atlanta yet. Seems like it changes so much in between our races by itself. Weather conditions are so significantly different this go around. I don't have a good answer for you. Qualifying's not a good read on it because it's a single lap and everybody's locked down and nothing drives great in qualifying, but you can deal with it for a lap by yourself. Really, we get into the race and remains to be seen. Obviously, going into the night, we've had some good night races here. That seems like the handling kind of comes to you with the entire field. Track seems to widen out. As we get into our race, whether it is day or night, it takes a little bit longer to work in that third gear. I don't know if it's just dirty at first or needs to get rubber in it. It's not. There's enough handling here. It's not like a Daytona or Talladega where you can just find a clean way forward. It has to come in. So, no, I don't have the answers for sure. A lot to figure out as we go into tomorrow. And really, the O'Reilly race isn't a great read for our race either here. It's the cars are just too different at this point, I believe, to get that feel. So more questions than answers, like you.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. You were at North Wilkesboro 7 years ago or so with Dale and friends, part of the cleanup there. When you were there, did you even fathom for a second that North Wilkesboro would be back in its current state and would one day again host a points race?
No. No, I remember we went up there, me and Bailey Curry rode up there together, and it started out as like a question of who's willing to help, right? And I was like, man, well, I got a skid steer and trailer. I'll come up there and move some dirt around and clear the track. And I'd seen some pictures. I'd driven by it on my way to Bristol every year, and I knew how bad a shape it was in, and from the road. And we got there, and I remember Dale riding around on the street sweeper, just making laps, just smiling ear to ear, covered in mud. Basically, it was nasty. It was cold, but I was like, man, he did the bulk of the work already. So we got there. I remember going around and just having the kind of the understanding that it was to try and get it scanned and preserved in the digital world, knowing that it probably wasn't going to make it beyond that. It's pretty remarkable to see where it's gotten to now. It's been such a fun racetrack to be on, whether it was the old surface or the new. It's going to be a fun night race, long race as well, right? So a lot of cool things coming there. But yeah, it's really neat to see where it's gotten to and had no clue that was even a possibility while we were there.
You mentioned Dale. It's been a passion project, obviously, for him. Where do you think would North Wilkesboro be even around without Dale and Dale's kind of involvement and push behind this?
I don't see a world that it would have been anything like it is now. I felt like that was a push from him and a movement that he created and got a lot of people behind in a lot of ways, and it worked, right? The racing has been good there. The fan involvement there has been fantastic. The stories that you get from people that remember going there back in the day, and those that didn't understand it and had to see it for themselves, it's pretty wild. But yeah, that was definitely something that I don't believe would have come around without him really pushing.
We'll go to the left over here.
Am I up? Okay. Yeah, Chris Raker, Skyview Sports. Last week in Chicago, Brad addressed he thought that sometimes he felt like the teamwork at Toyota kind of made some of the races predetermined. Do you feel that way? And is Ford addressed any of that, or is it just kind of all blown over?
It's probably going to be more in Brad's wheelhouse for sure, right? From the driver and the ownership side, he's definitely more in the weeds with that. I think in trying to take bits and pieces of what I hear him saying there, just from that interview, and also what we see week to week. I see where he's coming from and how we work together and how we can be better to try and have that high tide raise all ships, right? Kind of the idea, and I think the principle he was trying to get across there. And so, it's right now, obviously we are in a place where we are not the dominant manufacturer, and so we're gonna figure out ways that we feel like we can get there, and feel like that could be part of it. No one's sitting still, I promise you that, whether it's manufacturers, whether it's our engine shop, if it's RFK. Personally, we're all trying to figure out how to find that little bit extra speed that will get us to the point where we can say we're contending to win races week in, week out. We're just not quite there yet, and we have plenty of ideas on what it could be. And if 10% of everybody's idea actually makes it better, then at the end of the day, it would make it a lot better for all of us on the RFK side of things. So or Ford camp, I guess. So in principle, yeah, right. It's no way to prove it out, but yeah, understand some of the comments from it.
We'll go back to the right, and then Steven. You could just go, Steven.
Sorry. Stephen Toronto, NASCAR pole position. Chris, you've been in a good points position at this time of the year the last couple of years, but with the win and in system that we had, the bubble kept getting pushed down. You ended up in a position where you were really having to sweat things out. Now that we have the chase system and now that you're 7th in points, what has this point in the year been like from a mental and stress standpoint, just knowing that you're in a good position as far as qualifying for the chase goes?
Very similar as years pass in a lot of ways, because we haven't won yet, and you know, the years that we've won races, they've come deeper into the season than we would like them to. Every time, you know, we've had a couple years where the wins came in the playoffs, and you know, 23 there where they came right leading up to it and just secured everything for us. But yeah, if you think about the place we've been on a point standpoint, it's been simply because we hadn't won races yet the last couple years, and yeah, on just a straight consistency side of things, and you know, if you took this format, we easily would have made the chase, right? We're aware of that, and doesn't change what the system was at the time. We're aware of where we're at now, right? And we're going to be a chase contender. We know that. It's told everybody that from the beginning of the year, because that's how we've been able to race year in and year out. It's just we still don't have a win right now, and so from most aspects of it, it's very much the same. You know, it's just the result or the perks from the win are not a guarantee, but realistically, we feel like we've already got that part covered. So just trying to figure out how to win races, and that's the stressful side or the driving side or however you want to put it. It's figuring out how to get in a victory lane.
Thanks, Chris. Good to catch up with you.
So, you as well.
And we're going to end with Kelly over on the right.
Kelly Crandall, Racer.com. A similar question, Chris, but do you feel safe enough, I guess, with where you're sitting right now, with what's ahead? I mean, we have a drafting track tomorrow, a drafting track in Daytona. Just what is your mindset at this time of year versus, you know, where it would be, as Stephen pointed out, the last couple years?
Yeah, the drafting tracks have, not always, but it's been one of the places that have produced the knockout from the top row, right? That was tough to go through it, and we knew it was a possibility, and it happened to us. That won't be the situation exactly this go, right? But it doesn't change the fact that there's no way we can afford to give anything. You can't be reckless. You can't give anybody an inch. We still have to perform at a high level. We still have to do our work ahead of time and come in these weekends and be prepared to put in our max effort. With that, we'll be fine on the contending or making the chase, right? But that's ultimately not the goal. It's realizing, and I think seeing it more and more out there, that if you can start the chase in 5th or 6th spot or better, then you have a shot to win a title. And we're just outside of that, so we have to step up to be able to get to that point to where we're not just a participant, we're a contender at the end. So where we're at right now, I'm not worried about making the chase. I'm just not. That's going to come to us with the kind of races that we're able to put together. But I want to win races. I don't want to just be consistently right there around the 5th to 8th place. I want to win races, and we got a lot of good tracks coming up for us. But yes, when you go to drafting racetracks, there's those chances that things get wild. So take them for what they are, right? We know it can happen, but we're in a really good spot, and our team's worked really hard to get us here, knowing that this was going to be a stretch where you can have some big gains or big losses.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
There you go.
Enjoy that catch.
I'm leaving this here.
You are back with us live here on JB Motorsports. We are losing the will to live, as I know you all are. And unlike the Performance Racing Network and TNT, we're staying on the air during these red flag delays. So, this is going to be quite an interesting situation coming up. What we understand at the moment is that if there is no more rain, NASCAR will complete drying the track by 11:45 p.m. Eastern. They will then try and restart the race. There is an option in the regulations that they are seriously looking at to consider the adverse weather conditions rule, which is very similar to the sunset rule, where NASCAR could give a certain cut-off time, and once we get to that time, it is that lap plus 2 more to add to the end of the race, which means we could see 22 laps, which takes us to the 1:30, and then the red flag comes out and the race is over. Or what I was thinking was more likely during that little break that I talked to on the behind-the-scenes videos, we could get the rest of stage 2, which is 52 laps to go. Now, that seems more likely, JT, that we might end stage 2 at least and then call it a day, because then everybody gets stage points and everybody would then also get full points for the event. So that kind of seems more likely to me that would get stage points and full points, and then it's technically a full race. Do you reckon we're going to try and get the next 52 laps in? Because that's 25 minutes at good running. That's not too bad, is it? That might be a better option just to finish stage 2.
Possibly, yeah. Hopefully you can hear me because I'm not.
We can hear you.
Microphone, but yeah. Hopefully that is the plan. Hopefully we do get some decent running and we actually get a race on.
Now, they're saying that there's no more rain for the rest of the night. We're looking at the radar and we're seeing spots of rain still in the area. There's annoying little pop-up showers that are blowing into the circuit that are here, there and everywhere, which is causing a lot of problems, especially as so many of them are coming through the radar blind spot that we can't see if they're forming bigger cells or not until it's right on top of the circuit. What we can say is that there is a bigger rainstorm that is coming in to the area, but that should be okay for the remainder of this race. But again, it's another hour away until we are in a chance to go green again, if it rains, if it doesn't rain. Because as soon as it rains or lightning, we're in a 30-minute hold for lightning, and then it will be another, if we lose the track, it's an hour, maybe an hour and a half to dry it. We're really pushing it out here, JT, but the longer this night goes on, the longer I think everyone's thinking that we might be back tomorrow.
Possibly, yeah, but we'll just see how NASCAR want to play this out and what they want to do. This is incredible behind-the-scenes work by myself, having to look over a tissue box, which I've had to put my camera on.
That's JT is building a Lego set. That's pretty much what's needed. We've got
JB channel members, if you would like to see JT rage at a Legos Technic set,
get
join
over
the
there.
BTS feed.
Yeah, get over there. That's where we need to be. So we've got 56 minutes until we are estimated to go green. That's when the track is dry. The drivers will be back to their cars at some time before that. So really, we could go green about midnight Eastern time. But we'll see. We shall see. There's several things that are flying around right now from NASCAR about what they can and can't do. But just as a reminder, NASCAR do not like to go past 1 a.m. Eastern. It's sort of an unwritten rule. They don't like it. They will go through it. They will try. But they don't usually like it because, there's so much other factors. Past 1 a.m. Eastern, it's pretty much a no-no. But look, we're already going 11:45, JT. They really are pushing it to the max. And they are drying the track really well.
Yeah, they are. But it'll just see what this rain does, which is incoming, whether it dissipates like it did previously or whether we will have more rain coming in soon. It is still like 40 miles out though, so we do have time.
You also aren't NASCAR. Under regulations, they will try and complete all advertised laps unless the track conditions don't allow. That's exactly the case. Track conditions don't allow. And also, NASCAR does whatever the hell NASCAR does. Do we all remember 2 years ago at the Coca-Cola 600? Weather was perfectly fine. It was going away. We sat waiting for 4 hours. Fox ran out of TV time, and they called the race, despite the fact that we were nearly good to get going. So, yeah. Honestly, that's not coming from me, by the way. That's coming from Bob Potgrass. They are going to try and get all the racing tonight. Of course they will. Of course they're going to try. But there are contingency plans coming in that will be the case of, okay, we get to 1:30, it's an official race. We get to the end of stage 2, everyone gets stage points, everyone gets the full points as well because it's a full race. So there are things coming in. There's also pop-up rain that is around the area. There's a lot of factors coming in. I would say attempt 1, get the whole race in. Attempt 2, get to the end of stage 2. Attempt 3, get to lap 1:30. Attempt 4, we come back tomorrow. I reckon that's the list coming in. Don't you agree, JT? That's probably what they're thinking right now. And certainly what we've been hearing up here in the commentary box. JT's busy building things. Okay, right. Well, we've got one more interview for you before we have to...
I'm muted. Incredible. Sorry.
Go on. What have you got for us?
Yeah, that is probably what they are busy thinking about. What's the best way to go about this? But yeah, should be interesting what the final decision would be as I move the tissue box without it trying to fall over. Incredible.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky decider here. So stay with us here on JB Motorsports for all the action from the NASCAR Cup Series and the incredible race we were having before the red flag came out on lap 108 and killed all the momentum. Ryan Blaney is the race leader from Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick, 1, 2, 3. Red Eye says as soon as they go green, they're going to be out the gate racing, no doubt. Thorin says, I think that as well as the race will get intense, hope Blaney don't get caught out in something stupid. I agree with that. I think Ryan's been running a great race and we just need to keep him smooth and talking. Hopefully it all goes well. Everyone's saying their predictions coming through and seeing how good the race is going to be. We want the race to be good as well because it's 3:51 a.m. here in the UK. The race is due to restart. Cell to the west is weakening, Bob has just said, as the track drying continues. So that's good news coming into it.
That's the one that I was mentioning about tracking.
Yeah.
Seeing what it does.
So weakening is a good sign. But yeah, as I said, it's 3:51 a.m. here in the UK. It's coming up on 4 a.m. We do not look like we're going to get out of the commentary box until, JT, at least 6 a.m. maybe?
At least, yeah.
Yeah, at least 6 a.m. So that is going to be a hell of a sleep schedule for me. Are you at college?
I finished college nearly a month ago.
Oh, sorry. I've completely zoned out of that. Okay, good. At least you can relax tomorrow then as well.
But I've got video editing that I have to do.
That is also true, yes. But yeah, it's a long and tough one here, but we stay with it because we love doing what we do. Right now, though, we've got a half an hour interview lined up for you to take us through the break. Gives me and JT and Jack a little bit of a breather, and hopefully by the time that finishes, we'll have some more information for you about the track. So sit back and relax. We'll be back with you in about half an hour's time.
Alrighty, y'all. We're going to begin our post-race pressers here. We're now joined by the winning owner, JRM Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dale, to start, we've made a lot of Justin's accomplishments with the team this year. And kind of pressers just like this, right? Raving about his performance. But with that win, he obviously now clinches the regular season championship. Just now that it's culminated into this concrete result here. This early into the stint he's had, with so many races left in the regular season. Just what more can you say about what he's been able to do this year with the team?
It's been a great year for Justin, really great year for Junior Motorsports, and got to give Andrew Overstreet a lot of credit, building great race cars with his guys, putting really fast cars underneath Justin. Justin's had some changes to deal with in his program, and those have went seamlessly, obviously, with the results we've had. And I don't know that all of us were sure what to expect this year after Jim was such a big part of Justin's success. Jim Pullman and winning the championship with Jim, and that was a change that none of us were really sure about, and so I think I could say that with Andrew sitting here that we weren't sure what to expect. So Andrew put that on his shoulders and has had a chip on his shoulders about putting good cars under Justin, and he's beyond that at this point in the season. But I think starting off the year, he was bound and determined to prove that he could make this opportunity with Justin work. And so just proud of both of them. Says a lot too about Justin accepting change, embracing something new, untried. Just says a ton about him. So just a great character guy that can deal with those kind of changes and continue to stay motivated, continue to stay bought in, continue to be the energy that his team feeds off of. All that stuff is really important, and Justin's really rocking and rolling. So, it's I'm glad. I was saying it in Victor Lane. I think he's definitely looking at the end of the runway, wondering when he's going to finish his whole deal up. And I'm just glad we can win as much as we can between now and then. And he's meant a ton to he's meant a ton to our company, and so I'm thankful we can give him opportunities to be a winner.
Once again, back live here, JB. Drivers to cars at 11:15 p.m. Eastern, so that's about 30 minutes prior to when we are estimated to go back to green flag running. So the drivers to the cars in around about 20 minutes time, 11:15 p.m. So I'm just gonna we've updated the race delay graphic. Hopefully that'll come through. There it is. Drivers to the cars at 11:15 p.m. Eastern. That's the latest news. We'll send you back to Junior.
And continue to be successful.
Good deal. We'll begin opening up the questions. We'll start with Dustin, then we'll go to Chris in the back, and then to Tim here in the middle.
Dustin Albino, JC. Dale, I'm doing a story on Andrew. What has made him such a good leader?
Well, I think trial and error. Last year, there was a lot of room to grow. In looking, I sat on the pit box a lot last year with Andrew, and I saw a lot of room for him personally to grow in his leadership, his organization skills, his ability to delegate roles, responsibilities, especially when there's chaos. Car coming down pit road, missing pieces, tires rubbing, giving direct orders and information to people so they can go over the wall and fix the car and do the job they're supposed to do. And I feel like that Justin also gives him some confidence in not having to be everything. Justin's going to carry the ball some, and so Overstreet can lean on Justin's experience and his abilities, his talent. Justin's super talented, super fast, great on restarts, great on everything, and so that makes Overstreet's role and job a lot easier. And so, the one thing that I see with Overstreet now is just don't get cute. There's a race or two in the season where he's like, well, I'm going to do this a little different strategy nobody else is doing, and it's like, you don't need to do that. You're beating these guys heads up. And so, we had a little mistake on pit road last week, or at Pocono, I think. I can't remember what race. It might have been last week. Yeah, it was last week. We had a little mistake and just little things like that that every team has, that every team has. And I feel like in the chase, every race is going to be so important. Pit road mistakes, having everybody organized before you get to the track to know what their role is on pit road, what their role is during a pit stop, how to orchestrate a pit stop without a foul, without an error, speeding on pit road, little silly things. Those things are going to bite you and cause you to really make that chase to the championship a lot harder than it should be. And so that's when his leadership will be really leaned on the most. So he's just gaining more confidence as we get to that point, and I'm hoping by the time we get to the chase that he's feeling locked in, and they can have a mistake-free 10 races or 8 races, whatever, how many races it is to the championship. Yep.
Let's get a mic in the back to Chris.
I got to tell you, I know you probably know this, but me and Tyler, his brother, we worked together forever. So I've known the Overstreets for a while, and Tyler's wife Morgan works at Junior Motorsports, and me and Amy, we lean on her a ton. She does a lot of personal stuff with me, with all of my partners. So I'm kind of woven into the fabric of that family and that name, and so it's important to me that Andrew does well. When I was a driver, I was an asshole to Tyler a lot of the time, and I regret that. I had a tough few years when Tyler was my PR guy, and I was hard on everybody on those last couple of years. It was just a tough run to the finish, and I could have been better to Tyler, and so I'm trying to make up for that with working with Morgan and Overstreet, Andrew. But that family, I've been around them forever. I mean, I used to race online together way back in the day, and so I've just known them for a long time. Good family.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Dale. Chris Gollin with Above the Yellow Line Media. Good race, both on the track and up to the door a minute ago. So I wanted to check in. Carson Kvapil is in this period that a lot of drivers go through where he's just knocking on the door of that first win, and he's finding all kinds of ways to get really, really close and just not quite breaking through yet. And I wanted to know, have you spoken to him since the end of the race? What are your observations of how he's handling this process as a driver, as challenging as that can be? And what do you think is standing between him and that breakthrough to win?
Well, tonight there was really not much he could have done to have changed what happened. It's really out of his control. His help sort of dissipating on that restart. And I would say to him, and I did on pit road, in these moments, you got to look at what you were in control of, and did you do a good job? And I think you got to say tonight the answer is yes. He had a stage win, second in the race, great points night, did all the things aside from winning the race that we need to do to try to win a championship. He can go win the championship this year. He's got Rodney Childers as a crew chief. I mean, ain't a guy up and down this pit road that wouldn't love that. And Rodney gets better and better every week with these cars. He kind of understands how this series works and what these cars need and we've been pulling Carson out of this car every other week. All of that stuff was absolutely necessary for us to run the full season and for everything to work the way it needs to work, and for Carson to be in the position that I want him to be in for the chase in terms of his pit crew and all kinds of logistics. So there's a lot of stuff there that a lot of people don't understand that we had to do to make this season work, and for Carson to be in the best spot I think he can be in to race for a championship. So Carson is staying a couple campers away from me. We talked this morning. I said, if you spend the night, let's get together after this race. We're going to talk a little bit about not really worrying about, man, what should I have done, or gosh, I can't win, or not even having that mindset. We had a great points night. If we do this multiple weeks in a row, the next couple of weeks, we're going to be in really, really great shape when the chase begins. And he's now in this one car from here on out, so he can truly build on that momentum and that cohesion with Rodney, which I believe is a real thing. And so we've not allowed that to happen up until this point because of him rotating in and out of the car. So I'm absolutely honest with Carson on his career. He knows all the ins and outs of what his situation is. He's a grown up when it comes to it. He's mature and he can handle the seriousness of the situation and the realities of the situation. And there's a ton of kids up and down this pit road today that are in tough spots trying to win races, to prove themselves, to find a way to make the career out of this, and he's one of them. So we're
Hello,
gonna,
everyone.
I told him the other
We're
day, I said,
gonna
this
Drivers and
second half of
cars.
the year, this is your
11:20 now.
Yeah, so the drivers to cars 11:20. TNT are back. Let's send it back to the boys.
About emotions, I think it's about waking back up right now. You've went back to your bus, maybe took a nap, maybe not. I mean, it's hard to come off the high that you're on, getting out of the car, and then trying to regroup. But I heard Blaney kind of joke around. Normally, you eat everything in the bus that you can. Just not really knowing. I mean, the unknowns in the rain delay, I think, are the worst of like, well, when are we going to go back? And, I know you guys have been going through the same thing I have. Everybody's sending us texts like, what's the deal? And we don't know either. Like, we're waiting around. It looks to me like the track is getting very close right now. But, yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of unknowns. But we get the drivers to cars, get them in there. And, Marty, once you get back in the car, like, it just all clicks again. You've had that debrief with, there we go, we got a guy, Ty Dillon. Hoping they got that power steering fix in his car. Walking back out.
He's going to go build some fence with
I mean, you've had those meetings with your crew chief. You got a plan of what you're going to do when you get back in the car. You're just going to go out and try to execute.
Yeah, it's the uncertainty is I agree with Jamie. Like, what are we doing? Are we going to try to race? All the things you really don't know. And then you finally get some information. Hey, we're expecting you to be at your car at 11:15, 11:20, whatever it happens to be. And all right, now you have a plan, right? Now you see there's an opportunity to go race. So, but at the same time, you're still in the back of your mind, is this going to happen? Really, when the car comes off, car cover comes off and you get in that race car, that's really when you start to focus and really believe it's actually going to happen.
There you see Riley Herbst. Those guys are getting ready to get back in the race cars here in about 15 or so minutes. I'm telling you, I've never seen that gadget before. Never seen that thing.
It's just flames, man.
How does the rain affect the racing surface?
Well, it's going to, because of not just the jet dryers, not so much, but the air titans that kind of shear all the water off, they pretty much wipe all the rubber off too, any rubber that was laid down. So, the cars are going to drive a little bit different. Typically, I would say the track's going to be a little bit freer right now with all the rubber washed off of the racetrack. The other thing about here, Marty, and what's important at this track is there's so much apron. And when we talk about like how you get on pit road, they're going to have to get all of that dry, because we could see a green flag pit stop if we get into a little bit of a longer run as you look at that. But once you start to get that kind of light gray stripe, it happens pretty fast. As those jet dryers go around, you see exactly how many they have, not just the air titans, but all the jet dryers. The track starts drying pretty quick. And we have a little bit of wind right now, which is helping a ton.
Remember when we interviewed Ryan Blaney, all the things he was talking about were going on in the race. Cars coming, cars slow, cars faster at the end of the run. Nobody really knows now what's going to happen. The track temp is down so much. It's so much cooler than it was. So you really have to drop the green flag, see what you have, and then just start communicating. Just start letting your crew chief know what it is you have, what's different, what needs to be better. You have a pretty good idea, but this just makes grip. There is more grip in the racetrack now than it was when we went before the rain. But as Jamie said, what that ends up doing is to tend to make the front tires work better, and now the back doesn't hook up quite as well. But somebody else could be tighter with it. You just really don't know.
I think one other thing to keep in mind, Marty, is there's still more rain around. Like, there's another cell a couple of hours from here. So now the discussions are we racing to halfway, or what point are we racing to? And that brings up the excitement, the adrenaline, and everybody, and the urgency in trying to get that track position that they need.
Danielle is down on pit road with an update. Danielle, what's it like down there?
Well, Marty, we don't only have to dry the racetrack to go green. We also have to dry the pit boxes. That's where the pit crew comes into play. And this is Spencer, the jackman on Daniel Suarez's team, Spencer Bishop. Could you tell us a little bit about the track drying process in the pits? I see you have the fans here. And then having to retape this box for when Daniel makes his pit stop. What are we looking at here?
So yeah, first rule after a rain delay is try and get the box as dry as possible, as quick as you can. And then with the tape lines here, this is pretty much exactly where we need Daniel to stop. Pit stops come down to tenths of a second, and if he could stop right where we expect him to, that, can save us tenths of a second. So we pretty much we have the sign right here, he's gonna wave, and we want to put his left front tire right here. And then we have that mark back there is for our fueler. That's where he's gonna fuel the car. And this is his no-go line. Like, if the car slides out, he can only ride it so long. He can't go past this line. But yeah, ideally, right side tires on that line, left side tires on that line, and we'll do the best we can to have a good stop for him.
And then this yellow line here is where the fueler has to disengage right before Daniel leaves his box.
This line right here. That yellow line's for our carrier for when he runs in front of the car.
You guys have it down to a science here. What are the conditions right now on pit road? I know the cars are still obviously going to have to move. We'll have to dry that section. But how are the boxes right now?
I think we're in a pretty good spot. You know, our 7 team did a good job getting everything dry after the rain, and I feel like we're in a good spot to have some good pit stops.
Well, Daniel Suarez knows how to win here, Marty. He got it done in 2024. Looking for another great run tonight. Spencer, thank you. Let's send it over to Mamba.
Thank you, Danielle. I got Alan Gustafson. Alan, you guys' car has been pretty solid so far in the first part of the race, but this is not exactly what we anticipated, a late night, you know, really, really cool now with the rain. How do you prepare? What are your adjustments are you thinking about you got to do with your race car?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously some added degrees of difficulty. You know, the track's cooled down a lot from the rain, so how the car's going to respond to that. I think we kind of saw the track progress a little bit through that first stage, and as it cooled down, definitely that second stage, handling was a little bit different. So curious to know now that it's rained and it's super cool and it's whatever time it is, I don't even know, what the cars drive like. And then, yeah, are we racing to the end or not? So that's the next question we got to figure out.
Now, for the guys back at the shop, you know, they like to get the snacks off the trailer when you take it back home on Monday. Is there any snacks left for the guys at lunch?
The snacks are significantly depleted, so yeah. They're going to have to fend for themselves on Monday.
Listen, guys, you don't understand. You need the snacks. That's a big deal for break time.
Thank you, Mamba. Alan Gustafson, one of the greatest in the business, arguably one of the greatest to ever do it there at the crew chief position. I wonder how the racing itself is going to change, and it sounds to me like none of them even know.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind is it's late. These guys have been up, whether it's a crew member or the driver has been up. I mean, we've been up since 7 or 8 a.m. Decision-making gets worse as you get tired. Yeah. And you think about these guys all being in these massive packs and the fact that it's a good chance we're going to be racing at midnight, 12:30 in the morning, and bad decisions cause massive wrecks at places like this, and the cars are all so close together. So I just always think as I was looking at Alan Gustafson's eyes, he looked like I felt, right? I mean, he looked tired, been up all day.
Should have brought him some ice cream.
That's right.
Well, it's a long year, too. I mean, you got to remember, I mean, these teams are, I mean, this is a hard way to make a living, and it is a grind, and now it's just that much later. Jamie said decisions get harder, and it is a very difficult way to make a living in these late night races, man. It really, really pulls you down.
And the last 5 weeks have been brutal.
Yes.
Like, I mean, we've been to all these races, and they've been not just with rain delays, but just the way the schedule lays out. They're late nights. You're flying West Coast races all the way home. They're hard weeks. It is accumulatively, it's been brutal the last 4 or 5 weeks.
Speaking of brutal, it's been a really tough stretch here as a rookie for Connor Zilich. Danielle standing by with him and Riley Herbst. Danielle?
Yeah, Marty, 28th when we get this race restarted about midnight, so it's a really great time to have a Red Bull. I myself have to admit I had one there on the bus before we got back racing. How about you? Just this one, or how many you got?
Yeah, I'm almost finished with my first one. I'm tired. I don't know if I enjoy racing this late, but hey, we're here, and I think once we get back in the car, the adrenaline will get me going. But for now, the Red Bull will keep me going until we get in the car. So, yeah, excited to get back out, get some more changes into our car, hopefully get it into a bit better of a spot and be able to move forward some. So looking forward to it. It's always fun racing at Atlanta. This race has surely been different than all the other Atlantas with just how spread out we are. But, yeah, I think as the temperatures continue to come down and the track getting cleaned off with the rain, I think it'll tighten back up.
I need to stop by the 35 box and get some Monster Energy, maybe, depending on how late we race into the night. We have options here, Riley, in terms of how to keep us going. Once we get back green, Riley, how do you feel about your car? The 2311 cars have seemed really fast so far this evening.
Yeah, I don't think the 35 is much different either. I think we're running 15th, 16th, I think it is. We had a speeding penalty at the end of stage one, but I think we can get up there and run with our teammates. Obviously, though, this track has gone through a big swing right here. All the rubber that we did lay down is gone. The temperature's probably down 15 degrees, and the beautiful sunshine is gone as well. So hopefully, Davin and the boys, we made the right adjustments, but I think we did. I mean, I had a few monsters this late. I think this is going to be a 1:30, 2 a.m. type of deal. So it's fun, right? This is summertime. This is NASCAR. We're in Atlanta, and let's get back to racing.
Stage 1, I felt like the field was a little bit spread out. Then Stage 2, before the rain came, it felt like we saw some great drafting, some pack racing. Riley, what do you think we'll see down the stretch here?
Yeah, I think the rain came right at an awkward time, honestly. I think that if the rain wasn't there, you would see that like breakaway racing a little bit. I think the tires were starting to wear lap 15 to 22 there. So I think we were right before the cutoff. I don't know. Like I said, this track went through a big swing right here. So I would like it to be back to our advantage of the 2311 cars and how it was to start the race. But we can't control that. We can make a few laps here and see what we need to do to get this thing back to the front where it belongs. And yeah, we've had a great amount of speed today, and hopefully we can keep it up.
They got a fast car and all the monster energy they need for a late night of racing, Shannon.
That's right, Danielle. And we have jet dryers getting ready to come right past us as I'm getting ready to talk to Blake Harris, crew chief for Alex Bowman. You guys had a great qualifying effort, started 6th, but I know you dropped back once the race started. Tell me what was going on with the car and how you guys were able to fix it.
Yeah, I think we just had the car too locked down at the start of the race. He got super tight in traffic. Wasn't really able to move around a whole lot. So we took some pretty big stabs at it there in the first stage. With this weather here, give us another chance to get on the other side of it. So I don't know that we had a good enough spring race for read on the balance, and we came here trying to make sure we had enough downforce in the car, and just a little too locked down there.
Like we saw the 45 of Tyler Reddick. He was able to come from all the way in the back of the field. Does that give everybody sort of optimism that you can make passes and get to the front if you need to?
Yeah, I think so for sure. I mean, anytime we kind of get in some clean air and we get a couple clean corners, you run right back up on guys. Every time I think we're struggling pretty bad, I look up and you're still within a tenth of a leader. So the fact that, everybody's able to stay pretty packed up, I do think there's speed in our car. We just got to get the balance right for him. So we'll take another pretty big swing here. But I think if we get it in the ballpark for him, he should be able to move up there, no problem.
Thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
Let's go over to Mamba.
Hey there, I got Bubba Wallace getting ready to suit up and jump back in. Oh, watch out. You got Ryan Blaney coming. He's just going to slide on by.
Where's your nap?
Nice. Wait, you had a nap?
Yeah, I had a nap. Are we live right now?
Yeah, we're live right now.
Live TV?
Yeah. Did you get a nap in?
No. We were playing some PGA trying to break 50, and we shot a 50, unfortunately, so.
Well, I did text you and ask if you had any video games going on.
My phone was on the charger. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair. All right, so right now you're P2. Yeah. Do you like your car, and what do you think is going to change as we're later in the night now?
Yeah, that first run was a little sketchy. We were able to capitalize on some guys that were worse than us, but our Columbia Camry came to life really good there in the second run and started the second stage. So a little bit too tight now. I'm glad we got some Toyotas up there. We got to work together to get by this 12 car. But with the weather change, we'll see how much the track changes. I'm excited for our chances.
Everyone was wondering where you guys qualified, if it was, what the thought process was, it you guys are trimmed out or not, but you feel like this is going to work into your hand?
Like, it's nothing new, people. Toyotas don't qualify good at speedways, but we race our asses off, and that's what we're doing.
All right, Bubba, appreciate it. Marty.
Well, he's definitely racing really well right now, up 20 positions from his qualifying effort. And Burton, let's go back to the kind of race that we might expect to see here. What do you think?
Well, Riley made a great point. When this rain came, you could start to see the field separate. Everybody was kind of bunched up, and then they started separating because handling was becoming an issue. I think that with this cooler temperature, that makes that group running together last longer. I think we'll see the tire. I think we will see them later in the run start to separate, but cooler temperatures create more grip, and it kind of masks the handling problems. So I think there's a pretty good opportunity that we'll see more pack racing than what we saw before the rain started.
I think one thing that will be consistent is that guy right there is still going to be the car to beat. Blaney had the fastest car in qualifying, and what was so impressive to me about the 12 car is that each time someone would shuffle him back, he almost immediately within a lap could get back to the lead. So it shows that car has decent handling, but it also has a tremendous amount of speed. And I'm with Jeff. Like, it seems like the Toyotas obviously didn't qualify well. They handled well. But if the track temp cools down 10 or 15 degrees, the rubber gets washed off of it. I mean, does it make some of these cars that weren't handling well, can they hang on longer? Can they stay to the front longer?
Bubba was talking about how the Toyotas don't qualify well on tracks like this, but they race very well, and Tyler Reddick certainly a testament to that. He's up 29 positions from where he started this race, and Marty Snyder is with him now. Marty?
Yeah, I was going to say, Ryan Blaney went wire to wire in stage one, but this guy was the star of the show. So, first of all, how much fun was that, honestly, to drive from 31st to 2nd in stage one?
Yeah, I mean, for us, we've come to Echo Park Speedway a number of times and had incredible speed and handling out of our Toyota Camrys that we bring out from Airspeed. So, yeah, for me, just, we were pretty hot to start the year off with Chuck Messino on the car, so we're trying to get that back rolling. Certainly, we've had the opportunity to bust up some fast laps. Currently have the Xfinity Fast Lap 2, so, yeah, a lot of things have been going right. We got a little brush with the wall there not too long ago. Well, I guess it was hours ago now, but yeah. Other than that, I mean, it's been a pretty smooth night. But, yeah, like you said, to just methodically pick our way to the front of the field there in stage one was a lot of fun. And, yeah, it was a bummer we couldn't quite get by the 12 there, but I had a lot of fun racing with Ryan there.
How much will the game change now? Obviously, it's going to be a clean racetrack. It's going to be at night. How much different will it be behind the wheel?
Yeah, that's kind of what we've been thinking about. Obviously, the rubber we just worked into the racetrack, a lot of it's going to be gone now with the rain, the jet dryers, the air titans kind of working to dry the surface. So everyone's going to probably have a little bit different handling race car here to start as we get back going. But our car's been amazing tonight. Our Camry's been fast. It's handling good. So hopefully it just affects us a little bit less than everyone else.
So Bubba said he played a little PGA and he tried to take a nap. What did you get done in this rain delay?
Well, I was trying to get Bo to bed, but
did that work?
Like a couple people on the broadcast watching Wipeout. I couldn't get my kid away from Wipeout, so we stayed up quite a while watching that. I think 10:30, 10:45. I'm like, buddy, we got to go to bed. We stayed up pretty late watching FIFA last night, watching the O'Reilly race too. So Dad's been letting Bo stay up a little late these last couple nights, but yeah, we finally got him in bed and. Yeah, I was headed out here, so I'll just spend a little extra more time with Bo before we got back going.
All right, Wipeout was a hit for programming. How about that, Danielle?
AJ Allmendinger doesn't have his little boy Arrow here, a little under the weather, so if he and Tara are watching, you want to say hi?
He should be sleeping. Tara told him the race cars went night-night because it was time for bed.
Well, they're about to wake up because we have a race we have to finish. AJ, how's your car right now?
It's been a bit of a struggle so far. Our Campers Inn RV car, super loose the first run. I felt like Trent and the boys did a good job. We made it a little bit better that second run, but we still got some work to do. Obviously, conditions are going to be completely different when we fire back off. So we'll come in here, make a stop, work on a little bit more. And as we've seen at this racetrack, anything can happen. So I feel like if we keep heading the right direction, we can start getting up there. Obviously, my teammate Ty did a good job that second run. So the speed are in the race cars. Just got to get a little bit more comfortable.
I was talking to Trent Owens. I think what you're doing to put yourself in a playoff position is so impressive to make the chase in the last 7 weeks. If you guys can put a good stretch together. AJ, how have you guys been able to maximize and execute with the resources that you have?
It's just what we're going to have to do tonight. We grind, like try to be smart in the race car. You know, you can't DNF. Like, so obviously out here, there's opportunities that I think the pace is going to pick up here. It's going to get a little crazy, but just keep grinding. This is the perfect night for it. We haven't been very good, but we just keep digging. Our pit crew's been amazing, so I'll try to go do my job, and maybe we get up there inside the top 20, top 15, and keep grinding out good finishes.
Do you remember the night you won here in the O'Reilly Series? I think you came on the radio and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe I just won on an oval."
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing. There was nobody in the grandstand. It was during COVID, so I celebrated in Victory Lane by myself. The crew wasn't even allowed in. They looked through the fence like I was in jail. So we go steal one tonight. We will not leave this place. We will be here in the morning too. So got some work to do, but there's always a chance.
He's one of the best in the drafting game. AJ Allmendinger going to roll off with his colleague team here when we go back racing in just a little bit, Shannon.
Thanks so much, Danielle. All right, we got a two-time winner here at this racetrack. Started 26 today. And, man, that first run, William, you guys were fast. Almost cracked the top 10. Second run, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just the track was really different there between the first two runs. So, yeah, I mean, had a little bit of difficulty there with the balance and everything going on and a lot of traffic, but we'll get it sorted out. Now, car's clean, so got plenty of work to do, so we'll be good.
I think we could sit here and say that it seemed like it was a pretty chaos-free race because we haven't seen any wrecks. What has it been like from the driver's seat?
I mean, honestly, it's just really slick compared to what we've had here in the past. So, which I think is a good thing. Like it's starting to spread out. You're starting to see handling matter more. So, yeah, I think just trying to try to find that balance of what you need. But I think the track is definitely getting some character. So that's great. You see a lot of guys, like even the first 3 laps of the race, there are guys having moments and hitting the wall. So I think that's great. I think the racing is going to just continue to get better here.
Thank you, William.
Yeah, no problem.
You know, it's great. Take a look at this this paint scheme. How cool is this HP paint scheme for William Byron, Marty Smith?
It's fantastic, Shannon. It's absolutely fantastic. That young man had a great race last weekend at Chicagoland, won the first 2 stages, and had a great finish. Earlier in the race, we were showing that radio communication between Rudy Fugle and William Byron, where William didn't like how the race car was operating, and Rudy said, drive the bleeping thing. What is that like when you're losing your cool behind the wheel and you're verbalizing that to your crew?
I felt like as Shannon was talking to William, he had this smirk on his face, like, no, please don't ask me about that. And listen, the reason we bring it up with this group is because both of those guys keep their cool. They do a pretty good job of that. And racing's frustrating, though, right? You want to do well. He mentioned the first run their car was good, and then all of a sudden they lost the handle on it, and he was losing track position, so you're going to get frustrated. I don't think there's any more to that. You just move on. It's passion. Everybody wants to do well. They all want to be able to go out and win this race. Something that, as I was listening to those guys talk, that came to my mind that we need to pay attention to, though, is we've referenced that all the rubber has gotten washed off the racetrack. It's probably going to have the most grip it's had all night long at the beginning of this. But because of that, it's also going to wear tires out. And I think you can see guys in this run, as we get to that 15 or 20 laps, you'll see some people maybe fall off a cliff, like go from being pretty good to all of a sudden like, oh man, it's almost undrivable at this point. So they'll have to keep, pay attention to that and not push the car too hard early on because you don't want to lose all that.
There's so many unknowns. I mean, honestly, that's what's fun about this. You're getting ready to drop the green flag at midnight. The track's going to be completely different. We could see a drafting race 2 wide. We could see single file. Who knows what's going to happen? But you know what? Somebody's going to figure it out. Somebody's going to make the right move at the right time. This is an opportunity. Anytime you have adversity, anytime you have questions, you heard A.J. Allmendinger talk about it. It's an opportunity. Who's going to take advantage of it?
Kyle Larson, Cliff Daniels, and that 5 team have improved so much over the past 6 weeks or so. Here's the 2-time champion right now with Marty Snyder. Marty?
Yeah, a lot of good stuff going in the direction lately, and a lot of good stuff going in the direction for Stage 1 as well. So how fun was that, having that kind of speed and that ability to kind of get up there and fight with those Penske cars?
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun. The balance meant a lot, and it got kind of strung out. And for a second, I thought I was going to lose the Penske guys, but was able to kind of open up my 3 and 4 and get some clean air to get my car turning better. And then I was fading, but then started coming on again at the end. So, yeah, it was just weird and trying to kind of think through it all of like why I was coming and going at different portions of the run. But yeah, that first run was cool, and then the second run, it seemed like the pack got tighter with cars driving a little bit better, and then it was difficult again, but was starting to get strung out there again. Not strung out, but like calmer again once the lightning just before that came. So yeah, I feel like my balance seems good for the long run. Just got to get like that early kind of first third a little bit better when the pack's tight. So we'll see. It could be a lot different here now with it raining and then cooling the surface off.
You mentioned how much the track will change. How open-minded do you have to approach those first few green flag laps to really just learn with where the track is and then how you need to adjust to that?
Yeah, I mean, this place is like really sketchy. The tires are so hard, and like the aero, it's easy to get yourself kind of like aero just
in bad spots, whether you be tight or loose. And then when you're loose, it's like that edge is so close. Like I've stepped over it and overcorrected, hit the wall here before. So PTSD from that. So it definitely runs through my head. Every corner I feel like I'm getting loose. So, but yeah, I mean, you also have to be aggressive at the same time. So it's just, it's a tough track, but a lot of fun.
Restarting 11:40, 11:45. I mean, that's right in your wheelhouse. That's right. That's usually when most dirt races start, right?
Yeah, no, not high limit. Not high limit. We are done by 9 o'clock. Maybe if you go to the outlaw races, you'll be starting right now. But no, for me, 5 to 8 years ago probably, I would be feeling good about the late start. But I'm a morning person now, so this is definitely past my bedtime. But we got this. We'll be ready to go.
There you go, Kyle Larson, obviously with a quick race car and can put himself in maybe a position to get that first ever drafting win, Danielle.
Carson Hocevar already has one at Talladega earlier this season, looking for his second career Cup Series win. Could come tonight, Carson. You looked like one of the fastest cars before the rain came.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was texting Junior, wondering what it was like from his perspective, because stage one, I was like, I looked at my mirror, I was like getting a fourth. I looked at my mirror and there was nobody there, and they were all like way far back, and then a few caught up, but it blew my mind that we started lapping people and everything. I was just not expecting it. I knew at some point this track would have that and it'd catch everybody off guard. I just didn't know if I was 100% guessing this one, but stage two, then we got racing and everything, and he said it was fun, and I had fun from the seat, and I think we're now going to get an even more different race, I guess. So I'm looking forward to it. I love this track and everything about it, and how much you can move around and do things and draft by yourself. So yeah, I know it's all fun for me. I always wished I could drive the super speedways in the early 2000s based off watching footage and stuff. So I'd say this is the closest thing I'm going to get to it.
So what advice did Dale Jr. have when we go back racing? Any idea what to expect? Did he give you any tips?
Oh, hell, he didn't give me any tips. He just said it was good from his seat and entertaining, so we were just laughing. But I don't know. I'm a bad listener anyways, even if he did give me advice. But I appreciate it, Dale. No, I don't know. I just, I think Jeff, my boss, came up to me pre-race and had some words of advice. And then he said, "You're not going to do any of that, are you?" And I was just like, "You know me so well." And then we laughed, and he left, and I didn't follow anything he said. So, but we're still like 7th, I think, or 8th. And we led some laps today so far, and our car's pretty good. So, I don't know. I think my way's working out decently well, but we'll see how it goes.
I talked to Luke Lambert, your crew chief, earlier today, and he said one of the things you're so good at is just instinctually knowing not only when to make a run, but when there's a hole. He said any guy can take a run, but you got to know when you're clear and when to take that hole. He said even if his competitors maybe don't like his style, he's extremely good at it. Where did that come from, that instinct?
I don't know. Delusion, arrogance, iRacing. I don't know. It just works out, I guess. I don't know. It's just a video game to me, and I just enjoy it. So, yeah, this is a lifelong dream to drive in a Cup, obviously, and I don't know. I just get to enjoy it and have fun with it, and see how this all works out. And I'm enjoying every race I got and every lap I have. So, I'm just having fun. We're sitting there cracking jokes the whole time. We went around. I took a golf cart during the rain delay and just went out, run around the fans, and I don't know where we went. I think I broke into like 4 different things during the rain delay. So I'm just having fun. I, just super thankful to Ziggler Auto Group and everybody that puts into this and lets me be me and get to enjoy it. I think letting loose helps me out a lot in these things. I go off instinct or racing and not very calculated.
Green at 11:37.
We're getting word now from NASCAR officials 5 minutes till drivers are inside their race cars. We'll let you get ready. Carson, best of luck.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Carson Hocevar, a heavy favorite here tonight, Shannon.
Yeah, the favorite 1 week ago, of course, was Chase Briscoe. Congratulations on the win. How does a dad celebrate a win? What does that look like these days?
Well, our house has been chaotic this week. Brooks back in like February asked if he could get drum sets, and so I pushed it off. I was like, when I win, we'll get a drum set. And so when I FaceTimed him last week in Victory Lane, he was just screaming, "Daddy, I get a drum set." So that's been very interesting this week. It's been very loud in our house. So yeah, it's Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird way to celebrate a win, just with a 4-year-old just banging on drums all day through the house. So, yeah, it's been a fun week, though, regardless. And, yeah, see if we can back it up. I thought our Freebird Toyota was really good the first run. Just kind of lost the balance a little bit the second run. So, yeah, see if we can get it back and hopefully give them a good run. This is their hometown, so hopefully get them in victory lane.
It's not a secret that Toyotas have been awesome this season, and that was your first win 1 week ago. Is it a sense of relief, excitement, all of those things when you get to add your name to the list of winners?
Relief to a certain extent. I mean, especially just the environment that Joe Gibbs Racing is, and with the Toyotas being fast, like, you want to go and win, right? Your teammates are doing it, other people that drive the manufacturers. So it's definitely a relief. It's crazy. I've never had in my Cup career where, like, not winning has bothered me as much. Truthfully, Stuart Haas, we just kind of got used to it. And it's at JGR, winning 3 races the first year, like, it's just, that's the expectation now. And to not be able to do it this year as early as we would have liked, it was tough. So, yeah, it felt good.
17th to 8th in the points in the last 7 weeks for this guy right here, Marty Smith.
Great stuff, Shannon. How deeply does it speak to the pressure on these race drivers that Chase just told Shannon the overarching emotion last weekend was relief, not joy?
Well, I mean, Marty, listen, as Chase referenced there, every driver wants the opportunity to go run for Hendrick Motorsports, Joe Gibbs Racing, Penske. But when you get there, you have to perform. And the pressure to perform is at a really high level, especially when you have a teammate like Denny Hamlin or Christopher Bell, those guys that are winning multiple races a year. A lot of pressure on him. I would say that as a parent, I think the drum set promise was a terrible decision, though.
Awful.
I do know that.
I would take some of those race winners and invest in a sound isolation room, preferably on somebody else's property. That seems like a good investment.
Did you ever buy anything for Harrison after a victory?
No, not that I remember. My wife probably did, but I don't remember buying anything. I bought my wife stuff after.
We got a train set, that's what I remember. I won the All-Star race. My kid wanted a train set. We actually got multiple train sets.
Much quieter than the drum set.
Much
there
better.
You see Chase Elliott strapping in there to the Napa 9. Local boy, former winner here a couple of times. Might we see him in victory lane
It was
tonight?
big last year. I remember sitting right here where we are when Chase Elliott got out and his excitement to the fans. It was a really great moment to get to see him share that, experience that with all the local fans here. Love seeing those guys get in the car. I thought it was great. We're interviewing Chase Briscoe, and then we went to Blaney. He already had his helmet on.
Right.
He's ready to go.
Chase Elliott's got it. I mean, this is his hometown racetrack. He leads all drivers in best average finish here. So he's been really consistent, puts himself in position to win here every year. And I think, again, tonight's a great opportunity. And he was willing. I mean, that was a super aggressive race last year that he made happen. And it has to give you a lot of confidence as a driver that you've done it, you can do it again.
It was fascinating during pre-race. Dale Jr. had that great sit-down interview with Chase talking about what it's like to follow a father in the family business who is an icon. And, guys, Chase has seemed to handle that with so much grace.
Well, there was no one better to sit down and interview Chase than Dale Jr.
Yep.
The fact that they both grew up with famous fathers in this sport who were so successful, and both of them now, being the most popular drivers and how they handle that. And I didn't talk after that piece with Chase, but one thing that I have always appreciated about Chase, not just his ability on the track, but that he just has always been himself. He's not a guy that lives in Charlotte. He lives down here in Georgia, and he does his own thing, and he has stayed true to who he is, and I think that's really important.
For over 40 years, an Elliott or an Earnhardt's been the most popular driver in this sport. Right, and for those two to sit down and have a conversation.
Good moment.
I mean, it's, our sport really is built around families. It always has been. It's very unique. I don't know another sport that's like that. But listen to those two guys. They are in many ways the faces of our sport. And have those two have a conversation is really cool.
You saw it there. Window nets going up right now. I hear
Engines
some
refired.
motors firing up. All right, what are you thinking right now if you're one of these 40 drivers in a race car?
Thank God. The rain stopped and we get to go race. That's what I'm thinking, Marty.
Get some track position. Right now, track's going to have a lot of grip. Make the right moves. Get track position. And once you get it, do everything you can not to give it up.
NASCAR's told the drivers that we are going to run the full distance here tonight. We have 152 laps to go. It is 20 to 12. Stand by for a wild night. NASCAR is going the distance as cars are rolling off pit road, and for the first time in over 3.5 hours, we are back rolling here in the brilliant Atlanta Motor Speedway. JT is alongside me in the box, alongside with Jack, and JT coming to you. We're behind the pace car, but that doesn't matter. Cars are rolling for the first time in hours, and we're going to get some sort of racing today. Hello.
Hello. That was a very short Lego interlude on the BTS feed, but anyway, moving on. Isn't it typical that I set something cool up and right and straight back to caution? Anyway, yeah, finally back on the caution, and full distance is interesting. NASCAR After Dark. I think it's time to hit my tweet that I did yesterday.
Jack, it's going the distance. They're going to drive pit road. Let's see if we actually get 150 laps, because right now we've won that 109, so it has started ticking. We've got less than an hour. It's less than an hour short of the... this race is less than an hour short than last night's O'Reilly race. That's just mad, isn't it?
Yep, I have nearly fallen asleep twice, but other than that, back after a very brief stoppage.
Yeah,
Let's go racing.
Not long at all. Not long at all. How long was that red flag?
It was 2 minutes.
Oh.
No.
I
want to say, I mean, what? The red flag came out at about, I want to say about 1:15. This is my best
3
guess.
hours, 9 minutes, 18 seconds.
Sorry, say that again, JT.
3 hours.
Yeah?
9 minutes.
Yeah?
18 seconds.
What a red flag. Well, we are going to go green, which is the good thing. Nothing in the immediate area. If we are going, we're going to have at least 3 cautions. Does this count as caution 2 or caution 3? I'd say caution 2.
Good question.
This is caution 2.
Yeah. There will be at least 3 cautions because of the stage breaks to close back into it. Long time since earlier on, though. If you're just rejoining us, this is how it stands. Ryan Blaney from Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick and Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott, Eric Jones, Kyle Larson, Carson Hocevar, Joey Logano, Ty Gibbs as your top 10. From Austin Cindric, John Hunt Nemechek, Shane Van Gisbergen. From Ty Dillon, Denny Hamlin, Riley Herbst, Daniel Suarez, Michael McDowell. Then we get in with Will Byron, Chris Buescher, and then it is Austin Dillon, Josh Berry, Alex Bowman, Chase Briscoe, Ryan Preece, Adrian Almendinger, Austin Hill, Connor Zilich, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cole Custer, Ross Chastain, Zane Smith, Brad Kozlowski, Todd Gilliland, Noah Gregson, Cody Ware, then Chad Fincham, and BJ McLeod's gone behind the wall. Despite not having anything wrong with the car before the red flag for Lightning, BJ McLeod has gone behind the wall. So we are going to see how that goes. Right, NASCAR has told the teams we are running the distance here. Let's return to the booth. Adam Alexander is up there as well.
After a red flag of more than 3 hours, we're back in the saddle here in Atlanta. It's NASCAR on TNT, Cup Series Racing, presented by Napa Auto Parts. The red has been lifted. The cars have rolled off.
Sorry, what did I say? Did I say something wrong? Let's call people out with sleep deprivation. Did I say something wrong? What did I say? Doesn't know. Even I'm curious
Welcome
now.
to the broadcast booth, everybody, with the Hall of Famer, Dale Earnhardt Jr., our crew chief, Steve Letarte. I'm Adam Alexander. A long wait, but we're going to get back after it, and I think this thing is going to be electric.
Well, this is the tough part for drivers when they have a bit of time to unplug, plugging back in, switching it back on, figuring out how to amp yourself back up. The racing here is wild and hectic, and you have to bring the energy. You have to be up and ready for it. And I'm not sure that all these guys can really do that. And so, man, I would be pounding Red Bulls. I'd be doing whatever it took to get myself in a frantic mode mentally to be able to be prepared to go after it again. Because, man, when you shut it off, Steve, it's hard to turn it all back on. And there's some guys out there that'll be able to do it in some that won't.
Yeah, and from on top of the pit box, it's a reset and a revamp. Because if you believe what you had 3 hours ago is going to work now that the sun's gone and the track is cooled, then you're foolish. So for some, they are excited for a change because they needed something different. But there's others. Take Ryan Blaney, right? He has had the dominant car. He has to be asking himself, what do I need to do? Do I need changes? Right on top of the pit box, Jonathan Hassler has to wonder, man, do I just want to leave it alone, see what we need, what might change as the sun goes down? We've talked speed versus handling. I don't think there's any question anymore. I'll take speed. I'll take overall just raw speed in the race car. The grip is going to be the best. This is almost like the spring race all over again. 148 laps. This track should be really gripped up.
Let's give you a little race recap here, because this race went green just after 7 Eastern time. Only a couple of cautions, one at the end of that opening stage that was won by Ryan Blaney. And then we make our way halfway through the second stage. We get caution number 2 for weather. We had lightning, we had rain, and as I mentioned, a red flag of more than 3 hours. Blaney's been the dominant guy. I mean, you see his stat line here, but we've had 8 lead changes. So there early in stage 2, things did get quite competitive. Let's hear from some of our pit reporters as we anticipate the pit lane opening up, and we send it first to Shannon.
Thanks so much, Adam. Christopher Bell had a very fast Toyota in this race. Started 32nd, moved all the way up to 4th. But let's give you an update on that wrist that he broke a couple of weeks ago. So he did have a wrap or a brace on it all weekend, but the plan was to recast it this morning. They actually did it in the garage. They had Christopher sit in the race car, put his hand on that steering wheel, and then they recasted it so that they could work on range of motion and comfort for him inside the car. So car changes weren't the only thing that were going on inside that 20 stall when the garage opened this morning. Danielle?
Well, Shannon, another Toyota that's been extremely fast tonight, Bubba Wallace. He's going to restart this race in a moment, second behind Blaney. I just talked to his crew chief, Charles DeNike. He said, we're really happy with the car. When the pits open, we are going to pit to top off with fuel because we're inside the window and we're taking right sides only. Bubba, one of the best cars in the field before the rain came, Marty. Let's see what that 23 has on this restart.
Yeah, just like the 23, Danielle, all these teams on pit road and the drivers and their crew chiefs have had 3 hours to think about what they're going to do next when pit road does get open. And pit road's been pretty wet. It's kind of the last thing to get dried here at Echo Park Speedway. So the jet dryers are on pit road trying to dry pit road right now, because as soon as it opens, you will see almost everyone on pit road. Just talked to Cliff Daniels, the crew chief for Kyle Larson, just moments ago, and I said, what do you expect when we come to pit road? He said, it's going to be everything. You're going to see fuel only, right side tires, 4 tires, all over the map. It's going to be a short run, Adam, to finish out stage 2, so want to keep that track position if you can.
Yeah, I mean, we're across the halfway point in this second stage. So when you come down to pit lane, as you said, Marty, we're going to, we'll be looking at right around probably 40 laps or so of a run to the end of the stage, and it'll be very interesting to see how these teams react and what they do when pit road opens.
The question is, are you racing for the end of stage 2, or are you trying to position yourself for the end of the race? I mean, that's really, because that's differing positions. 46 to go in the stage, so 2 tires, short trip on pit road, keep that track position. But I would argue that, we've run a big chunk of this, 54 laps of this stage, so it would be better to fill it up and take 4 tires and position yourself later for the race, but it's definitely going to be a mixed bag.
We also talked about the challenges of this pit road, and we documented that earlier. And so I think about all of these cars coming down, and right now, we got 30 guys that are on the lead lap. You got varying strategies. So some coming in, taking two, the exit, the opportunity for issues on and off is going to be at a very high level here.
Yeah, that's the one thing that makes me nervous is trying to get into your pit box and maybe a guy just taking fuel, pulling out of his, and trying to make sure you know who's got the right of way and getting information from your spotter, your crew chief on who may be pitting around you and what their plans are. Some of the teams will share that information back and forth to make it easier so there aren't any contact on pit road.
Going the distance as they drive pit road.
Still working on the pit lane, not quite dry yet. So we'll continue to make laps under caution, and we'll have more from Atlanta when we continue. It's NASCAR on TNT as we head toward midnight in the east.
Yeah, about 10 minutes to go until midnight. So we're just still trundling around the pace car, getting everything set up. We'll look to complete the full race distance, which I think, JT, is just incredible to even attempt. What? A few hours ago, we wouldn't even thought that.
By the way, Mike Ford, who is one of the main, I think he's like NASCAR racing comms, I think he does.
Yeah.
So he's basically telling us what, from NASCAR's perspective, basically. If I don't make sense sometimes, I am very tired, so apologies to the audience. But he basically says that the intention is to get full race distance in. No adverse conditions, lap or time or whatever. We are going to do full distance. That is good news, in my opinion, for all the fans who have turned up to this race.
Go on, JC.
Yeah, as we're just driving pit road at the moment. We're nearly complete with that, as the cars will continue to go round under caution. Still behind the pace car, just heading for exit of turn 4 now. As well, from that camera angle, there's not an empty seat there, but then again, there's only. And then we have the wider shot. That grandstand's still pretty packed, which is good to see. It is 11:50 Eastern as we complete another lap on caution. Only 3 vehicles now on pit road, maybe 4 of the lights blending in each other in the middle, but very nearly done with pit road.
I've just dropped my Apple Pen on the floor and I've damaged the tips and I have to order some replacements.
Oh.
Update, by the way, well, more a tweet thing that I think is worth noting. Brad Perez has just tweeted out, every time we run a super speedway race at like 1 AM, crazy stuff happens. I still remember we restarted the 2015 Daytona Summer Race at about 11:42 PM. That was the race that I'm pretty certain Austin Dillon ended up in the catch fence.
We're back on TNT.
Still under caution as they dry the pit lane post red flag here at Atlanta. And with Blaney out front, he just padding the stat line. More than 90 laps led, most he's ever led in a race here at Echo Park Speedway. Let's dial up the man that started on the pole.
Hey, Ryan Blaney, it's the guys in the TNT booth. You got us?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Man, I always loved these rain delays because I felt like some guys would check out and not be able to check back in. I felt like it gave me an advantage, especially racing in the middle of the night like this. How about you?
Well, I sure hope I'll be able to check back in. I say I'm not as much as a night owl as I used to be now that I have a son, but yeah, I got me a little nap. I feel well rested. I'm ready to get back going. I'm just happy that they finally passed through and fans were able to stay and watch a good finish to this race.
Hey, Blaney, it's Letarte. We all are kind of surmising what we think the track will be like. You're out there. It looks pretty cleaned off. Do you expect this to grip up? Do you think it'll be a different feel than we had for the first 100 laps or so?
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit different for, some time until we lay some rubber on it. There's still some decent rubber that's laid down, but it's obviously less than where we ended. So, I don't know, I think a combination of the track cooling off with it full night, it got a rain shower on it, cooled the surface temperature off. I think it'll rubber back in pretty quick. So, The track might be a little bit different than where we ended, but it should get back to pretty similar.
Track is ready.
All right, appreciate it, man. Appreciate you taking the time, pre-race, during the rain, and now here under yellow. And hopefully we'll get pit road open and get back at it.
No problem, guys. Thank you.
All right, let's do a little Where's Mamba.
I can see. Why can I see myself like that? Put the flag up real quick. There we are. Hey guys, you know the deal with our fans. We have diehard fans. They're weathering the storm. Look at the. We found Kyle Busch Corner. I'm gonna show off some of these tattoos. These are fresh. Okay. Yep, we got one there, one here. This is one of my favorite ones. Watch out for that. Look, we got a couple on the legs. We got Kyle Busch Corner. As we know, this is one of the last places we saw the legend go to victory lane. Dalton,
yes, sir.
I heard you are one of the biggest Kyle Busch fans. Will you tell us all what Kyle Busch means to you?
He was just a hero of mine. You know, it all started when he was Terry Labonte. I was my first guy, and then he drove the Kellogg's car, retired. I thought, okay, Kyle's in the Kellogg's car, why not? And then it just, the rest is history. You know, he's a hero of mine. He's a legend. He'll be remembered forever. So that's why I decided to get my first tattoo right here, dedicated to him. Miss you, brother.
As we all do, miss Kyle Busch.
Pit road is open, as JT says. They're not coming to the tubes this time, so we are going to get this race slowly restarted. It'll be 10 before we reach half distance.
Here when the red was first displayed and then the rains came, but and I will say this, and we talked about this when we rolled in here the other day, just how full the infield is and all the campers. Been fun to see the fans out for this midsummer race here at Echo Park Speedway in Hampton, Georgia.
We talked about re-engaging for the drivers. It's time for the pit crews now. Trying to get back in the swing of things, execute the plan that's laid out. Pit road, I believe, will be open this time by, and it should be a very busy pit road.
Got to make sure you execute and avoid mistakes. As we head toward the second half of the race, you get later and later, very difficult to recover. Blaney leading them down. Behind him, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, and the man that won here last summer, Chase Elliott.
Pit road is on.
Shannon Spake leads off our pit coverage. They're coming your way, Shannon.
That's right. Let's talk about the most recent winner here, Tyler Reddick. Let's see what he's going to do. The call right now is for 2 tires. We did see him brush the wall in that second stage. I spoke with Dave Rogers, performance director. He said no problem at all for that number 45 car, just a little blemish. What about the 20 fast car? Just a little bit tight. I did ask Adam Stevens what they were going to do, and he said just a small, tiny adjustment for Christopher Bell. Danielle?
Bubba Wallace taking right sides only. Ooh, had to wait on a cart to get out. Smallest pit boxes in NASCAR, Marty. He's cleaning away.
Fuel only for Ryan Blaney, keeping the track position here at the end of stage 2. Blaney comes in with the lead, leads with the lead, but interesting call there. No tires, fuel only.
And 5 drivers stay out. So you talk about the shuffle here and the varying thought processes of drivers that stay out. A guy like Blaney who goes fuel only, those that get 2 tires, those that get 4. And what is the end result once we go racing again? Josh Berry now towing the field around. He's one of those drivers that stayed on the rachtrack, and we'll see if they come this time and cycle everything
Berry,
back.
Priest, Silich, Stenhouse, Custerman.
Steve, where some of these guys at the back of the field had chose to come to
Chastain,
pit road the second time by,
Busher,
maybe thinking that
Bowman, Kozlowski, Gilliland
just to kind of
in.
give themselves a better opportunity to get on and off pit road without incident. This will cycle some of our drivers like Blaney back toward the front. Shows you just how important they believe track position is. You know, these tires have, what, about 50 laps on them, yet they still think just a refresh of the Sunoco gas is enough to get to the finish. I know we've talked about the track gripping up, but man, it just is it's still going to have to handle good. And so some of these teams still working on getting their cars to handle well. We had cars go a lap down. Chastain, Zane Smith, several cars that we thought would be competitive tonight, trying to work on getting their cars to where they can at least race with the pack. So a lot of adjustments still getting done to some of these cars.
What's up, Danielle?
Here with crew chief for Carson Hocevar, Luke Lambert. Luke, restarting now 11th after that pit stop. How's the car handling, and what do you think we can expect now after the rain?
Well, the car's been handling pretty well all night long. Obviously, with the heat of the day, when we started the race, it was really hot and slick out there. I think it's going to be a lot different right now. Cooler temperatures, it's, you know, with the darkness, it's cooled down a lot after this shower. So I think everything's going to be a little bit different with the rubber pulled up in these temperatures. So we'll see. You know, I think that it'll make it a little bit easier for everybody to handle, though.
What did you and Carson Hocevar do during that rain delay? What were the discussions about how to play this race to the end here if we can keep the rain off?
Yeah, we just talked a little bit about what our car was doing prior to the rain break, and then what adjustments we needed for that, but then also what we needed to do to account for tonight's temperatures after the rain. So I think we had a good plan, and Carson's been doing a great job up to this point, so we'll let him and Tyler work together and see what we can do.
One of the smartest crew chiefs down here, Adam, no doubt. He and Carson Hocevar have a plan.
Well, and before the interview there, Dale was talking about drivers that had gotten a lap down early in this race, and think about the opportunity to come from behind in an event like this. If you go back to the spring, Hocevar has a tire issue, makes a pit stop. He goes 2 laps down, eventually works his way back, so it can happen at this place.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to imagine, a guy like Ross Chastain's excited about the opportunity to have a little more grip, a little more comfort after what we saw in stage 1.
I will say, when we talk about iterations of this track and the grip going away and the handling going away, not changing tires with 50 laps on them, it just tells me there's big opportunity as this track ages to change this tire combination, to put grip back in the Goodyear tires. That would definitely be the goal a year down the road, right, is get it where you definitely need tires and want tires. The track's cooled off 30 degrees from earlier in the race, though, so I can see where they believe track position is going to be key.
Let's get a report from Shannon.
Yeah, guys, Austin Dillon, really been a frustrating season for him, outside the top 20 in 6 of 7 races. So when he qualified 4th today, it was certainly a big shot in the arm. Right now, he is running 17th, but there was some communication with Austin and his team about something that they saw on the SMT data during that first part of the race. Listen in.
Early brake spikes in that run. The pedal was going to the floor. I forgot to mention that. I was just dealing with it. So that's probably what some of those spikes, and it wasn't really slowing it down.
Steve, I guess, how big of a concern is that as a crew chief if your driver
Well, this is going to be interesting.
might be something that you guys are dealing with in this race?
Well, here we go. Are you ready? It's 5 p.m. here in the UK. It's midnight Eastern. It's midnight. And now the race is going to restart. 1:21. Half distance is 1:30. We'll restart with half the race to go. This race won't end until 6:30 in the morning. What is going on?
Tell me that it's probably a real problem, but not top of mind. So I'm going to hopefully just hope it doesn't affect us.
Hey, Steve, you feel like you need to get another coffee order in because we've crossed midnight in the East?
I feel like I'm at least 2 coffees from a checkered flag.
That's right. We got a long way to go.
My legs are killing.
One to go, and you're watching the choose. The field choosing the outside or the inside line, trying to put themselves in a good spot for this restart.
Teammates Blaney and Logano going together in that outside lane. Blaney will be in charge, and he'll be on the front row with his good buddy, Bubba Wallace. Marty?
As promised, Adam, we saw a little bit of everything under that pit stop, including the fuel-only move by the Team Penske cars. Talked to Paul Wolf about that just a moment ago. He said we had to make an adjustment in the left rear for Joey Logano, so we couldn't really take right-side tires. And then Blaney was willing to go fuel-only with us, so it allowed us to make that adjustment. The second part of it, it allowed us to reconnect with the 12. So the Team Penske cars back together for the restart here with 37 to go when they take the green here in Stage 2.
It's like a repeat of the original start, isn't it? My God, it's been a long day, and it's still not over. We're getting set for the second half of the Quaker State 400. We've still got 205 miles left to run. We know you stayed with us here on JB Motorsport. We appreciate it because you, like us, are race fans. And there's nothing better than seeing the green flag. It's 12:01 Eastern, 137 laps to go. From Sunday to Monday, we are racing once more here in Atlanta. Blaney on the high line, Logano down low, being pushed by Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick as they come through turn 1. Chase Elliott looking up high, so's Daniel Suarez. And the one thing they don't want, Jack, is drama at the start. They need to take this super careful. It's a green track, and there is going to be grip, but you've got to take care not to shred the tyres.
I mean, yeah, hopefully we'll see what the pack racing will be like here. Blaney in the lead right now. Obviously, pretty much all the grip on the track that was on there, thanks to the tyres, is gone as Carson Hocevar has a little look down the inside of Logano. He gets alongside him. Just coming out of 2 here. They're side by side. Does he have enough pace to clear him? I don't know if he does. He's being pushed there by Tyler Reddick as we enter turn 3.
Tell you what, Hocevar's actually not lost anything. That 3 hour, what was it, 3 hour, 9 minute, 18-second red flag didn't do anything for him. We've picked
He's
up
not
right
playing
where we left
iRacing
off.
the whole time.
He has, hasn't he? He's been getting ready to go again. He's diving through on the inside. Look at Bubba Wallace taking 2nd position. Hocevar's dropped back. Reddick's dropped back into 6th position. Michael McDowell's come out of nowhere in the 71 car and has moved up into 4th position. Now we're seeing Cindric side by side with Denny Hamlin, who's moved up 2 places. So it's a good restart. We're running 3 wide further back. And it's a good final restart to come into it as Blaney leads from Bubba Wallace.
78 is done for the night mechanical. That's BJ McLeod.
No!
Do you know how annoying that must be for BJ McLeod to know that you're going to be out of the race 3 hours ago but not allowed to be taking anything?
Or he's just decided he fancies an early night.
Throw him
At
out.
his age, I don't blame him.
So he's out with a mechanical. BJ McLeod is out of the race. Our first retirement, 3 hours, well, technically 4 hours in, but no, it's 1 hour, 33 minutes in. Bubba Wallace has
He's
taken the
42,
lead.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. But look out, Bubba's squeezing up high. Ryan Blaney! Bubba almost puts Blaney in the fence as Hocevar comes down low. Oh, great. Here we go. Hocevar's going to go 3 wide.
Help.
No.
He's done it, fair play.
He's done it. I'm surprised. Look, he's now running Blaney into the fence coming out of turn 3. Kyle Larson's dropped back massively. He's way down the order in 16th position. And now Bubba Wallace is side by side with Carson Hocevar. Hocevar's going to go Blaney. Oh, Hocevar's dropped back. Blaney back on the inside with an amazing cutback as he comes down out of turn 2 on the back stretch. So now Blaney's on the high line. Now he's cut down low and he's got past Bubba. Bubba's got Hocevar on the high line. Down centre. Yep, okay, so it's now Logano taking 2nd position back. That was a lot of swapping and changing there, Jack, and I'm not surprised, because this track is going to produce grip in all 3 lanes now.
Yeah, lots of swapping and changing lanes. It's looking like the pack racing we're used to here at modern Atlanta, rather than the first stage, which honestly looked more like old Atlanta, with the more intermediate style. It almost felt like... What's the track? Indianapolis,
Yeah.
when we had the plate. You know how the O'Reilly cars race at
Yes, I do, yeah.
Indy with the plate racing? It felt like that.
We
And by the way,
are-
I actually enjoy that style of racing too.
We are halfway. This race is now official. If we have any more
NASCAR,
rain...
call it.
Yeah, if we have any more rain, which there is a couple of cells bubbling in the west, but that would be it. They will not restart the race. So this race is official. We are now running Mother Nature, and we're trying to get the whole thing in. 129 to go. What the hell has happened further back? Because that is a major drop back coming in from Chad Fincham, who's now gone 3 laps down.
Okay, be right back, by the way. My cat's begging for food. I've kind of got to refill his food bowl.
Well, the cat is just woken up. It's wondering why you're still awake. We're
He
sorry,
has,
isn't
I
it? Yeah.
know. He's decided, because I've breathed, that it's his food time, like he always does.
JT, good restart then as we see Bubba Wallace trying to go around the outside of Carson Hocevar. It's Penske though, 1-2, controlling this. 73 of 100, stage 2, 133 of 260.
Yeah, absolutely. Still 3 wide further back. That is Denny Hamlin threading the needle. Here comes Shane Van Gisbergen as well, who is, well, on the border, if not just inside the top 10. We'll get it confirmed.
12th
as
overall, I
he comes
think.
across the line. He is 12th, so he is battling there. Denny Hamlin was just able to get into the top 10 there. He'll go up the inside of Austin Cindric for 9th, who is currently going round the 71 of Michael McDowell, as we are 2 wide through the whole field. As we, except for the top 2, going 3 wide, possibly Tyler Reddick.
They've got to find the careful manoeuvres. They don't want to have too many errors here. As Blaney stays ahead by 0.13 of a second over the line to Nagano. Bell's jumped up several places. So has Cindric, 5th and 7th position for the pair of them coming into it, which is good to see. Round turn 1 and 2 again. High line coming in from Bubba Wallace, but can't have the traction, and he's door-to-door with Carson Hocevar, the two making gentle contact with each other as they come into turn 3. Penske leading the way at the moment. As look at that, Bubba's got no one left to push him. He's going to try and bring Bell with him. Hocevar still there. All three Spire Motorsport cars are inside the top 8. Hocevar 4th, Suarez 6th, McDowell 8th as things stand. And they're all in this little battle together, which means, JT, they can all be taken out together.
And Reddick's going to try and make it 3 wide again. He had a really dicey moment a couple of laps ago. That's why he's dropped down spots. He tried to make it 3 wide as the gap was closing. He backed out of it smartly. As side by side, he will now dive to the inside of Cindric.
That's close from Reddick as he goes side by side. Bell's getting on the back of a very loose Bubba Wallace. So he's coming out turn 2, always sideways. That's Hocevar getting out of it. Suarez was looking a bit dangerous. He's side by side. Suarez moves up from 6th, almost up into 3rd place. He's alongside now, Bubba. Bubba's dropped back brilliantly here as he comes through. Suarez brilliantly threw up into about 6th position, but now he's going to drop back. So, yeah, Suarez 5th, Wallace 4th, Bell 6th, Hocevar's taken 3rd, Logano and Blaney still 2, and with Blaney leading this race.
And it was not in that first run. I checked in with the team during the rain delay, and I asked them what was going on. They just said it wasn't connected, no grip. Sorry, they took a big swing at that car on the first stop, and you guys can see it has certainly come alive.
Hocevar and Bubba Wallace are running down the Fords up front.
Yeah, still going 3 wide further back as they come into it, 2 by 2. As there's Shane Van Gisbergen running in there in the 97. He's alongside McDowell. Hamlin's just ahead of him. He's side by side now with Ty Gibbs. This is over 9th position. Suarez trying to come through on the inside line. Not working out for him there. This is a cracking racetrack, isn't it? Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. I also got myself some more Diet Coke to try and keep me awake. But yeah, so far looking like an absolutely brilliant race. We're starting to get a little more spread out now, as the 2 Penskes seem to be dominant, as well as Bubba Wallace looks like he's got a very good car behind him, as does Carson Hocevar.
JC.
The two Penskes, Blaney has told Logano to work together. Hocevar has told Wallace to work together.
Oh, okay, here we go then.
It's a 2 versus 2 at the front.
And Cindric's coming into play as well in that number 2 Penske as well. So let's see what he can do to close things back up on the east side by side at the moment. Looking up with Suarez as Blaney and Logano trying to protect the middle and low lanes coming into turn 3 and 4. Taking the middle and high lanes comes in now with Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, don't trust that car behind me there, so we got to cover.
More instruction from Logano.
Yeah, Logano to say, look, cover, 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 cover. Do not need to be this defensive. Look at that. Here we go. They're using it. Hocevar and Bubba Wallace are side by side. And they're now going to tag the front here. Are we going to see Logano losing out? Bubba's just driving his own game. He's got no care in the world here. He won't work with Hocevar. He's trying to beat him already for half of today. And if these two get together, the whole field could end up in a wreck. So this could actually be beneficial, JT, for Blaney and Logano. They just keep it this way.
Yeah, his Suarez, Cindric, and Wallace has dropped back behind Suarez now. Cindric now side by side with that 23 car, so he hit the back straight on lap 142. It's really confusing that the Premier Sports timing tower is 1 lap ahead.
Yeah, it's throwing me as well, actually, coming into it, as we fly through. And Jack, this is actually a very good moment at the moment, as well as they come into it. As, look at Cindric side by side with Bubba Wallace, and then it's Christopher Bell coming into it. Reddick's on the back of Wallace, coming in SVG there too, as they come in side by side. It's 2 by 2, 3 rows deep as they come down the backstretch.
Yeah, we've got SVG, who is sorry, Shane Van Guggenheimer, my bad, who is running in 10th. As you can see, Shane Van Gisbergen's alter ego that runs well on ovals. I did totally steal JT's joke. As Denny Hamlin gets to the inside of Shane, and they are side by side. Eric Jones also up there, making it 3 wide. We've been so far fairly sensible today.
Yeah, Hamlin's coming up to block SVG. SVG's already gone
Ty
through.
Gibbs, what a run.
Gibbs ran the outside, came out of nowhere to come into contention. You never want to underestimate Ty Gibbs. Ever since he won that race earlier on in the season, he's sort of become into it. And Hamlin almost pushing. Who was that? He almost pushed into the wall there. Who did Hamlin almost murder?
I think it might have been Kyle Larson.
I think it was, yeah, because Larson's up into 12th. It was. It was Kyle Larson. Hamlin almost forced him into the wall. Not the way you want to do it at the moment. Blaney and Logano still trading places. 16 to go here in stage 2. 14 to go, I should say, now in stage 2 as they tick over the line to make it 13. And Bubba Wallace now outside line of Joey Logano through turn 1 and 2. He's getting in the wheel tracks of Ryan Blaney. Into it also now comes Carson Hocevar and Daniel Suarez. Oh, look how close the 22 and the 23 got together. And Logano's lost all traction.
Still there. Now Blaney has to block. Blaney at the top of the racetrack. Hocevar to the bottom. Hocevar into second place.
It's a couple of times here in this portion of the event where we've seen Hocevar get a 2-for-1, and right on cue, Mr. Aggression. Here comes Shane Van Gisbergen to the 97.
SVG has been on a right form. Remember earlier on in the year here, and he's got swamped now around the outside by Bell and by Eric Jones coming into it. So SVG dropping back several places in the midfield. Reddick is getting blocked up by Bell, and Cindric is coming up high and blocks off the 43 as well. So Reddick's not making any friends out there. Blaney still now beating Hocevar. Logano's blocking off with Suarez coming into it. It's just like he was earlier on 3 hours ago. This is the move again. SVG getting completely swamped. He's got no one left. Logano couldn't even give him a toe there, Jack.
Yeah, Logano struggling to get Blaney behind, get Blaney some traction. I do like a lot of these switchbacks that are going on right now. You only usually see those on a road course. It's pretty cool. See it happening on an oval because of the way Atlanta's running. Hocevar still being pushed by Bubba Wallace. Back to you.
It's 5.
My throat's dying.
Yeah, it's 5:15 a.m. and we've got another 100 laps to do after this, but they are ticking it by quite nicely. Oh, beautiful cutback from Hocevar. Gets in front of Bubba Wallace alongside Ryan Blaney, and Carson Hocevar is going to come over the line. Will he lead a lap here, or is Ryan Blaney going to keep it? Blaney keeps it by 37 thousandths of a second. Bubba Wallace is inside a 10th as he comes around the outside line into turn 1 and 2. He should easily get ahead of Hocevar, but he's bringing with him Logano, who's got Suarez on the low line, Cindric on the high line as they head down the backstretch towards turn 3. Already it's a close battle race. It's 10 to go here in stage 2. And there we go. Bubba Wallace is going to get ahead of Ryan Blaney, and Bubba Wallace should lead it, but Blaney's got the outside line. Blaney's outside line, Jack, he's just got so much more momentum. He could run it on the outside and win the race.
Yeah, Michael McDowell with some good momentum here. Same for... When did Suarez get up here? Damn, he's got some real speed right now. And we're going to go 3 wide here. Down to the inside goes Logano.
Logano gets back.
Suarez has been up there for quite a while.
Yeah, Suarez on the restart was good, and now he's up in P5 battling for the lead of the race. Already we saw just... where's he got now? Still P5. Logano P2. And look, now Suarez goes
Suarez
down
to the
low.
inside.
He's up to 3rd. Suarez up to 3rd. He's cleared Hocevar, and he's cleared Bubba Wallace. So the 7 gets back up. This is the best race we are going to witness. It is NASCAR After Dark. It's 18 plus. As they are really going to be pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable on television this late at night. Do not leave the room. as we're past watershed, I think, everywhere. Look at this, they're all over the place coming over the line. The fans have still stayed in to see this race as well, from Sunday to Monday. It's like Daytona in 2012. Oh, and Larson nearly clipping the back of SVG, and he's gone straight into the back at the 54. So Larson has dropped several places off the back there. What a brilliant race. 7 to go. Whoa, and that was nearly a caution. Hocevar dropping back, Bell nearly into the wall. There was slight
I
contact
didn't even
with
need
Suarez.
to look at the screen to know it was Hocevar.
It's always Hocevar. He's starting to go back through. What a fantastic battle we're seeing. Oh, and that was a great run. That's the 77 passed on board. That's on board with Denny Hamlin on the outside line. Larson's just behind him, giving him a little bit of an extra push. 5 to go here in stage number 2. We'll have another 100 laps to play after this, unless the rain comes. But we're past half distance, that's all that matters. And all that is really important here. Hocevar had a moment. It was a very nice save. Larson's on the back, JT.
Yes, as I've just had a quick look at Suarez. He's been up here for quite a while. Lap 126, I believe it was. He was all the way down in 17th, but he's come all the way now up, currently running in second, doing very, very well as we continue.
Previous winner here,
still,
obviously.
Yeah, Blaney is in the lead, so yeah, lap 125 Suarez was 17th, and then lap 143 he was 4th. He made a massive jump from on lap 132 to 6th, and then that's where he got the top. However, Hocevar, I believe there was a mention of a flat tyre on the scanners in my ears, and Hocevar's off the pace, so I'm connecting the dots here.
Yep, you're right, JT. Hocevar's reporting an issue, and he's dropping back. He might come down pit road with 3 to go, and that will just about avoid him penalty, because you're not allowed to pit with 2 to go. Pit's closed. He'll come in with 3 to go for him, so he'll avoid that issue. He's not. He's carried on.
Nope.
They have told him to try and manage it.
Oh, well, he wants to get to the stage break and pick up some points, I suppose. But, yeah, Suarez up 22 places from where he started in the race. As JT said, the restart was just as important, but he's got Joey Logano coming into it. 2 to go.
They don't want to go a lap down. That's what it is. They don't want to go a lap down.
Good point, because look at Keselowski earlier on. He's still lap down.
Because they think Carson's got the speed to carve through the rest of the field.
They're jumping all over. It's 1 to go in stage 2 for the Quaker State 400. Blaney holding off the advantage of Logano for a second stage win. He won stage 1 earlier on. Is it going to be a bit of a repeat coming into it as they are still side by side? Look at Bubba Wallace trying to go below the apron here. It's up towards the line. Oh, that's close from Reddick trying to get around the outside of Logano. Green checkered is out. Oh, the Bubba Wallace
around
is round.
Bubba Wallace.
Bubba around in the infield, but the checkered's out to make sure that we get to the end before the caution comes out. Caution is officially out for stage 2 completion, but it's a bonus that Bubba Wallace spins out into the infield. Will get going again. He'll restart on the lead lap at the back. But
he lost it on his own.
Where did he officially cross the line in, Bubba?
SVG got 10th in the stage. Fair play.
Where did Bubba cross the line, though? 30th.
I've got him down in P30.
Yeah, so he dropped back massively. Blaney.
I would too if I was spinning through the grass.
Yeah, let's have another look at it, Jack. What do you
Let's
think
see
of
what happens.
It's with Cindric.
Yeah, he entered the corner a little bit high.
Gibbs.
He goes down, and Gibbs really has nowhere to go.
That's Bubba's fault again.
Yeah, I think that's Bubba. I think it's one of those deals where Gibbs probably could have cut him a break, but I don't think it. Yeah, it's last lap of the stage. You're not going to cut anyone a break. Bubba comes down, I think, to try and block Gibbs, and Gibbs just has a massive, massive run. And I don't think Bubba really expected.
Yeah, where was the
one of those racing? I think Gibbs tries to avoid him. Gibbs tries to avoid him, but it's too late by that point.
It's like, where is Gibbs
One of those
supposed
deals.
to go? Yeah. That's not on Gibbs in my book. That is on. Oh, actually, looking at it, I'd say he almost got loose on the apron.
Yeah, no, yeah, he gets loose on the apron. He saves it. He comes down desperately to try and block Gibbs, and then, yeah, Gibbs really has just got absolutely nowhere to go there.
Yeah, he comes down.
And by the time he notices, it's too late.
Yeah. Cautions out then. Blaney, Reddick, Logano, Cindric, Suarez, Gibbs, Bell, Jones, Hamlin, Van Gisbergen, your stage winners and stage points. JT.
No, Gregson came down pit road with 3 laps to go in the stage.
He's been doing
now
awful today.
3 laps down, and he was too fast on pit road. So we'll have to.
He's fast somewhere at least.
He will have to go to the tail of the field on the restart.
Typical.
3 laps down and to the tail of the field. Also, safety violation for the 51 of Cody Vare. He's 4 laps down. He will also have to go to the rear on the restart. That is Blaney's 53rd career stage win and 4th career stage sweep in the NASCAR Cup Series, but he has never swept the stages and gone on to win the race.
Pit road.
Blaney, can you please turn that over so I can pick a winner? Thank
He
you.
says he just feels stuck.
Well, it sounds to me like he just can't make any sort of offensive move. It sounds like the handling's not an issue. He can get in the throttle as much as he would like to. He just can't be on the offense. So maybe the car, while handling good, maybe it's just a little too tight. You know, these crew chiefs can still look at the data as well. As you see Bubba Wallace cranking that brake bias, getting ready to come to pit road. That's that red knob on the dash right there. You know, just because it feels good, Dale, maybe he has too much steering wheel in it, and it's just kind of grinding through the front tires. Maybe there's a way they can just increase the rolling speed of that 23 car.
Let's listen to the radio on the 54 of Ty Gibbs.
Yeah, that's a little late there on the 23. Can't really do anything. Yeah, so far. Yeah, you could tell them sorry, but you can't do that. That's too late. That's on them.
I think it's good analysis, Ty, and I think we all agree up here, right? He wants to make sure Bubba knows he didn't mean to spin him, but man, it was too late. I didn't have any other options, Dale. I think that's exactly what it looked like.
Stage 2 complete, and we get pit stops. Blaney leading Reddick, Logano, Cindric, and Suarez. Let's go to Shannon Spake.
Adam, the first thing Tyler Reddick said when that caution came out was what happened to Bubba, checking on his teammate. The car for the 45 just a little tight. They did tell him to pit a little short in his pit box so that 21 could get around him. They are going to take 4 tires and wait on fuel. Marty.
Shannon, it's just crazy how well these Team Penske cars work together. All 3 in the top 4 at the end of stage 2. Joey Logano said, I'm really limited to 1 lane. I'm too free up top, but in more overall long-run grip. Austin Cindric, 13 stage points in the bank for the 2 bunch. He said, I'm just a little bit too snug. And they stage sweep for Ryan Blaney. He said, I'm good, but when I go across seams, I'm a little bit too free. Blaney having to wait on fuel. There you see the penalty for taking fuel only before. Loses a number of spots here on pit road in 4 tires.
And we watch the execution coming off the pit lane. It was tight. We'll get the reset when we return. It's going to be a great final stage. Stage 2 was outstanding here at Echo Park Speedway.
It was long.
NASCAR Cup Series Racing on TNT is brought to you by Credit One Bank for what's ahead, and by Straight Talk Wireless, an official partner of NASCAR. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com.
.97 laps to go then here at the Quaker State 400. NASCAR is going to try and get the entire race finished. Should take around about another hour, JT, off my calculations. What, am I right there?
I cannot be able to do maths at 5:26 a.m. But what I can tell you is that Ryan Blaney has found his old self with a shocking pit stop. That time, Ryan. Are you okay?
Was that by Blaney? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yes.
Okay, what a shock.
I'm falling asleep in the commentary box.
My brain's only half awake right now. But as soon as you said poor pit stop, I immediately was like, okay, that was Blaney, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Immediately, I just know. By that cricket match I started watching during the rain delay has just finished. It started at 1:30, finished at 5:30.
So they had multiple games on Sky Sports, and there was one on like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I was watching the Texas Super Kings versus the Los Angeles Knight Riders.
Do you know what's
I didn't even know that they had a cricket league in the States. It's actually
It's
pretty
got
sick.
like 4 or 6 teams. It's tiny.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, it's pretty solid. I enjoyed watching it.
Do you know what I'm always very impressed about, actually? The fact that we have now done 5 hours, 51 minutes on broadcast. That's longer. This broadcast will be about as long as today's, or yesterday's, Wimbledon stream, which had all those tennis matches in. We're already longer than the final of Wimbledon, which I covered. I am knackered. Go on.
Got 6 teams, but they're looking at expanding to 10 soon. Los Angeles Knight Riders, MI New York, San Francisco Unicorn, Seattle Orcas, Texas Super Kings, and Washington Freedom.
Yeah, so basically, I assume that the series is a franchise league like all the other American leagues.
Welcome back to the Quaker State 400. Ryan Blaney dominating sweep stages 1 and 2.
The first season was 2023.
Racers
nice.
has led
They got to deal with
137
Sky Sports.
laps
That's
tonight.
nice to 'em.
That's the most ever for Ryan Blaney in a drafting race. Maybe the best car he's ever had in this type of racing. Guys, I don't see, with how strong Logano is, how well he and Blaney are working together, how does anybody beat Penske tonight, Jamie?
Well, it's going to be a huge challenge for them. The thing that's been so impressive, and we referenced this right after the rain delay, is just every time they shuffle Blaney back, it takes about 2 straightaways, and he gets right back to the front. Both he and Logano are doing a great job, but there are a few guys. Reddick is one of those guys that I think can challenge for this win.
Yeah, I believe Blaney and Logano both stayed on pit road filling with fuel, so they're going to start 13th and 16th. Now let's see how they drive mid-pack. The car does not drive as well mid-pack versus what it does at the front.
And Marty, the fear is you go back to 16th, it's going to get chaotic now. It's getting closer to the end. People will be more aggressive. You get caught up in a wreck.
That young man you were just seeing there, Tyler Reddick, on the screen. 18 stage points tonight to Denny Hamlin's 2, Jamie. The points race is getting much closer.
He's cut it in half. It's down to 20 points for that championship. And Denny's going to know that. He's watching this. He sees Reddick up there.
Yeah, Logano and Cindric both having good nights. They're right on the edge of making the chase, having a good night.
This one certainly seems like it's going to be an absolute heater, Adam. Cannot wait to see how this thing finishes up.
When it's edge of your seat every lap and there's over 90 to go, oh man, still a lot to develop in this race. Let's do a little Where's Mamba before we go green in the final stage.
Yeah, Adam, I'm over in turn 2 hanging out with the Legacy Motor Club group and Club 7. Jimmy Jam has the best spot in the house. Turn 2 has been so amazing. Check out this video that we've been capturing while I've been standing over in turn 2. The cars are ripping through turns 1 and 2. This is reinvigorating. If you want to come to a race, and that's Luna checking it out. If there's a track that you want to come to, ladies and gentlemen, come to Echo Park Speedway.
It's been a long day here with the rain and the lightning and all the weather we faced. But this finish, make it all worth it. Going to be a lot of fun here and a big reset when we talk about the exchange on strategy and the Blaney car having to wait on fuel. So now it's go time for everybody.
I think pretty much the field is squared up with 3 exceptions. Cindric, Buescher, Zilich. They have gained track position because they need more fuel than most. We'll see how it plays out and when these final pit stops have to happen.
Gibbs, Cindric, front row. Coming through the Echo Park restart zone. Final stage underway at Atlanta.
Away we go then for stage number 3, and it is a good start already. Ty Gibbs on the high line trying to come into it. Ryan Blaney keeping in there as well. Look out for Austin Cindric. He's got the advantage as we zoom back through, and already again Jack, it's a smooth restart exactly how we needed it. 2 hours on the clock.
Yep, and it is bright outside right now, almost as bright as those track lights. Ty Gibbs, the race leader right now, Austin Cindric in second, and Chris Buescher, who only took 2 tyres, Massive gain in track position for him. Connor Zilic is up front. We all know what that means. He's going to spin out in a couple of laps, given the way his season's going. And random thing that I found out, former full-time truck racer Tony Breidinger apparently won a late model race last night at Hickory.
You mean 2
Shout out to her, because I'm used to seeing her run at the back in trucks every week.
Well done.
So shout out to her. She somehow managed to win at Hickory, no less. A pretty damn good race.
SVG!
Oh, SVG, man.
Almost got loose into one. He got blocked off by the 43, and now he's sank back, the same as Kyle Larson. But that was almost a massive accident. Look at Hamlin getting on the back, and look at Connor Zilic up into 4th position, pushing the back after those pit stop positions. That's incredible. Zilic is right up there. And it's Gibbs v. Cindric at the front of the field, and then it's Busher alongside with Zilic. That's how they run across, JT. Plenty of action still to come as they're making it 3 wide. Nemechek coming through. It's Jones as well.
That's right, it's Jones. My bad.
Jones coming through on the inside line, getting ahead of the 43. JT, what a start.
Yeah, and we're still 3 wide in the 2nd row, 3rd row, and 4. Are we going 4 wide? Connor Zilic getting involved in there. Look out. And Connor Zilic, hopefully he stays in the right direction, but going 4
thought he was going to spin out there.
Wide, it's a high risk that you're not. 3 wide once again, multiple rows deep. As we head down the back straight now.
Didn't take them long to get to Atlanta style and Daytona Racing as,
look at Bell trying to go up the inside, but Jones was there.
And Larson pushed the back of Suarez coming into it. SVG now alongside him. The front 2 still Gibbs v. Cindric coming over the line. Cindric should take the lead away there. Hocevar dropping further back. Gibbs touching the wall. Bell going to the inside line. Busher pushing the
Big
54.
block.
Cindric's got nothing. Bell's going through. Suarez coming around the outside of Jones. SVG is in no man's land. Reddick had to back off to not hit SVG and Reddick. So he's dropped back massively now coming into it. As now it's created 2 little groups. And here comes on the inside. Hocevar down low. Coming up high. Busher. Gibbs blocks him. Cindric's dropped back. Bell takes 3rd. What a start, JT. This is crazy. That was a lap and a half to try and make everything on keeping sense.
Yeah, absolutely. As Joey Logano contact on the outside. I believe that was Kyle Larson who had contact with him. As now Reddick goes on the outside of him. But contact between Logano and Larson, it seems, as we head out of turn 4. Here is a replay. Watch Logano with Larson. Bang.
Yeah, there's the contact between it. Just slamming wide. Now, I must say thank you to Adam Alexander because he said green flag for stage 3. I must admit, I closed my eyes about 2 laps ago and I fell asleep. I generally did just fall asleep during that caution. And I shot back up as soon as I heard Adam Alexander saying, oh, right, we're going green. JT could probably see me on the comcam.
Adam Alexander should be my alarm clock, honestly.
He should be my alarm, yeah. I was like, whoa, right, there we go, we're off again. Go on, JT.
The energy he has is unmatched.
JT?
Yeah, thank you also to Adam Alexander. I'm trying to find the clip. He
Super
said,
speedways. Of course, he was joking because he's really struggled on this type of track. But the good news for Christopher Bell fans, he told his guys the car is very, very close. He is liking that 20 right now.
And he's behind Gibbs. Go on, JT.
Yeah. Adam Alexander, I have to thank, because yesterday during one of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series Red Flags, he said, JT is absolutely one of the best, so he has the ball knowledge. Thank you, Adam Alexander. He, of course, was not talking about a crew chief. He was talking about me, definitely.
We've ticked over 6 hours on the broadcast now for this one, and we've got 83 laps to go, and it's still looking good. Gibbs leading, Bell, and then it's Hamlin side by side with Busher at the line. Cindric, Suarez and Reddick coming in with Jones in P8 as they fly over. Look at Logano, drop down to 10th place as well. SVG's in 11th.
But his car is good. He's hoping to keep clean air. His spotter, Tony Hirschman, is saying, cover Bell,
Cover Bell, we like you up top. That's where the momentum is. Dale, do you like to see a teammate in your mirror? What's it like when you're running 1-2 as he and Christopher Bell are right now?
Yeah, you're going to get a little bit more help from your teammate, but if he gets a big run, he's taking it. That's the way I look at it, because if I get a big run, I'm taking it. So I'm not going to get too upset if you get a run that you feel like something you really need to use. So I want to be there for my teammates, but I don't want to shackle them either. I don't want them to feel like that, they got to be tied to me, because I'm not going to stay always committed to them. I'm going to be very selfish at times. Denny finally clears the 17, but now the 2 of Cindric has joined the battle. Interesting to see Denny now is up in the top 5. We haven't seen him run all that well at the new Atlanta. Admittedly, hasn't really kind of figured out.
No, they haven't. Look at Bell. That car's twitching on the backstretch in towards 3 and 4. Bell's, it says the car's fine and dandy, but he's really having it affected coming into it. Oh, and now he goes up high. He's trying to bring in Denny Hamlin, who's coming on the low line. Bush is up high in the 17. Add in Cindric. This is a cracking little battle between everybody so far. It's everybody versus everybody. We've been restarted for 38 minutes. There's 80 laps to go. 8E080 to go.
You gave me hope.
No. I thought you might have thought I said 18. No, 80. It's now 79. As they're still side by side. Keeps leading. JT?
Nothing. You were calling numbers out like a bingo caller. So I called bingo.
My God.
7-8 to go. 78 over the line. And now here, look round the outside. Here comes the 20 of Bell. And round, we're going to go 3 wide again. Brushing the wall. Eric Jones coming out of turn 2. Really pushing in some fashion now. As SVG's coming to the mix. Cindric's dropped back like crazy.
Cindric got loose there.
Yeah, and let's put Reddick back up in the mix as well, because he's now right behind Eric Jones. So he's found a little mix into it. SVG side by side. Here comes Byron round the outside in the HP liveried car. And he takes it.
William Byron, by the way, won the award from me this season for blandest scheme in history.
It's not the best, is it? It's just
this race has been going on for so long. When do you think we need to change the ink cartridges on that car?
For not any longer, we might have to put the.
Well, they haven't been using it very well based on the scheme, so.
No, needs a bit more paint, Marty.
And he's trying to fight for track position. And you're exactly right. Actually, Blaney a little bit in front of Logano there. You're exactly right, Adam. Blaney has not made a lot of progress, but I'm listening to Tim Fedewa, his spotter on the radio. There's nowhere for Blaney to go. That's what surprised me, Junior. It strung out pretty early in runs earlier in the day, but now it's been 2 and 3 wide since we've gone back green.
Well, it's been fantastic since we went back to green for Stage 3's race. This has it's blown up into another fantastic, powerful race. JT.
Blaney just went round the outside of Byron like Byron was a sitting duck. It was like the car started printing and then it had an unknown error and just stopped.
Yeah.
Computer not sound, that's what happened.
I'm surprised about this, actually, by the way. They've all on
That's
the
what I
same
say.
tyres.
You know, Rage Against the Machine never specified what machine they were mad at, but I reckon it was a printer.
Raging Against the Machine has to be a bloody
It is
printer.
like the Bluetooth just randomly disconnected while it was printing.
Listen, there's a reason I've
Yes.
gone to an iPad instead
You
of...
can all
passing-
relate to that.
There's a reason I've gone to an iPad for my notes instead of having printing done, because waiting for a printer, I would rather die. So I that's why I got the iPad and handwrite notes elsewhere. Although I dropped my Apple Pen and I broke the tip, so I had to buy a new tip off Amazon. But it is the Apple Pen tips. Go on.
Would a pineapple pen be more sturdy and stronger?
Oh god, not that meme.
Grip to now,
Getting out
I
of that
can't
by going
trust
to
it.
pit
Alan
road.
needs some help here. What does he mean by that, Steve?
Well, it's basically that he just doesn't know exactly how much grip he has. Dale was talking about it. As the track is gripped up, it has helped your overall pace, but there's still some landmines out there. We've seen this with a lot of cars. You lean on it, and then instantly it's gone. So to be aggressive and tug on the wheel like he needs, he's asking for a little overall grip from the 9. Talking to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, we all expect every team to make one more pit stop. 73 laps to go in the race. If the yellow was to come out now, everybody can make it from here to the finish.
Well, yeah, easily they can do it. We saw what stage 1 was completely pit stop free and coincidentally caution free. Stage 2 had the red flag, and so far we've only had 3 cautions for stage break, 2 of them, and a red flag. So we're going really well out here today. Probably famous last words. Suarez has dropped behind Larson and Eric Jones, so he's now dropped into 7th place. SVG closing him down. Larson's trying to go around the outside of Chris Buescher. Buescher jumps down from the high lane to the middle lane, and Larson goes around the outside. Jones v Reddick are coming up as well. Is that Buescher, actually? Do I stand corrected on that front? Yes, no, I'm standing by mine. It's Reddick. Reddick's going for 3rd, and he's side by side with the 43. Larson's now coming through as well. So Reddick goes to 3rd, Larson goes to 4th, Jones goes to 5th, Bush is in 6th, and Bell battling now Gibbs, but he's alongside Reddick. Reddick's going for 2nd on the low line. He's bringing with him Larson. Bell staying on the outside line, coming over the line. He'll get the push from Kyle. They now go 2nd and 3rd and attack Ty Gibbs. Larson goes down low, Bell's up high. Eric Jones could actually win this one. It's like Daytona all over again. But Gibbs is out front, Jack, by 0.163 of a second.
Yeah, and Ty Gibbs so far holding off the field quite nicely. I thought there was some contact between... Oh my goodness, what a save that is by Austin Cindric. That is ridiculous. He is like a good 40... Not 45, like he's a good 30 degrees sideways there. Unbelievable save.
Look who's in P4. Look who's in P4. Shane Van Gisbergen. And they say he can't drive on ovals. SVG's closing back into the mix here. He's P4.
When SVG figures out ovals, it's gonna be worrying for the rest of the field.
Taking the high line here.
As Kyle Larson is going to get 1. He's going to get 2. He's ahead of Eric Jones as well, up into 3rd place for Young Money.
It's worth noting that seems like Carson Nosova, after that punctured tyre at the end of stage 2, is saving fuel in the back of the field, which will perhaps play a factor if there are green flag pit stops.
Which I think there might be, because everyone's been quite well behaved today anyway, so the advantage of having green flag stops would probably be a little bit more easier as they come over the line. And that would be green flag stops around about 50 to go, so another 18 laps, then they can make it on both tyres and fuel. With only being 25 minutes on each set, so easily doable. What a great race we're seeing, as I'm going to read my words as the caution's out, guys. Don't know why. No. It's the 16. AJ Allmendinger, whose son should be in bed by now. His dad might follow him. He's spun round. He'll get going only with flat tyres. So we go into caution, but it's an okay caution.
No damage.
That he won it tonight was 28th.
Absolutely no damage. He will get back in the race, and he's refired on his own team.
The race.
JT.
You can put the curse and a jinx on Jeff Gluck for that, who literally 20 seconds ago said 70 to go at Atlanta. Rapid pace for this race, both before and after the delay.
Yeah, it really has been quite good, but yellows breed yellows now, especially with 66 to go.
Let's see what happened then.
Go on, Jack, talk us through it.
I think he just loses it, doesn't he? Yeah, he just drifts up into the side of Michael McDowell, and that sends him spinning across the Echo Park Speedway logo and literally every single sponsor on the Speedway. I'm sure they will not appreciate that.
See if we can get a close. There was a bump in the apron, and you could see the tyre physically pop.
Yeah, that's not his fault at all, really. Also,
we just cut away. Was it the line that you went over there?
Oh yeah, there it is. Bang. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because of how much friction there is of him skidding across the racetrack. But it eventually just wears all the rubber down and bang, the tyre goes.
So remember what Dale Earnhardt Jr. just said on commentary around about 7 laps ago? He said if there was a caution now, everybody would be able to make it to the end of the race on both fuel and tyres. 66 to go. I'm expecting everybody to dive into pit road, and they will take fuel and tyres. This could be that green flag pit stop that we were waiting for. Let's head to TNT.
Lap after lap after lap. But the battles exist for 18th, 20th, 22nd. Those cars back there are not driving very well.
Yeah, I think these are the moments where AJ, has to kind of be reminded how limited this team is on resources and sim and all the things, the data, the information, trying to come here without any practice and hit the ground and have a fast car. It's going to be more difficult for them than any other team in the series.
Get ready to embark on an epic adventure. The Librarians, the next chapter, season premiere, August 2nd on TNT.
It's going to be very interesting. Everybody's holding their poker hand close to their vest on just exactly how much fuel they need. And now it's time to lay your cards on the table, because when you leave pit road this time, you want to have enough to make it all the way to the finish. So for that reason, I don't expect everyone's pit stop to look or feel the same. There's a few standouts. I mentioned at the start of this run, Chris Buescher definitely needed a little bit more fuel. He's the easy one to kind of just circle because of his pit stop history. Everyone else has done a pretty good job of masking what they've done on pit road. We'll see who can control the race off pit road.
Been a tough night for Zane Smith, scored 32nd, but he's the first car one lap down with this caution coming out, and he'll get the free pass and return to the lead lap. Time to find out what kind of strategy games are going to be played here. What's everybody thinking? We head towards 60 laps to go. And we get a cycle of stops. Ty Gibbs leading them down. We start our coverage with Shannon.
I'll tell you what Eric Jones is thinking, Adam. He's thinking about that chase. He's one of those guys riding the bubble. 18 to the good right now. Right side's only for the 43. Likes what he's feeling. He said he can be aggressive as far as the 20. They wanted him to stop a little short in his pit stop because of the 88 to get around. But he said the car's been getting free as he's gotten closer to the front. Danielle.
It's a 4-tire stop for Ty Gibbs. He's holding the lead, said nothing on the radio that run because he's happy with the car. His crew chief said clean air is helping with the handling. And there's the battle off pit road, Marty.
Boy, a quick 2-tire stop for Kyle Larson, who said the car was much better. He said, I just can't figure out how to break up those front two, and a lot of varying strategy here on pit road, including Blaney gaining 8 spots, Adam.
Yeah, +8 for Blaney, who comes off 4th. And watch this. You go 2 tires, you jump out, and this is what we talked about, how tight this pit road is. Everybody on a different strategy. You're merging together. It's just a lot to manage for everybody.
That was a really nice job by the 43 to kind of not lose more time than he could have.
We'll get the restart when we return to Atlanta on TNT.
Just quickly going back to the cricket. That league has been around for 3 years now, Jack.
Yep.
Their highest total was 269 for 5, which is higher than the T20 Blast over here, which has only got 265 for 5.
Wow.
Which is
that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know cricket that well.
Well, it's just crazy that a league out of America where cricket is not really a big sport, and a league that is only 3 years old has got a higher total score from a match than a league that's been around for 21 years.
Fair play to them.
And is in a cricket country.
Yeah, I mean, we're just a huge sports country, because cricket's like a pretty damn big sport over here, mainly because we're actually very good at it.
Well, England.
Well, hopefully we get back to doing that a bit soon. Now we've got a new test coach coming in.
I was going to say, did you see the last test match? Ben Stokes quit.
Now we've got a new test coach coming in. I think it might get a bit better. Otherwise, random thing again, but One Day International is my personal favourite format of cricket, so...
Radio for AJ Allmendinger here. It says, I'm Trent. I'm bleep done, Trent. I don't need to be out here.
Who was that from?
I think he's one of the oldest guys in the field,
AJ Allmendinger is going to bed, people. Is basically what means that.
Yeah, he was talking to that to Danielle in the red flag break about how he just wanted to go to bed.
fair play to the over 900 people who have stuck with us on what is 1 a.m. Eastern time very nearly.
Thank you so much, everybody. You really are the die-hard fans. Over 40,000 people have watched this stream as well. 931 still watching, as JT said. Thank you all so much. You make this a hell of a lot more worthwhile. What a race.
Okay, so 38 is free pass. If the 16 does return, he'll have to start at the tail of the field. Doesn't sound like he will, though.
Okay. TNT.
There was
Go on,
another
JT.
penalty, which I'm just waiting to come through because I didn't catch it on the officials' radio. But we are one to get the line, JB.
One's the watch, presented by Credit One Bank. Where are you going, Dale?
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on our Stage 1 and Stage 2 winner, Ryan Blaney. I think when he gets that track position, he get the lead back. It'll be tough to wrestle that away from him. He's led more laps tonight in this race than he's led at any drafted track in his career. So looks like that's the car to beat if he can get control of the race.
It was 47 penalty to
The 9 of Chase Elliott, the 30-year-old, has gone to victory lane.
Thank you.
23 times in his career, twice here at Atlanta. He's also won 2 races already this year. It's been a quiet night, not a bad night. Just not a great night. Kind of, been around that top 10 all night long. Is he saving his best for last? Can he show some more aggression to try to get this 9 car in victory lane for a 3rd time here at Atlanta?
9 is a good call, but I'm going with his teammate, Kyle Larson. Our reigning champ hasn't won this year. He's on a 43 race winless streak. He's never won in the draft, 0 for 56. But he's shown a lot of speed here tonight and in a really good position when you talk about restarting heading down the stretch. He'll take the inside lane. Bell goes outside. Let's do a little Ryan Blaney radio, talking shoes.
What do you think, 3rd or 6th?
Feel like you can stay connected to the 5?
I feel like I can stay connected through to 3, and if you're up there around Tyler, if he could just give me some love at 3, I can push.
60 to go.
As he's trying to tell him that, give him some love in 3. That means give him a little bit of air, give him some downforce, open up the opportunity for some air to get underneath this 12 car. So if the 5 could shade high or offset a little bit, he'll push him down the next straightaway. He'll continue to try to help him as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, and the Tyler he's talking about, I believe, is Tyler Maughan, the spotter for the 5.
JB.
So, Blaney,
go on.
Fuel update. Blaney, no real fuel concerns. Hostfar has more than 20 laps to the good on fuel. And also, Jones has been told that he's 10 laps to the good on fuel.
Right, here we go. Bell on pole for the restart. Larson alongside Jones and Blaney. Here we go again. 4 cautions only. Yellows breed yellow. 17 lead changes. It sounds like a most boring race in Atlanta. It's been anything but. This is a classic. We have 60 laps to go. Here in stage 3. Let battle commence as we race to the end. Green flag is out again. And it's Larson who gets the jump on Bell down towards turn number 1.
Still push even.
You can hear the team radio.
You're clear. 12's not clear. 12 just got clear. You 2 are clear. Still in line here. Still in line. Still pushed out here. Still pushed out sheet top. Outside. Just shooting him.
Larson's radio as Bell is coming in. He's on the attack. Bell should drop down to 3rd. He's coming down. He blocks the 43. He's alongside the 9 as well now of Chase Elliott coming out of nowhere. Over the line. Blaney leads Larson and Bell and Elliott by 0.1 of a second. Blaney and Larson separated by 11 thousandths of a second. Jack, what a restart.
Yeah, easy lead for Blaney so far. Bell trying to gain some speed on him, but Blaney decently in front so far.
Yeah. Good to see Blaney return to the front after his, frankly, horrible pit stop at the end of stage 2. That car
I feel like we've said Blaney
some
horrible
real
pit
pace.
stop a lot recently.
Oh, hang on. That was nearly into the barrier. Blaney's
Well
got
done,
back.
JT. Blaney's just lost the lead.
Yeah, well done. Because the commentator.
Is it worth mentioning we have another 7 PM Eastern start next week in North Wilkesboro?
You see that there's a reason I can't do. No, I'm joking.
I'm sick. Does the track have lights, JT?
Yes.
Oh,
The track wouldn't, JB, if they're starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, I think the track would have lights.
Here we go again.
All I can say, what's that Cars movie quote? We don't need lights because the track's always lit. I love that so much.
Blaney's regained the lead away from Bell, who took it on the previous lap time around the outside. Elliott coming in now to play. And Bell takes second. Look at Eric Jones is one of my stars of today, guys. He has run beautifully up there. He's always been inside the top 5 the entire day. That car not usually competitive, but Jones today has shone. Oh, it's Hamlin and then Larson again continue their little ding-dong. And coming through on the inside line, throwing Chase Briscoe as well. What have you made of things today, Jack, as we get 3 wide?
The racing's been it's been different but good. Oh my god, what are we doing, lads?
4 wide?
Why are we going 4 wide? Oh, Logano nearly lost it. I think SVG might have slapped the wall there as well.
He did, and was he crabbing?
He did a Jordan Anderson.
I can't tell if SVG's crabbing or not. We're 3 wide further up as well, coming into it.
I think he's alright.
4 wide with 55 to go. That's how much they are pushing out here. Blaney's got Bell right in the back of him trying to come through. Look at this, though.
Gisberg in here?
SVG at the high line. He gets tapped from Logano, and he did tap the wall. Great spot, Jack.
Yeah, it was whoever the guy on the bottom was decided it was a great idea to go 4 wide and imitate Jordan Anderson last night. Unlike Jordan Anderson last night, he didn't cause a massive pile up and wipe out 2 of the top contenders.
JT, we've been restarting now for an hour, and this is now just all hell's breaking loose again.
Yeah, that seems how it is. As to the inside, there goes Chase Elliott. And to the lead, that ball is out of the park for the baseball liveried car. And he's to the lead. Look at Larson on the outside of Blaney. Goes to defend in the middle. And now Blaney will drop to the bottom to give Larson a space. As the grandstands are still pretty packed for what is 1 a.m. local time.
1 a.m. Eastern. It's 6 a.m. here in the UK. This is officially one of the latest NASCAR races I can ever remember commentating on.
I am going to get out of here, and I'm going to go to bed. And I'm going to what's going to happen is I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to get a drink, and then I'm going to go upstairs to my bed, and I'm going to have Dad coming downstairs to go to work. That is basically what's going to happen. I will be going to sleep as Dad will be going to work as we're going 3 wide. Through turn 2, we now go down the back straight as Blaney back to the lead.
5 cars going side by side. Elliott taking it towards the front, but Blaney from 4th to 1st. My mum's alarm has probably just gone off to wake up in the morning. So I'm with you. I'm with you.
Of course, just going back to Jack saying about how cars don't need headlights because the track is always lit, and then the sad trumpet as we go 3 wide with Larson and Elliott, but Wallace getting involved there, that all calms down. The sad trumpet either cut into Daytona practice in 2011, Kansas in 2014, or Phoenix 2014 as well in the truck race when the lights went out. As we go across the line to complete another lap.
For some of our viewers around the world, it's 3 a.m. mid-afternoon Monday, Australia.
I love the chat message that was a little bit earlier on in it. Was good morning from Germany.
Yeah. Oh, 3 wide for the back. Bubba Wallace getting lost out a little bit, coming in there as well. And Bell up high, Bubba's dead centre, and look who's come through. It's Denny Hamlin. Hamlin has found the time again. What a cracking race this is. It's 7 a.m. in Europe, 6 a.m. in the UK, 1 a.m. in America on Eastern, and 12 Central. It's all Monday, and it's just another manic Monday for these NASCAR drivers. It's NASCAR After Dark.
NASCAR after hours, that's what I'm calling it.
I think the official hashtag is NASCAR After Dark.
Why have NASCAR when you can have late car?
Oh, look at this as well. Blaney almost goes up towards the wall. Elliott cuts
Elliott.
back through. Chase Elliott, NASCAR's favourite driver, leads here with 47 laps to go. That's around about 25 minutes if you're keeping track on everything as well to keep in this one.
Don't say that.
Look at Bubba Wallace.
They'll make it 50. You know they will.
Bubba's coming back through on the inside line, keeping on the traction, keeping on the power. It's still a side-by-side battle. Elliott, Blaney, Wallace, Hamlin, Bell as they come into 3 and 4. And look who's coming up around the outside. Reddick and then Stenhouse Jr. Further back from 31st position. He's making his way up the field. Watch out for him. SVG's down into 12th position. And that is an amazing run for our Ross Chastain as well, back up into position. Bubba's taken P5. This is an outstanding race as Elliott leads over the line. Reddick up to 4th again.
Well, welcome to the late car show with your host JB, with special guests JT and Jack.
It's Sunday morning here in the UK. It's Good Morning Britain, and it's Good Morning America, as we still go racing side by side.
You say the late.
I believe it's Monday, not Sunday, JB.
That's the one. That's the one. It's Monday.
He was 2 letters out.
Let me sleep.
Also, you say the late show. The one positive I'll give you about our late show, it doesn't have James Corden on it.
Look at this, 3 wide. Then the 12's going through. It's 3 wide for the lead.
What a move!
What the hell was Ryan Blaney on? And look at Bubba Wallace coming back through on the inside line. He didn't take that no for an answer. That's fantastic. Fantastic.
That 12 car has insane pace tonight.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. That car is gone.
Well, don't forget.
It is going to take something monumental to stop that number 12 tonight. Outside of his pit crew.
Don't forget, he had
'cause
pole
that
position.
stops him every week.
Yeah, that's true. But no pit stops anymore unless there's a late caution. They're all fine. They've all got fuel and
You
tyres
said
to
it
the
now,
end.
haven't you?
Well, fuel and tyres to the end. Top 20 cars are separated by 2 seconds. 42 laps to go. That's around about 20 minutes in racing action. Let's just put pedal down and see what the hell happens. Don't lift until you see God or the checkered flag. Look at Bell round the outside there of Kyle Larson. Bubba Wallace just slotting in between. He's getting a draft off of Chase Elliott. Pulls down low on the inside. Bell now gets the toe off the back of Elliott. Elliott's side drafting Wallace. Blaney's out front by 0.2 of a second. It's all out war here in Atlanta. This is incredible.
Oh, look at Larson, right down to the inside of both Bell and... Not Bell.
No, you're
Bell
right.
and Bubba. He takes up... He's all the way up to second. He's alongside his Hendrick teammate, Chase Elliott.
And look at further back, Daniel Suarez. He's having a brilliant day as well, up in 7th position. And now they're lifted mid-corner. The way the field just sort of mutated and shifted.
Okay, hold on. Look, O'Reilly drivers, this is how you do it.
Yeah, cleanly, as Larson blocks up high on Elliott.
You go like 2 laps without crashing last night.
Oh, God, last night went on forever with the O'Reillys and the trucks. I think there's
Last
going to be
night
a
was a
word come
disaster of a race.
What, there's a hurricane coming through the field, we're being told as well. Watch out for Carson Osever. Where is he coming through?
19th. He has finally decided to pounce after saving fuel this whole time after his puncture end of stage.
So, watch out then. And Tyler Reddick getting a little bit of a door bang. Blaney's still leading. He's at 152 laps of the 222 we've had so far tonight. That is absolutely insane. Thanks as well to Wendy for that comment about the hurricane in the live chat. As they come down the backstretch once more, it is Blaney, Elliott, Larson, Wallace, Bell, the top 5. And do you know what? Last year, Jack, we didn't want this race to end, so we begged the race to end. It wouldn't end. This year, even with the red flag, we're begging for it not to end. This is some fantastic cup action we're having here. We don't even care it's 6 a.m.
I do, but
This is fantastic.
God, right. So, one thing off topic that I will say, not talking about the racing here, but the 3 schemes of the 3 guys up front look absolutely incredible together, I have to say. Especially the Chase Elliott one. That one is stunning.
I was unsure about the Ryan Blaney one when I saw the mock-ups of it, but it looks
so good under the lights.
It looks so much better under the lights. We go 3 wide with Larson, Bell, and Reddick is back up there. He's round the outside. We head down the back straight. There's cars dicing from the middle to the high line.
Yeah.
Larson is one of them.
And Larson, JT, almost ended up in the wall. He got a little tag for the back of Suarez, and Larson did a mega save not to lose any places there. As now we're 4 wide coming over the line. Blaney leading. Then it's all hell's back. Larson actually passed Bell last time by, JT. Back to you as the 3 wide.
Yeah, Suarez was the other one who moved from the middle to the high line. He now finds himself going back to the high line as Jones is pushing the number 1 of Chastain to the outside of Christopher Bell. Now McDowell will come to the inside of Eric Jones. Exit of turn 4. Look at the run that Larson has on Elliott for the battle for 3rd. Here comes Reddick up the inside. He's being pushed by Bell, trying to get past the 1 of Chastain.
Chastain's taking the high line through. Eric Jones trying to continue with him. He's got the toe. Larson's giving him that from about 2 car lengths just in front. Blaney needed by over a tenth
Where
of a
did Ross
second.
Chastain get here?
No idea. Chastain just sort of blinked and was like, oh,
I didn't
hello.
know. I didn't know Trackhouse had the capability. Oh, never mind. They've returned to normal.
They've
down through the field he goes. Sorry, Trackhouse has just been kind of meh this year.
Gibson.
Outside of Shane Van Gisbergen deciding to annihilate everyone at road courses.
Who's that diving down low on the inside? It's Michael McDowell
It's
coming
Host-
back. And Host. Oh, no, you're right. It's
Hocevar.
Hocevar.
Hocevar, of course it is. Who else would it be?
You're right.
Yeah, Hocevar's gone from 19th to 12th in the last couple of laps. He's
going
decided
up
to
the
pounce
floor.
after fuel saving earlier on in the race. He started 30th. He's currently 12th with that 77 Spy Motorsports car.
And the Spire cars are all together as well.
It's Lightning McQueen.
I say that as Michael McDowell gets separated.
Here comes Wallace to the lead.
Bubba's going to take it on the inside line down to turn 2, but look at that. Blaney's gone up high. That's forced Larson up high. So down low will come Tyler Reddick coming out of turn 2 to go on traction with him. Oh, boys, you've got to smile. This is incredible action.
It's like you're watching a video game almost. It's like when you've got, you know how like there's video games you play where you've all got spec cars and you've all got, and draft is the only real way to pass. It's like one of those.
These new graphics in NASCAR 26 is insane, guys.
The Chastain's shot back. Here comes Michael McDowell on the back of Elliott. Larson is side by side with Bell. Blaney side by side with Reddick.
Massive push. Chastain on Elliott.
And look at Larson pushed in the back of the 12. And Bubba got a push from Blaney. And now Bubba's in the lead. Here comes Reddick coming down low. This is incredible stuff.
Look at Hocevar.
Carlton Hocevar's got 3 wide.
Where did he come from?
He's got no one towing him. And now he's side drafting 4 cars. And he's going to take all of them. He's alongside Bell. He's going to take along the inside line of Larson and Reddick soon too. Carlton Hocevar with no draft at all has just gone up into about 5th place. This is incredible. He's side by side with Bell now.
I'm going to say it is go time, I think.
That car was a tropical storm down in 30th. It's now a category 4 hurricane going through the field.
Larson's going to take the lead away from Bubba Wallace. Reddick's trying to come back alongside. And who's that dropping back? That's the one. That's Chastain. Chastain's dropped back. Blaney pushing Wallace for the lead of the race. Larson's got no one left. He's now battling with Reddick for 4th position. Why did Chastain drop back? He looked like he got a little side draft coming into it as they come down on the straight once more. A lot of action still coming in through turn 1 and 2. 4 wide further back. Gibbs looking a little bit loose coming into turn 1 as, into the wall. Ryan Blaney. Blaney's hit the wall. Does he keep going? The caution's come out. Blaney rubbed the wall. That might have been
need to be a caution.
No, Blaney should be okay with that. They've thrown the gun too early.
It's Allmendinger again.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough, NASCAR. I'll let you off the hook there.
Yeah, I thought it was Blaney because Blaney hit the wall and the caution came out, but it is AJ Allmendinger. Oh. And that's Blaney getting alongside Bubba Wallace, not being happy with him there. And Blaney giving a little bit of a finger to Wallace there.
Yeah, that front light's done.
Yeah, colleague racing, I think I'm going to have to call that one. AJ Allmendinger is out of the race with 28 to go. You're not going to fix that. Front right suspension is off. He is out. Finito.
I will say that if that Bubba Wallace and Blaney, those two are best mates off track, so that's interesting.
There you go, Jack.
I don't know. I mean, what happened to AJ? I think he
something broke. I think something broke.
Yeah.
I went down.
That was
something either punctured or broke because that just drifted straight up.
Why did Wallace force Blaney into the wall? And
I don't know if that's forcing. I think that's a fair block.
Ryan,
I think that's I think Blaney should be backing out there, you know.
Ryan Blaney has been classified still in 2nd position because of the moment of caution. He was P2 on the grid. So despite he got very lucky just because Reddick would have gone through. So Ryan Blaney will restart this race in 2nd place alongside Bubba Wallace.
I got no problem with how Bubba's raced him there. For me, Blaney realistically should be backing out there. That's a fair block for me from Bubba.
This is an insane race.
This is race of the year, I'm saying. This is fantastic. So, Ryan Blaney will go 2nd.
American NASCAR fans asking UK NASCAR fans, watching NASCAR at 1 a.m., is this your first time? No, it is not our first time.
Yeah. This is our first time, though, I think, boys, at 6 a.m. I can't remember a time that it's been 6 a.m. before, can you?
Yeah, because even Nashville was off at like 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, Nashville finished at 4. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. They're going to stay out here, want to keep that track position in the lead.
We had Nashville off at 4. I got to bed about 4:30 off air. That year it got red flagged and me and Joe did the long trek.
Hold on a minute.
Maybe Daytona 2012?
I've just thought of something.
Go on.
The Grid Network post-race show is normally 90 minutes after the checkered flag.
Oh, God.
I will just point out, they had their wrap-up show early.
Oh.
So, after IMSA...
That's no fun.
Yeah, after IMSA, they did their wrap-up show. And then tomorrow in the Grid Rising, they're doing the Cup race. Yeah.
Is it Grid Encore or was that the old one?
That was the old one with Ben and Brandon.
Yeah.
This is now Grid Rising, the new show. Why we need a new name, I don't know. But that's how it comes in. Right, everyone's done.
Wallace on the radio has said, tell him I'm sorry.
Pit road, let's go to TNT.
Faster than you've gone all day. That's how I might be able to go by you, is just push you off the bottom.
I also think here you get an advantage for some of these drivers in the in-season challenge. Maybe that's the difference in advancing. Here's the one, Danielle.
Here comes Ross Chastain, the one pulling into his box. He told his crew chief, Brandon McSwain, I am tightest on entry and exit. Let's see what the call is here. Looks like Ross Chastain getting 4 tires as he cracked the top 10 on that run. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott just finished his stop, told his crew chief, my car is tight, but balance is good.
11 cars stay on the racetrack. Going to be inside of 25 laps to go at Atlanta. Glad you're with us. It's NASCAR on TNT.
this is a great race, Jack, and I really don't want it to end, but 26 to go. This is going to be a fun restart.
Yeah. Anyone who's pit again, by the way, they're going to be able to go full throttle to the end, probably.
Bring it on. I can't wait. I cannot wait for this ending. I really can't. I think it is going to be a classic.
Always is around this place.
I can't redirect the video anywhere. There's no one there.
16 cars done for the night. They're taking it straight to the garage.
Well, that's not a surprise.
We've not received any update on McLeod's, quote, mechanical issues, so I'm going to say he genuinely had enough and is done for the night. Not that I blame him.
My voice is going. 25 to go is about 12 minutes. This is where the fun begins.
1 AM over in the States.
Thank you to everyone. 41,610 people have watched our coverage tonight. 979 current. To everybody, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate every single one of you. And you make this worth it. We do it for the fans. And we love it. This is incredible racing. A day for me that has seen 3 MotoGP races, 6 hours of Sao Paulo, IMSA at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, Wimbledon men's final, and now here with NASCAR. And Wimbledon, and you know, this is the thing, it's been nearly 24 hours since I woke up. I woke up 22 hours ago. This is fantastic action. They're cleaning up the track a little bit, coming out of turn 4, Jack. There's something that they've spotted that they don't like.
Yeah, I think there's probably some debris out on the track, because AJ hit the wall pretty damn hard, so probably a little bit of debris out there.
Thank you for saying that. One of us remind you of Murray Walker. That means a lot. Let's quickly head back to TNT.
I'm assuming that's you, JB.
Probably.
Racing in the draft tonight, other end of the spectrum next weekend. Short track racing at North Wilkesboro. Saturday, it's the trucks on FS1, 12:30 Eastern Time. NASCAR Nation on the air Sunday at 6. TNT has the coverage from North Wilkesboro. 450 laps of short track goodness. We look forward to that.
Right, pace cars coming in. Let's see what we're going to have this time. It will be 23 to go on the restart. And what will it be? 23 to go on the restart. And, right, who's your money on, Jack? Who's going to win this race?
Ryan Blaney.
JT?
I think he's looked fast all night. I can't really see how he loses this. Unless his pit crew decides to come out on the track mid-race and then messes him up.
JT?
I'm going Ryan Blaney as well, but we have to remember he's swept the stages 4 times before. 4 times he's yet to win after sweeping the stages.
I'm going to go for Carlton Hocevar. He's been on the attack, and now he's good to go. 23 to go. Is this the final restart? We're green again here in Atlanta. It's a great start from Bubba Wallace. And it's a bad restart from Tyler Reddick. He's got no one to push him around the outside. He's on the back of Bubba, but that's it. He can't get alongside into P2 for coming through again on Ryan Blaney. So Blaney's going to get the push. Blaney takes the lead. Hocevar's right there. 3 wide down the yellow
SVG below the line.
Yeah, SVG's really pushing like crazy. We're 3 wide. Bubba's trying to come up high alongside. It hasn't worked out on Ryan Blaney. Bubba's now side by side, further back as well. Trying to see who wins. 3 wide. Bell on the inside. There goes Eric Jones for third. Jones coming through as the attack round the outside. It is Ryan Blaney versus Carson Hocevar for the lead of the race, Jack.
Carson Hocevar, being the contender that he is, going for the lead.
Oh, three by 4. How about that? This is unbelievable. Sorry to get across you as we're getting Daytona racing.
What are we doing?
Boys, you've kept it clean all night. Now is not the time to lose your head. It is 3 wide, all down about 6 rows. 4 wide further back as Alex Bowman has dropped back in the 48 car. Now they're starting to separate a little bit, Jack.
Yeah, they're all starting to settle back down a bit, but they will get a bit more lively. It is getting to the closing laps, and it is go time. You want to win this race, you got to get to the front now. As Michael McDowell listens to me, and he's like, I might as well do that, as he's down on the inside of Shane Van Gisbergen. Shane Van Guggenheimer.
If you are just joining us, you are not watching a repeat. This is live. We have gone long, and there's a yellow out somewhere on the track. Can't tell why just yet. Here on the monitor, let it catch up. Through 3 and 4. Larson straight through the grass in the infield. He's on the brakes. He's all locked up over the very, very wet grass.
No, he's around.
Spins it. Gets on the traction.
We're gonna have to see.
And now we go to a yellow. He touched Ryan Blaney, we're being told.
And Larson's wait for a plate track win goes on.
Blaney touched something. He didn't touch Larson. Blaney touched something. I was told over the radio just before that. So
Blaney reporting massive vibration.
Yeah, he's done the tyre. Yeah, thank you, Jack. So Blaney's done the tyre. So even though he's leading, that might not work out. Well, do you risk stopping?
No.
I think he
Not
might just
for a
have
win.
to deal with it.
Is it me or is
I think it's one of those you just have to put up with it. Here's Larson. I think he loses it himself, does he?
His left and rear tyre has done 80 laps.
Oh, Gibbs hit the wall. Gibbs hit the wall, and he's caught in the. He spins to avoid the stack up.
Right. That explains that, unfortunately.
Hit mode's open already.
Wow. Well, they are not wanting to waste time, are they? Yes, if you are just joining us, we had a 3-hour, 9-minute, 18-second red flag period. And that was for lightning and rain. This is on board, TNT. SVG coming up.
Oh,
Hamlin
just nowhere to
backing up.
go. That's what's going to happen as we get closer to the finish. We're right on top of the finish of this race, but there's going to be a lot of guys getting in spots that are bad. They're going to jump out of the gas, and it's too late to lift now. It's too late in the game to lift. You can't really afford to cut guys' brakes. And
Yeah.
45 just lost the handle.
Yeah.
Just kind of got
Yeah,
a little bit
45
dirty air
shoved the
up the track.
54 into the wall.
It's the cut across, Jack, that I don't like about all that. And then Larson just completely lost it because he had to back up to avoid Hamlin.
Yeah, nothing he could have done there.
Nothing either. Anyone. That was just a trail break that we knew was coming when they were going so wide by wide. So, this is going to be a short restart. I'd say we start with about 14 to go. That's around about 7 minutes of action. With these guys, we could be in for a little bit of an O'Reilly.
The radio on the 23.
What data? Just let me pick lane at the end of the day. That was stupid. Yep, sure was. I think I got it figured out. Let me drive the car. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, that's Bubba. Bubba's angry.
Not sure what he's talking about, but
He's
I appreciate the animation.
He's disappointed
He's
that
not happy
I
with
guess
his
they
lane
made a
choice,
decision
that's
by
what it
committee,
was.
Or he was given information on what lane to choose for this particular last restart. It didn't work out well, and he was disappointed in that decision. Felt like that maybe his personal choice would have been a better situation for them.
That's some driver speak.
Yeah.
He just translated. Adam, you and I looked at each other like, what the heck's he talking about? Dan's like, oh, I'll tell you I know exactly what he means.
Yeah. I definitely do not speak that language.
Larson Carl Larson's changing tyres and fuel and will pit for a second time.
The radios, sometimes I need a little translation.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's a Daytona 500 champion. He is a NASCAR radio interpreter.
Check cleared from Care Centre.
Say that, Nemechek, what? Who?
Allmendinger has been checked and cleared from the Care Centre.
Excellent, excellent.
Talk about the vibration with the spotter Tim Fedewa. Listen in.
I thought it had something broke. I wanted to be at the fence. If it did break, they're down the back. It get any better? No, it's terrible, but it's driving fine. Probably just paint in the wheels.
It's terrible is the quote, Dale Jr. So how are you going to manage that, number one? But number two, long debate on the radio about which lane to choose. We just heard Bubba Wallace's thoughts on lane choice. Jonathan Hassler weighing in on that. Tim Fedewa as well. Blaney said, Jr., my inclination is to go with the top, but the last two restarts have been one from the bottom. It's Blaney's choice. What would you choose?
Yeah, I think the bottom is the one that I like the best. I have seen that happen over and over again where it looks like the outside gets the launch, but as we go down into turn 3, the inside side drafts and then wraps the shorter route on the bottom and can clear by the time they get to turn 2. So I kind of like that bottom groove, and he believes that some of the paint or something, some of the paint on the wall has gotten in between the wheel and the tire when he went up there and brushed the wall, and that may have the wheel out of balance, and that's the vibration he feels.
I just want to set the stage of what Blaney was saying there, because I think we all take for granted what these guys do. I wanted to be close to the wall in case whatever it was broke. So he doesn't slow down, he doesn't lift, he doesn't come to pit road. He literally just moves his car closer to the wall in case whatever breaks goes bad. It's gonna, I guess, hit
to the choose. Richard Petty used to run against the wall back in the 70s, and it was because he said, if anything bad happens, I didn't have a long way to go before I hit the wall.
Blaney goes low here. Hocevar, who pushed him last time from the inside lane, goes outside. He'll take the front row. So it's going to be Bell behind Blaney this time around. The greatest week in history is almost here.
Hocevar's on the outside line of Blaney, so Hocevar's got the effective lead of the race if he can hook up an outside run into 4 and cut back down low. Go on, JT.
I think that I should warn you.
What?
There's something about to change. We're standing at the start line where history is made. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down here at Atlanta.
Oh, I fell into that one, didn't I?
If you got the song reference there, viewers, well done.
Shake and bake. Hocevar is being told it's shake and bake. He really is just Ricky Bobby.
We're staying out. Luke said, I want you to be deliberate with your blocks. Be very calculated here, Carson. Be smart.
I love how he really is just turning into shake and bake. He's Ricky Bobby. Let's see what happens
He's
now.
He's an entertaining guy, Carson. I'll tell you that much about him.
14. I said it'd be about 14 to go as I trip over my words. Blaney, low. Hocevar, high. Ready, steady, shake and bake time. We're green again in Atlanta. And Hocevar's got a fantastic restart. He got jumped brilliantly and he's been pushed in by Bubba Wallace. Now, here comes Blaney, side by side. He's getting the push from Christopher Bell. Oh, the 71 getting a little bit loose there further back as well of Michael McDowell. He'll lose 2, now 3 places. Bubba's pushing the 77. Here comes down low as well Chase Elliott. He's alongside Austin Dillon and Denny Hamlin. 5 rows back, making it 3 wide. At the front, though, Blaney still leading alongside Hocevar. Over the line low, Hocevar should be able to take it and does so by 1,000th of a second. Imagine if that was the checkered flag. It would be one of the closest finishes again, and I think we're on for a close finish here, folks. Hocevar has got the lead. He cuts in front of Ryan Blaney. Bubba Wallace is now on the outside line, Jack, and he's fighting. Hocevar hits the front.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to hold off that 12 car, though. For me, that's the best car on the racetrack right now. But Hocevar may have played the strategy really well. You also got Bubba Wallace, who's going to probably desperately want to win. having not won since
What
that
about
Brickyard
SVG?
400.
SVG on the high line. He's taken 3 cars already. He's side by side with Dylan and Reddick. Hamlin gets a push from Reddick now.
Blaney on the inside of Hocevar.
And SVG brushing the wall, but he's getting alongside the traction as well. Is SVG on for his first ever win on an oval as Blaney cuts back through to try and take the lead of the race. Over the line this time, it's 0.1 of a second between them. Remember, 0.164, 0.168 and 0.033. That was the last 3 finishes here at Atlanta in green flag conditions. What are we going to have today? This is fantastic. Hocevar leading from Blaney side by side with Bubba. SVG is lurking on the high line there, Jack, and I've just got this feeling with 10 to go he might do something.
SVG, I don't know if he's going to be able to challenge for the win yet. But he's looking quick. He could be on for a good top 10 finish here. Could be great for his hopes in the chase and on an oval.
JT,
There's Bubba Wallace trying to go around the outside. Doesn't have the pace for it. Hocevar leading.
Is that...
Here comes Blaney on the inside.
Blaney's come out of nowhere to come back through. We got a push from Christopher Bell. SVG's dropped back down to 7th position now as well. And Blaney leads. He cuts in front.
Yeah.
And yeah, Hocevar's cut behind. The gap 88,000. And as I said earlier on about Back to the Future during the first half of the race. And look at Hocevar. He cuts off Bubba Wallace down low into turn 2. And he cuts him up high. And Hocevar's trying to go around the outside of Blaney, who's put his car big centre in the middle. 9 to go. Wallace cutting down low, trying to get through on Hocevar. SVG's coming back through on the high line, but so's Tyler Reddick. They're both blocked off from each other. Now the 97 goes down low.
Here comes Bell.
Bell's coming through out of nowhere, shoots down low. He gets through on Blaney. He gets through on Wallace. Now he's on the back of Blaney, who's retaken the lead. Hocevar's dropped back.
Reddick on the outside now.
Reddick side by side as well, coming in. There we see coming back is SVG in the middle of the field.
Okay, he's made it work.
SVG's down into 8th position, coming into it. Chase Elliott's closing back up on the mix as well. There's SVG. 7 laps to go. Where did SVG move up to then? He's up to 7th. He's alongside Austin Dillon.
Austin going 3 wide.
Hocevar's up wide. Bubba's in the centre. Bell down low. That's where SVG is. Reddick's in there too. As here comes Ty Gibbs to the low line. I'm trying to keep everything in focus. It's 3 by 3. This is incredible stuff. There's SVG dead centre. Blaney in the lead of the race goes up high. Opens up the low
side by
line.
side.
There goes Bell. And over the line with 6 to go.
Hocevar for the lead.
Hocevar down low before turn 1.
What a run.
And he's got it. Here comes Bubba following him in. He all down to the 20s. Oh, and they're all getting loose. They're all getting loose. Bubba side by side.
Someone's spinning.
Oh, who's that going
Larson's
down?
around. Larson.
Into the wall. That time it is a big one.
Look about the track. Yeah. Oh, Herbst as well.
Riley Herbst in the wall. Kyle Larson started that all off.
The 19.
The 19's in there too. So that's a day done. Hocevar got the lead. It'll be, and now, so it did.
Car's done.
That's Hill. So, oh, well, that did cause more drama than we thought. 19's got no real traction.
It was the minute one.
I think that was a separate event, a series of separate events, how all that kicked off, because Larson was already off before any of that kicked off. If there was a reaction to the yellow. Wow. So Hocevar's got the lead. Hocevar's got the lead. Blaney 2nd. Bubba Wallace is 3rd. But look who's in 4th place. Shane Van Gisbergen. If we go for an overtime, which I think we will, it's going to be great. Right, where is he? Oh, he's got contact with the 19.
So Briscoe got loose trying to avoid Larson and drifted straight up into the pack.
I think there was some contact between them beforehand.
I think.
Yeah, but after that initial contact, Larson drifted down in front of him, and then that's what caused all the extra damage with Briscoe avoiding Larson going across the front of him after that initial contact.
Can I see that again? Because I don't know if that's Larson's fault or not, coming down on the 19. Here it is.
I think it's just one of those racing deals.
Does Larson come down?
Oh, it's contact with the 11.
And the 11 was right near the wall.
They have been fighting all day, and finally it comes up. Hamlin turns the 5 around, and the 19 does collateral damage.
Yeah, so watch the 19 having to dodge last and gets loose, drifts up into Austin Hill, and then collects. Ty Dillon was involved in there. He went into the back of Austin Hill.
How lucky was Elliott?
The spinning 19 collected 35 of Riley Hurst. That's where Hurst got his damage.
How lucky was Chase Elliott? Millimeters.
Very lucky, and then Briscoe came down and didn't hit anyone after that. But yeah, so Briscoe went inside of the 33, very nearly hit someone on the inside. It looked like the 48 went spinning as well with Alex Bowman. He went into a half spin. He was able to get back going as he was sparking through the gap between the apron and the banking through turn 3. That steered him right. Joey Logano was very lucky as well. He had a spinning car to the inside. Little bit of a door bang, but he was safe.
Can we just point out, of course, this bloody race is going to end in an overtime. Was it going to end any other way?
Larson looks deflated.
I think he knows he's just wasted his entire evening.
Look at the damage on the front left of Denny Hamlin.
Oh, that's going to be hanging off. He's got like a Bodicea. They're going to keep away from him for the rest of the race, aren't they?
The car that won last time at Atlanta had front-end damage, may I remind you.
That's true. They kept away from him as well. Yeah, they kept away from him.
Larson's probably just going to fall asleep in his car.
So, I don't know, whatever you can see. Yeah, we're looking at pictures. I just didn't know if you were aware of anything. No, nothing on the tires. Other than this is plowing.
That's Hamlin.
Not happy with the
Now, I
balance.
can translate that driver speak. That means the car is a little tighter than Denny would prefer it to be at this moment. You have to ask yourself, with the in-season challenge, Briscoe off, a potential flat left front tire, and the point situation, Reddick is 4th. You wonder if you'd be better to come take tires. Denny running 11th, though. I think you might, they're counting points, staying on the racetrack.
Yeah, because if Hamlin loses out on this race, Reddick, where he is, would put him in. He'll go back into the championship prediction.
This is crew chief. They're going to line up 3rd on this restart. Charles, what do you make of your chances? What's your message to your driver?
Yeah, chances are good. No real message needed. He knows what he needs to do. The Columbia Toyota Camry's been really strong all night long. Bubba's doing great. We had to come back to the front from the back there one time and got back up here. So we're in it. We're in it to win it, so hopefully we can close it out here.
What's going to be the key on this restart?
Passing whoever's in front of us, depending on what lane we're in.
We wish you the best of luck, Charles.
Thank you.
Adam?
Yeah, this restart is going to be wild. The choose is going to be huge.
Nothing broken the left front for Hill. He doesn't
really
think he will reach minimum speed. Sounds like he's out.
If you can, or be a good pusher if you can, but at some point you're going to have to get selfish and try to make a move that you think could deliver a victory. Let's listen to some radio here with Hosevar.
Can't get that song out of my head right now, man. I don't know what the lyrics is, but it's that one.
It's Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Yeah, that's Carson Hosevar. I think, honestly, I know a lot of people have a lot of opinions about that, but I think that's his way
Bonnie Tyler
of sort of breaking the nervous.
Sorry, but on the week of her death, Carson Hosevar has got Total Eclipse of the Heart going on in his head. What? Okay.
Oh my god. We didn't need to hear Carson singing, quite frankly.
Oh.
I'm a little annoyed now that I had his scanner audio muted on the BTS.
Wow.
Always have the Carson scanner on. It's always entertaining.
Let's go down
right
pit
there
road
in
and
the
then
mix,
I'll
Billy. We did
continue.
hear Tyler say a little while ago that it was a little tight. What kind of car do you guys have for this final stretch?
Yeah, it was back in traffic anyway, but being up in clean air, it's been driving great, and it's tough to overcome those two up front, but we just got to hope we get a good run at the right time.
What is your message to him right now? Is it just it's in his hands, go get it?
Yeah, it is. Take every run, and again, something has to work out right, and hope we're in the right spot again.
Thank you, Billy.
You're welcome.
I don't know what goes on the inside, but Billy Scott just always presents positivity and confidence.
Well, first, it comes down to where you're going to choose, and then where do you think you want to be?
Oh, it's that.
Oh, wow. That sounded better than the Carson Hocevar version. You know what I mean?
So that's what it is. I just died in your hands tonight. There we go. So it's not Bonnie Tyler.
These guys are a trip.
They are.
Yeah.
Well, he's looking for his second
Must have
straight
been
win.
has been told to
Think
log
about
in.
the way things ended at Talladega and what
Or
a
the
big
singing or
moment
the
that
driving?
was.
So, you would think that, if a crew chief team or whatever heard that, they would think, hey, man, come on, get your head in the game. But they embrace it, and they let him be him. If that's what works for them, that's what works for them. Everybody's going to have an opinion about it. But they don't try to steer him differently. They let him be him.
Here's that wild finish at Talladega.
Hard hits.
Hocevar gets it done. An epic celebration. I can only imagine what he'll do here tonight as we head toward 2 a.m. in the east.
I bet
This is going to be insane.
If Hocevar wins this, oh my God. 3 to go in overtime. We're nearly getting ready. Are you ready, kids? Lock in. What is it? 2:42 a.m. over there? 1:42 a.m. over there, Eastern time. I hope you've all got it. Nearly almost 11 here in California. I hope you've enjoyed it. This is going to be, hopefully, one to go at the line, folks. It's choose time.
Locked up 2 by 2. They push through 1
Hocevar
and 2.
high,
They stay
Blaney
connected
low.
down into 3 and 4. But
So
when we
is-
see the
That's
white flag, the
interesting,
momentum
huh?
from Rose.
So's Wallace low. Reddick high.
After seeing the inside line win the restarts over the last 3 or 4, I'm surprised by the decision of Hocevar to take the top. We'll see if that was a choice that works out for them. If he has a plan to make that top work.
Gonna have Reddick behind him. Blaney down low. Gonna have Bubba Wallace with an assist. Remember the little run-in they had just a handful of laps ago.
You might imagine that Bubba's sitting back there thinking, man, I owe him one, right?
Yes.
And so I would say that Bubba's going to do everything he can to give his buddy Blaney the best push he can.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Go on. We're going to stay on comp cam for this. Go on.
This is about to be crazy. We've got SVG in 5th. We've got Austin Dillon in 7th. We've got Ty Dillon in the order as well in 14th. NASCAR overtime incoming, 2 laps. If we reach the white flag, the next flag ends the race. But if we have a caution before the white flag, we go again. We're past Cars and Hocevar's bedtime. It's a good job that it's the summer holidays, because if it wasn't, then Connor Zillage would it would be a school night for him. But here we go, NASCAR overtime.
It is overtime to end one of the best races of the season. Hocevar versus Blaney. Overtime at Atlanta goes green, and Reddick has got the push. He's pushed Hocevar immediately away at the line. Ryan Blaney's got the inside line though, assisted by Bubba Wallace. The top 4 have broken away. Bell trying to come up. Here's SVG on the outside line. Reddick getting a little loose coming in. SVG's going to get the traction. Blaney cuts up high, but Wallace is already there. The 45 getting loose. Here comes for 3rd position. On the inside, it's going to be 2nd. Shane Van Gisbergen's going for P2. It's white flag in the air, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Ryan Blaney gets a push. Now coming in from Bubba Wallace, who cuts up high. Wallace goes, and Blaney goes round the outside. Oh boy, what a move.
Big block by Carson on Bubba Wallace.
Here comes Shane Van Gisbergen, who gets loose. 38's gone around. We're staying green. And look at this. 3 wide.
Oh my days.
Bubba Wallace goes low. Blaney's up high. SVG's in the mix. So's Tigers. It's a run to the line. Who's going to win in Atlanta? Blaney gets loose. Ryan Blaney wins by 66 thousandths of a second to Bubba Wallace. Christopher Bell 3rd. Hocevar 4th. But it's a sweepstake for Ryan Blaney with the closest finish in Atlanta in the 4.
Pole.
66 thousandths of a second.
That is the first time Ryan Blaney has swept the stages and won the race.
What a fantastic end! What a brilliant race! 3 hours and 14 minutes on the clock. 6 hours and 30 minutes in total. He touched the wall, and yet Blaney was still the winner. Wow. It's 6:46 a.m. here in the UK. The longest we've run in a long, long time. And that is one of the best NASCAR Cup races you will ever see. Penske are back on top. And it is victory for Ryan Blaney in the Ford, who sweeps the stages and gets maximum points under the lights at Atlanta. He wins the Quaker State 400.
What a brilliant, brilliant finish.
Oh.
And a well-deserving winner.
And I think in the truest sense of the word, to echo Murray Walker, and I've got to stop because I need to go to bed. What a fantastic race. Wow. You can't stop smiling, JT, after that one. Jack, it was incredible.
Wow. That was how you do it. That's all I'll say. That is how you race. O'Reilly, guys, you've been watching this.
They've got a lot to learn. The Cup guys.
That's why they're in that division. That's why they're in that division, and we're here. Career win number 19 for Blaney. I think his second at Atlanta.
He spins it round. Hamlin 783, Reddick 766, Blaney 704, Gibbs 653, Elliott 610, Larson, Hosfar, Busher, Bell, Briscoe, Suarez, Wallace, Byron, SVG, Cindric and Jones, I believe are the 16 through on the points for the cutoff in the chase situations. Logano currently is outside of the chase positions. His teammate has just got himself in and he's down on the grid. Wow.
Fireworks budget is big at Echo Park Speedway. And here's Marty Snyder.
Adam, you never know what you'll see around 2 a.m. at a racetrack. And the fans who stuck around here in Atlanta got to see a special one, a 3-wide finish with one of the most popular drivers in NASCAR, Ryan Blaney, going to victory lane here in Atlanta again.
This is the 750th win for Ford.
What an impressive performance, a max points day for this 12 team. Win the pole, win stage 1, win stage 2, win the race. And as is customary, Ryan Blaney will take the flag, find a young fan in the stands, point them out, and they get to walk home with that checkered flag. Doing that right now. What a night, everyone, for Ryan Blaney. Holy smokes, man. Take me through that overtime restart.
Yeah, pretty wild. You know, I was second. It's okay. Just take the front row, and we'll see who get behind me. And Bubba gave me really good shoves. You know, on the restart, we got hooked up really good. And then, yeah, Bubba and I got a huge run down the front straightaway, and I was able to get to the outside of Carson. Wasn't able to clear him, and then Bubba went 3-wide bottom down the back, which, you know, lined up for a really cool finish at the line. And I really have to shout out Christopher Bell for being right on my bumper all the way through 3 and 4, and big push. He was a big reason why we won the race, so I appreciate that, Christopher. But the fans, thank you guys for sticking around, guys. Man.
At 2 a.m.
Yeah, is it 2 a.m.?
Almost.
Past my bedtime, but it ain't past y'all. So thank you so much for being here and hanging out with us.
How tough was driving with that vibration after you made the wall contact late in the race?
Yeah, I just, you know, I tried to make a move and just got loose and hit the fence. And, you know, I think it's just concrete in the wheels and paint and stuff like that. But luckily, it still drove fairly decent. So I'm happy we were able to make back up for it. I missed the block on the top. Down the back stretch, we just got separated. And but yeah, it wasn't too bad. Luckily, it wasn't any damage we couldn't keep running. but I appreciate Body Armor, Flash IV. It's a really cool paint scheme we got on this thing. Appreciate Ford Racing, Ford Motor Company, Menards, Advanced Auto Parts, Dex Imaging, the Worth Group, Wabash, everybody who makes this possible, and pretty cool to win here.
What a dominant car, and what a way to bring it home for Ryan Blaney and Team Penske here in Atlanta, Adam.
Gonna jump in really quickly. Big news developing from the NASCAR officials. NASCAR has said the number 23 of Bubba Wallace, who finished second, advanced his position below the double line and will be sent to the rear of the lead lap cars. He now finishes P29. That advances Christopher Bell to second place. So Bubba Wallace finished second on the road, down to 29th place. That also, of course, has complications in the chase, as Bubba Wallace is 12th.
Yeah, and that now pushes him down the order again, so that will also promote Joey Logano back into it. We've just seen the replay, Jack.
Let's go down to Bubba.
Blow there for Bubba Wallace. Came home second, will now be scored 29th because of that penalty, Bubba. Were you aware you went below the double yellow? Did you feel you were forced down there?
No, I turned left and got super loose, and so just to keep it straight, I ended up there. It's unfortunate. You can go back and look at SMT. I was all over the brakes trying to just get the spot back. So it says don't go below the yellow line to gain in your position, which I didn't. I was still third, and I got a shove from the 54 to go to second. So technically, no positions were gained doing that. Again, SMT data shows me try to give it back, but the 54 just shoves us by here. So talk to the teams who we want to do. It's unfortunate. Really good day. Got spun there by the 54 and rebounded. It's another race for Bubba Wallace and company.
Saw you having words with Ty Gibbs there after the race. Are you guys okay?
We'll be fine. You know, he had an opportunity to give there a lot, and he didn't do that. And so when I told him that, he quickly went on the defense, said, don't block. When you hit me square in the bumper, it means you just ran right into me. So the block was clean. But yeah, that's Toyota teammates. We don't race very well together.
Bubba Wallace, guys.
Well, I hate to be that guy.
I don't think he did anything wrong, you?
But even though you didn't mean to advance positions, you technically did advance positions.
Yeah, no, I think he accepts that part.
Yeah.
I think he does accept that, like, yeah, you're probably going to get penalised either way. I'm not sure what Ty Gibbs is annoyed about, though. Like, Bubba made a block.
Yeah.
Are we getting mad over blocks? Are we like Tony Stewart now? Like, come on, man. Come on, Ty, you're better than that.
So what this does is it puts Blaney, Bell, Hocevalia 1, 2, 3, Gibbs, Jones, Van Gisbergen in 6th.
That puts Busher in the top 10.
It does. Dillon, Reddick, Logano, Busher puts 10th. Chastain, Hamlin, Elliott, Cindric, McDowell. But this is
on your screen. There is the updated.
Yeah, so here's your 16. I've paused
Bubba
it.
Wallace,
13th.
Bubba Wallace was 12th. Him being demoted to 29th puts him 13th in the chase instead of 12th. Let me compare other stuff as well. Hold on.
Okay, so we've got Denny Hamlin 791, Reddick's 24 back, Blaney's 3rd, Gibbs 4th.
Denny Hamlin gains a point.
Yep.
Because of that.
Then we get Elliott on in 5th, Larson 6th, Busher 7th, Hocevar 8th, Bell 9th, Briscoe 10th, Suarez 11th, Byron 12th, Wallace now down to 13th. Actually, where he was, so he doesn't gain or lose a place. He stays 13th. Cindric gains a place to 14th.
I've got on my screen here, Bubba Wallace at the time of checkered was 12th in the chase standings.
Yeah, me too,
and
actually.
Now he's 13th.
SVG 15th, Jones 16th. Logano, though, still out. Logano out by 8 points. That's big there to the chase with a few races to go.
However, we've got a couple of decent tracks coming up, so we'll see. But
yeah,
Eric,
they've signed off.
We're ending with Daytona, and that could be anything.
Well, guys, we're going to have to wrap it up there. Jack, what's your last thoughts on today's race?
Fantastic. What else can I say? Absolutely brilliant.
JT?
it seems like we're always put in these positions, and every single time we are put in these positions, in these final thoughts, I always say, that was an incredible race. What is it with NASCAR racing late? Like, very late, and it always being incredible racing and it being worth staying up for. However, you would think that we would all be starting our day now. No, we are off to bed at what is 6:56 a.m. Worth noting that those chase standards that we just read out are 6 races left in the regular season. Of course, we end it at Daytona. Before that, we have North Wilkesboro, Indianapolis, Iowa, Richmond, New Hampshire, and then Daytona on the 29th of August. Which, JB, you'll be glad to know that is a 7:30 p.m. Eastern start, but it is a Saturday night race.
Thank God for that. I just remember I'm not here first weekend of August because of my brother's wedding.
Yes.
What a fantastic night. 7 hours and 20 minutes on air. The race was 3 hours and 20 minutes long. The red flag was 3 hours and 9 minutes. Half of it was spent under doing absolutely nothing. Thank you so much for all of your company, all 43,773 of you. Thank you so, so much. We hope you've enjoyed it. My thanks to JT, my thanks to Jack, my thanks to TNT Sports and NASCAR, and to all of you at home. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back next time when NASCAR goes racing at North Wilkesboro. See you next week. Good morning.